Baby, try to find my way as the lonely shadows swarm. Whoa, 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 I'm just a man missing you. Please understand, without you, I'm dying.
There we go. Hello, after 2 days of a break that I didn't mean to take. How's everyone? morning from Bluestone and Twitch chat. It's 8 p.m. in Florida. Impossible it could be any other time anywhere else. I'm going till 6 a.m. again, 5 a.m. I'm not doing that again. That was so stupid to do. But I didn't want to, I don't like to split the content, but I need to get out of that thinking. I have to just stop and do it the next day. It's not going anywhere. And I have to stream every day practically. So I did that and I like completely fucked up my sleep schedule. And then if you yap for 11 hours, it makes your throat hurt. And then I like scrubbed off my makeup really, really fast. And I don't know what I did, but I like shoved some part of it up into my eye and I couldn't get it out myself. And it was like feeling weird every time I blinked. And then I made Lycan do a surgery on me and it went away. And then by that point in the day, I was like, fuck it, I'll do it tomorrow. And then yesterday I didn't do it. So making that tofu toasty. There, at the old apartment complex that I used to live in Miami Beach, they had this tofu. It was a tofu, seaweed salad, avocado, Impossible burger. It also had like Impossible meat on it with this delicious crispy bun. And it was so expensive, but it was so good. And I would get it practically every week. In retrospect, it's kind of insane. You never eat or drink water on stream. I drink water. I just don't like getting up. So then I don't get up. And people also ask me like when I eat and I just eat right after or whatever. I can go like long periods of time without eating. It's not hard. I cannot stand him eating and slurping. Like any streamer. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like people. I hate ASMR. I hate eating. No one looks good eating. Let me show you guys what I mean. And I'm vain, and I would rather just wait to eat than eat in front of... One, I don't even like to eat in front of other people, let alone, like, on a stream in front of lots of people. What am I searching? Oh, yeah, Pete Buttigieg eating a hot dog or a burger. He either eats a hot dog or a burger. And there's, like, a photo of him, and it looks so aggressive. Like, look at this. If I eat on stream, I'm going to look like that. I'm not going to look like that. Like Bernie eating a corn dog. You can't make it. There's no, if like they can't look cool doing it, I can't look cool doing it. Look at this is aggressive. It would be in 4K. I'm not doing this. Why candidates shouldn't eat corn dogs. I agree. No one should eat corn dogs really. Like look at that. Obama eating. You're not gonna look good. You're not gonna look cool. This is not a mukbang stream. Eating is an intimate moment, and I mean it in the true essence of the word. I don't even really like going out to eat because I think food from restaurants is overpriced. And I'm also vegan, so it's just, I'm paying a lot of money for fries or for some version of a dish that I could make at home for really, really cheap, but I'm paying a lot of money. You know, there's no winning. You will always look like you're just chowing down, you're munching. He was a pizza folder. Fave vegan dish. See, I'm a cheap and lazy vegan. So it's just like whatever, like it's a lot of pasta. It's a lot of like pasta, it's a lot of tofu. It's a lot of, a lot of movie theater popcorn. Popcorn is pretty much my favorite food. And a lot of movie theater popcorn and the like butter crap, it's not actually butter, is vegan. So that's probably my favorite food ever. Okay, let's take a little dip into the Tim Pool. Where Miss Not So Erudite, aka Kyla, went on to discuss why men are leaving the left, society's attack on masculinity, the culture war with Tim Pool, the most masculine of all men. Oreos are vegan. I was waiting for somebody to say this. I used to be a total junk food vegan and way heavier because I didn't give a fuck about what I ate. Now I'm not as bad. I'm reformed. Okay, he gets right into it. So I already saw part of this. I couldn't sleep last night. I was watching Pisco review it. There's points where I'm going to use Pisco's analogy. The plane, it looks like the plane's about to be landed, and then it just kind of like swerves a little bit and keeps going. So let's see if the beginning starts off a little bit stronger.
Young men are leaving the left. We've seen
I saw this interview. It was pretty cringe, not going to lie. Because of who?
numerous reports. Actually,
Really watching it right now.
This morning, there are 2 Gen Zs, Vox claims, because
he's stealing my content ideas.
Young men are shifting rightward. Older Gen Z still lean a little bit more progressive, but young men are largely moving to Donald Trump, moving to the right. They're happy to do so. You're also seeing the rise of prominent personalities like Andrew Tate. Despite the fact that many people are critical of his career and how he made his money, young men still seem to like the guy. So what is the phenomenon driving people, younger men particularly, away from the left and into the hands of conservatives? We're going to have...
See, here's the thing. It's not the left. The left has no shortage of men. Take this from a woman on the left. I don't ever feel like there's a shortage of men on the left. There's lots of brocialists and men talking about Kropotkin and Chomsky or progressive politics, if we're counting that as the left. There's no shortage of that. It's really just liberals and Dems that are, struggling with this.
Have that debate. So we got a couple of guests joining us tonight to have that. It's not tonight, it's the morning. Joining us this morning to talk about it. Ma'am, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Kyla. You can find me everywhere at Not So Erudite. I do streaming and stuff. I typically talk about gender, so it's a good topic for me.
Oh, gender.
And kind of like socio-cultural comment.
Am I blocked or something? I can't comment about how gross it feels to look at him. No, I don't know. Because it shows me what messages get blocked, so I'm not saying anything.
Harry.
All right, sir, who are you?
I'm American Nacho. I'm a Christian, conservative, husband, father. I work full-time supporting my beautiful state
Look at this handlebar.
wife and our 2 recent additions. And I stream video games and politics as more
Video games.
You could say like a mover and shaker in some of the political communities.
So,
Tangential to like Andrew Wilson or something like that.
right on. To start, I think we're in agreement that young men are moving to the right.
I think if you're denying that, you're just denying data.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vox.
No, see, I deny data. I deny data because of this. When you ask people to self-identify themselves with a political faction, one, the most useful thing you can have them do as they're telling you that is actually don't have them tell you, have them write it down on a piece of paper and then take it from them, crumble it up, throw it in the trash. It doesn't matter. People do not know how to self-identify themselves politically. They don't, if you ask them about their ideas on things, they all contradict each other in a million different ways. They haven't thought about it much. They just kind of have vague associations with what they understand to be like Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal, progressive, moderate. You will be able to find people that are considering themselves conservative, but they are in favor of labor unions and workers' rights. And you will be able to find people that consider themselves Democrats, but they are either like anti-choice or they're pro like market deregulation. Like you'll find like a mixed bag of things.
That Washington.
And also when you poll these young Zoomers, young men, young women, men are now more likely to self-identify as conservative, but when you poll them on issues, they're actually like their the policy positions that are popular with young men are like left-leaning, not socially progressive, but economically progressive policies, and sometimes socially progressive.
Post, like everybody's bringing it up. I think the question is,
What the fuck is Tim these days anyway? I can't really tell. Really? He's Republican.
is why, but you agree young men are going rightward. So
The only thing he will question the right on or disagree with them on is like bullshit that doesn't matter.
Is there a disagreement on why it's happening, or do we actually agree why it's happening? I mean, what's your view on why young men are basically moving over?
I think as a liberal, I'll be very clear, I am liberal. And I spent the last several months being asked this question by liberals and Democrats. I think the answer is that the left kind of hates and fears masculinity broadly. I think it doesn't like it.
Pro-choice, pro-weed, pro-single-payer healthcare, pro-taxing the rich. I'm a conservative. Literally, this is a lot of people. It's how they poll.
And I think you can see that in the fact, I don't know if you know this, the APA, it's the American Psychiatric Association. This year they came up with rules and guides about how to treat men in therapy differently than women, and like tricks and stuff that they need to be aware of, right? And it's like, it shouldn't be like 2025 where we're coming out with this stuff. I think the left has just broadly neglected
Well, better late than never.
the male issue because it's been
The male question.
not politically correct to talk about.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And what say
I don't think so. I also just don't care. I don't care because it's a useless way to look at demographics or to try to understand voter and predict voter behavior. Because young men are going to act differently than millennial men who are going to act differently than boomer men who are going to act differently than men who are never got a college education versus those who did versus those that are college dropouts. It's more insightful to look at their economic background or their age, not their gender.
you, sir? Would you agree with that?
To some degree, yeah. I think men are moving to the right because men are more rational than women. You know,
Epic, bro.
young men are shifting away because left-wing ideologies are kind of disconnected. They feel kind of disconnected from reality. You know, we're living in a society where,
If there's one thing the right is, it's grounded in reality.
you know, we're having economic stresses, we're having, you know, geopolitical stresses, and men are seeking, you know, pragmatic solutions to like economic and social changes, valuing like free expression and preferring like empowerment over this like collective guilt.
Free expression as they voted for a candidate that has like proudly black-bagged people for co-authoring op-eds in a college newspaper and detaining people that protest at pro-Palestine rallies.
That seems
That free expression.
following us around like a cloud. So
Indeed. What would you say to that before I jump in? He said,
Men are more rational than women.
yeah, and liberal ideologies are, how did you describe it? Not rational or not?
Young men, literally the least voting demographic without breaking it down by race, income, etc. Point an issue. Yeah, that's the other thing is I also wouldn't be surprised if young women vote more than young men. And guess what? Liberals get young women. So that's like something that the right doesn't talk about. They don't get young women. So if the trade-off is that we have young women and they're more civically engaged, but we lose young men and they're not civically active, it's not the most valuable demographic to focus on or to think about if you're trying to strategically increase and boost your margins in critical states or areas that were like flipping right.
it seems like young men are experiencing sort of like a disconnect from like
No shot. She just takes that comment about men being more rational without pushback. The thing is, you have to wait because with these, especially out the gate, and especially if you're a fucking woman, if you are already chomping at the bit during somebody's opening statement to interrupt them, to push back, it already looks bad. You have to be super patient and you have to wait. So let's see if she does it when she gets her turn to speak.
left-wing political narratives. Like it's not like they don't make sense to especially young men and even older men like myself, like starting a family. I'm looking at what world my young men are going to have to grow up in, what world my children are going to have to grow up in.
Yeah, when I look at young men and young women especially, I think most people are not very rational. I don't really give rational points to most people or most voters in general. I think women are like influenced a lot, whether they like it or not, by things like hormones, right? I think women's like hormonal fluctuation is daily, men's are like monthly. But at the same time, you know, you'll point to like women like crying maybe over something
Women get PMS.
that they shouldn't cry about, or being soft.
Women take birth control, you guys. Therefore, less rational, obviously.
And maybe enabling in an area that they shouldn't be. But then you'll
If your answer to men are just objectively more rational is just, well, we think differently, is not great.
see men like punching holes in walls and like doing crime. And so this argument that like men are just more rational than women, it's like, well, no, like different emotional systems and different arguments appeal to each of these groups because each of these groups are fundamentally self-interested.
But we're different. That's it.
And I think what's failed on the left is to make any appeal to anything for young women.
It's like, okay, white people are just more rational. White men specifically. I don't think that would have been just something that is understood as like, well, black people and non-white people just think differently. Not even appealing to like your average person from one of these races is more likely to be raised in a particular environment and that shapes who they are. More like obviously nature versus nurture and emphasis on the nurture part. We're going back to like hormone regulations. I just don't know.
The left hasn't offered young men anything. There's nothing that would be appealing to a young man when you look at left policy. But there's lots
That is not true.
of things that are appealing.
Liberals, maybe. The left, though, no. You ever heard of a Bernie bro? Seems to me that he got some young men interested in what he had to say.
Young women. And so I think if Democrats want to talk to young men, they have to talk to young men. But I don't think it falls as simply down to like rational versus irrational. I think that's like a flattening of the nuance.
I think that modern liberal orthodox
It's like, it's more nuanced, but she kind of like fundamentally agrees with it, which is strange to me.
is antithetical to masculinity, and that the men who remain on the liberal side are largely what we call, and I quote, this is a biological term, sneaky fuckers. Are y'all familiar with that term?
Yep.
Are you familiar with sneaky fucker?
Lay it out for me.
So in biology, there are some species. There's an example of one fish where there's two different types of males, large and small. The large male earns favor with the females by being strong and powerful.
Oh, yeah.
The sneaky fucker goes in the middle of the night and inseminates the eggs and flees.
Yeah.
And so largely, I see what you were saying. And my view is, and obviously not absolute, there's a lot of men who actually are into left liberal ideology. I'm just saying I think it's a generality, that an ideology that the orthodoxy focuses on oppressors, who has the power, is going to be antithetical to a man who is seeking to empower.
Okay, let's use this reproductive strategy to try to understand liberals and Democrats in America. I just don't see the connection here.
For himself.
I would totally ignore this.
Strong. And then what you end up with is among millennials, the data in 2018 was that 70% of millennial women were Democrat, 30% were conservative, and 55% of millennial men were conservative.
I get the idea that Tim learned about this in the last week and he just wants to find a way to shoehorn it into the conversation because he thought it was funny.
And 45% were Democrat. The data probably changed, but I think you get a large portion of weaker males who find their path towards, I guess, sexual marketplace success in being the male feminist pandering to women, telling them what they want to hear so that they can earn favor, whereas the other guys are defiant dude bros chest bumping, and that's an exaggeration.
Okay, now we're talking about gender roles in the context of why men are leaving the left.
You get the idea.
Yeah, I think there's...
And he's talking about behaviors that men are choosing to voluntarily engage in to get laid. How is that the fault of the left? Yes, women are more socially progressive, but it's also silly to think that, one, there aren't women that like edgy humor. What he just talked about is men voluntarily choosing to present themselves in a disingenuous way so they can gain favor with other women so they can get laid. But what does that have to do with left versus right? Conservative women are also not going to be interested in edgy humor or vulgarity. This is just coming down to socialization. Like the majority of women, left or right, yeah, they're not down with like super vulgar humor. But I don't really, that seems to transcend ideology.
something. So like the sneaky fucker is very fun. In Evo-psych, there's not like a ton of evidence for this as like a mating strategy. It's more like birds that do this. But this idea that I think is actually more true, that I
Isn't
think
it like fish that do this?
is more grounded on reality that we're talking about, is this idea that essentially for you to perform well as a man in the liberal space, there has to be a certain level of like castigation you have to do toward masculinity and like a promotion of femininity that's almost exclusively performative, right? Especially because
yeah, we're talking about Tim Pool, not Tim Cook.
as a woman, masculinity and like a promotion of femininity that's almost exclusively performative, right? Especially because as a woman, I wouldn't say liberals are like inherently better at like certain forms of sexism, right? Like there's a lot of times where I feel like just my existence, I just don't get respected as much.
Forgot she's pro Evo-psych. Yeah, the sneaky fucker thing is not, it's like not Evo-psych, it's evolutionary biology, but it's like, and again, it's the closest thing that you can get to that in this conversation.
Like at a default, even in liberal spaces. And so what I think happens is there's a lot of performativity. And in the case of on the left, we've had this issue where if you want to be left coded, and by left coded, I mean perform, appear, and feel left. You've got the
I'm not going to like this. It's a false premise. It's a silly premise.
language.
That like men are leaving the left and then we're getting into why, and this isn't it to me.
Usually some aesthetic, right? I appear more left than I appear right. I've got like a choker on and whatnot.
Like they haven't even defined masculinity.
In all these ways, if you want to perform left, you have to do some level of service to femininity. And if you're going to talk about masculinity...
And it's not about performing left. It's about, if you want to make yourself appealing to women, you're probably going to have to like tone it down and be less vulgar.
To caveat and couch it within these other things. That's how I kind of view it, which if you're a young man, you're just like, what the fuck? Like,
Well,
where am I?
Maybe that's a good way to put it. It's just easier to be on the right.
For men?
You don't really have to do a whole lot.
Yeah, and
You could sit around eating chicken wings as long as you're talking about football and you don't
Yeah.
say weird leftist things. The right's going to be okay with you.
Yeah.
that's,
Okay, the idea that the right doesn't purity test is a joke.
that's one thing that
They just purity test about different things.
wanted to point out too is that I think that, you know, they're
Like, no, they're not going to challenge your preconceptions about stereotypes related to gender, race, these sorts of things. Fine. Sexuality. But there's other purity tests that will get entered in.
moving right because at least the right is listening, or at the very least, they're just like cool with it. You know what I mean?
Also, this is not like if I'm hanging out with conservative family members or conservative friends. Well, maybe I'm a bad example because I'm outspoken. But a lot of people, if they have conservative friends or family members, and you've got your loud uncle at Thanksgiving talking about like fucking QAnon, talking about election fraud conspiracies, talking about how Joe Biden is like a secret Ukrainian agent and all of these, like how, and you have a bunch of family members agreeing with them. How likely are you to speak out or disagree? You just kind of keep your opinions to yourself. And at that point, it's really not about like not wanting to be purity tested and see that like, oh no, well, I won't fit the mold. It's like it's social pressure at that point that most people don't want conflict, and the last thing they don't want conflict about is politics. So you're socially pressured to just either not say anything or quietly agree to disagree, but that's it.
Like you're saying, you can just sit on the couch and hang out with the bros a little bit to a degree. When you're disagreeing with right wingers, they're not going to destroy your lives because you have a disagreement. So you're both maybe on the right, but you know, I'm
as soon as Kyle Rittenhouse disagreed about Trump with respect to like gun policy or something, all of these right-wing accounts, like notable right-wing accounts, started talking shit about him and were literally being like, you'd be a fucking murderer, like rotting away in jail if it weren't for the right's defense of you. Shut the fuck up and pay your respects to Donald.
probably a little more farther right, or you're a little closer to the center. You're not going to be ostracized for this. On the left, you have like a large shift going extreme left, and these people are like tearing down even their own. I think that the Democrat Party and left currently is actually,
it's always a red flag when they say Democrat Party.
kind of fighting with itself a lot too.
Well, I define wokeness as cult-like adherence to liberal social orthodoxy. And the reason for
Matt Walsh was trying to get maggots to not attack Joe when he thought about supporting RFK. Yeah, and RFK like absolutely jumped on that, and he was like, "Thanks for the endorsement, Joe." And then Joe Rogan replied like, "Oh, it wasn't an endorsement." And then Joe Rogan, or like RFK's camp, had to be like, "Well, we welcome you if you ever do."
Or it is, you get a lot of people on the right and they say that wokeness is critical race theory, critical gender theory, Marxist. Well, that's not correct. While that is a large component of liberal orthodoxy,
That's not correct. I'm about to give you an even more incoherent definition of wokeness.
support for Ukraine does not fall into that. People try to shoehorn it in by saying, oh, but Ukraine is the weaker being oppressed by the Russians. And I'm like, that doesn't explain NATO expansionism. NATO expansionism is not Russia is small compared to NATO. NATO is encroaching.
Wokeness is NATO expansionism. Nacho almost had a meltdown because one of his co-panelists called him a liberal for being Catholic, but tax or something. But lax or something like that. LOL.
On Russian space. There's a big debate over that. So the oppressor doesn't make sense there. Islam being the second biggest religion in the world.
I mean, there was a point in 2016 where every single Republican candidate on the debate stage, when asked about evolution, none of them believed in evolution. Do you know why? Is it actually because all 16 candidates actually didn't believe in evolution? No, it's because they're beholden to the voters, and the voters that they are, the votes that they're trying to get, especially when you're trying to present yourself in the primaries where only the most diehard partisans watch that in the first place for the most part. They don't want to alienate them, so they lie.
And a strong theocratic, fundamentalist, militaristic religion also doesn't quite make sense. It is the adherence to the modern liberal orthodoxy, which is relatively amorphous. And so I pulled up just this real quick
So it means nothing.
example. The four lights from Star Trek. Are you guys familiar with the four lights?
I'm not.
Star Trek The Next Generation, Captain Picard. Oh, everybody's not a Trekkie, he is groaning. Don't care.
Can any Star Trek fans in chat tell me if he's about to bastardize the interpretation of the message of this?
Captain Picard is captured by an enemy faction. He's brought into a torture room where the enemy commander has four lights above him, and he says, "How many lights do you see?" And Picard says, "4." And then he gets electrocuted. And he says, "You are incorrect. There are 5 lights." And now, how many lights do you see? And Picard says, 4. He gets electrocuted again. And the whole episode basically finally ends with him screaming in the face of the commander, "There are 4 lights," which becomes a cultural meme, especially from among millennials and those who watch The Next Generation grew up with it. The captain refused to bow to a false reality he was being forced to through pain of punishment. That's how I view a lot of younger guys and a lot of people on the right, a lot of post-liberals, former liberals, whatever. The left is demanding you adhere to things that are completely false. Otherwise, they will cause you...
Okay. This is like someone said in chat, this is just about torture, but that aside, how this actually ends up working out is that people are highly malleable, especially given whatever social circumstances you put them in. And we seek to not stand out and mimic other people's behaviors, even if we don't always understand why. There have been social experiments where I think a common one that people know about is it was like a waiting room, and they instructed a person to go in, and they instructed a person to be seated. They were going to ring a bell, and every time the bell rang, they were to stand up for 10 seconds or something like that, and then sit back down. Then in came in the test subjects, and a woman comes in. They ring the bell. She sees the other person do it. They stand up. They're not even making eye contact. There's no communication between them. But by the second time it comes around, she starts standing up. And more people come in. They have them do the same thing. They all start doing it. None of them question it. Past a certain point, they actually remove the first person that was instructed to do that. And so you had the pattern of people standing up for the bell. They didn't understand why, replicating the social behavior, not questioning this arbitrary social protocol that was put in place in this waiting room. And people were just replicating it all the way down, even though no one ever instructed them to. And they did this with monkeys too. Yeah, they've done this with animals. They've done this with humans. So the idea that you would resist if you are like getting shocked for telling the correct answer, that you wouldn't start caving and lying to get them to stop is wrong.
You pain, they will take your job, you will be kicked out of social circles. The right has no such precepts. Now, to be that is a bit as absolute. The right certainly has some, but
they offered Tim $1 million and he said 5.
Now, I would also put a timeline on this. I think it's really important to look at a timeline. So I was actually watching your conversation with Bill Maher. Bill Maher. How do you pronounce his last name?
Maher, I guess. Maher.
Send it, yeah.
And he pointed out to you something that I think is really
We were
important.
just on a show, Tim. How do you not know that?
Where he talked about like, well, yeah, the left and the right, when we're talking about it from like 2016 to now, I think I agree broadly with your narrative. I might not use like all the same language. Like I don't call it cult, like I call it religious. I think it's like fundamentally religious in like performance, which not.
I've never understood this. Like wokeness is a civic religion. There was a really good debate between, let's see, wokeness debate. What's his name? It was like Sargon of Akkad and Dark Matter something. Where is it? Let me see if I can find this.
All religions are cults, right? Because like the left isn't making you like abandon your family necessarily. They're making you fight with your family.
Well, I got to pause you there.
They're not making you abandon your family. They're making
Prominent left personalities have said, cut off your family. Even on MSNBC, they've said, don't show up.
I don't care if you can find people that have said to do it. Can you actually find people that have? I can think of so many more people that have lost family members to fucking QAnon because they're holed up and they don't talk to their family anymore.
Thanksgiving.
There's where is it? Subreddit that supports QAnon family members. Okay. This. QAnon casualties. This community has 285,000 members. I'm positive that not every single one of them actually has somebody that's like this. But yes, go through the posts in the top post specifically in the subreddit, and it will be tragic story after tragic story of families that have become radical, people that have had family members, older family members usually, become completely radicalized with and inundated with right-wing propaganda, and they believe in QAnon, and there's no reaching them. They don't think vaccines are real. They think Joe Biden was installed as a president. They think Trump was the legitimate ruler, like all of this.
Was it Jen Psaki who was like, don't go to Thanksgiving with your family if they support Trump or something? Maybe it wasn't her, but this is MSNBC.
Sure, I imagine that there are.
We saw a wave of this after 2016 when he got elected the first time, which admittedly I wasn't paying as much attention then. And honestly, I followed a little bit more of your kind of line. I actually followed you a lot more in like 2018 because I was also like coming from the left around 2016, getting into politics when I started a family and stuff. You saw a wave of people getting, all this pushback saying, not to just what you're saying, not to talk to your family. All these videos, and then now again, you're seeing the same thing on TikTok. Waves of them after.
I think QAnon is mostly just U.S. brain rot. I've never in my life heard anyone bring it up IRL. I 100% believe that, and that means they're talking about American politics, and they want to say like who has more social isolation in their families, or which political faction encourages that more. That sort of like separatism or distance. I would say it's the right.
Well, who's that
I
one?
stopped talking to my family because
Sure, but we don't use
they voted for X.
we have to be really cautious, right? So as somebody who's on the left, right, who is friends with lots of people on the left, grew up fundamentalist right, by the way. I don't cut off anyone in my life. I have lots of conservative family. I would never cut them off. I'm very close to my neighbor who is a dogged libertarian.
Yeah, but the exception doesn't make the rule.
No,
We're talking in general.
This is my argument, right? There are loud, squeaky wheels that we need to do on the left a better job of policing. It is better if the left goes, hold on, that's crazy. Okay, we don't agree with this. The left's problem is that we don't kick out our extreme left, not that the extreme left represents the broad group. The problem with the left is...
One, this isn't even true. Two, how do you reconcile this position with saying that the left purity tests too much? We're not open to ideological diversity and differing viewpoints. And then in the next breath, you're saying we actually need to be more selective with the purity test and we need to kick out extremists, quote unquote, whatever that means.
Especially my side, is that we're kind of cowardly and soft and status quo. And so we don't speak up to our extreme
This
friends.
is just arguing to like shift the Overton window. It's not arguing against it's not a principled stance against like cancellation or not sending people out of your movements and canceling them or whatever.
Right, left, which is why like the far left progressives have so much more ability to speak, despite the fact that their like actual like functional policies are only like pretty weakly represented.
The reason why they're popular it's largely because it's younger people, or the extent to which you have visibility of older people like Bernie in the mainstream. It's because they understand how to reach young people and they understand social media. That's why.
Within the Democratic Party, the Biden-Obama party is the strong party.
But no, the progressive, like, I'm saying fringe in the sense that they are by definition a minority voice in the Democratic Party. There are far more blue dog Dems and establishment, centrist, corporate, whatever you want to say, Democrats in the Democratic Party, as opposed to the progressive faction. If you even look at like who counts on the progressive caucus, like Pete Buttigieg was in the progressive caucus or something like that. Right? Hold on. Wasn't Pete Buttigieg the progressive caucus? Like something like that. He had like self-identified as this. Wait. Oh. But my point is not Pete Buttigieg. My point is that there are no prerequisites to identify yourself as part of like being a progressive in the Democratic Party. You can literally be just pro-reform the ACA and not even like pro-Medicare for all. Like Kamala Harris is still considered by many to be a progressive, even though when you ask her about her policy positions at this point, she's not progressive anymore.
The Democrat Party.
So how do you define what left means? What does it mean to be on the left?
MLs and tankies, no one takes him seriously anyway. I mean, even that, it doesn't even seem like that's who she is talking about. If you want to talk about a party that's been captured by the extremists, it's MAGA. Okay, 10 years ago, there was still, you had kind of this divergence between the establishment Republicans versus, or like Tea Party, which was like getting like MAGA adjacent, but the first iteration of it. And then you had MAGA. But at this point, Trump and the Republican Party is just, there are no moderates in the Republican Party. There's only different degrees and levels of fealty to Donald Trump himself, and it's all MAGA. That is a party that is captured not only, we just don't conceive of them as extreme anymore because it's the majority of the party, but that doesn't mean they don't hold extreme political positions.
I mean, it's like spectrumal, right? But like essentially you're probably going to be pro-welfare state. You're probably going to be pro like trans, gay, LGBTQ. So you're going to be like economically and socially left by and large.
So, but you use you use left in the definition. So pro-trans.
Sure. So yeah, when I use left.
Wait, I missed this. Sorry, I got distracted.
It's like spectrumal, right? But like essentially you're probably going to be pro-welfare state. You're probably going to be pro like trans, gay, LGBTQ. So you're going to be like economically and socially left by and large.
Why describe the left this way? If you are talking to a conservative audience, one, welfare is a dirty word. That's not how I would describe like universal and social programs to a right-leaning audience. And two, I also wouldn't say things like you believe that trans people exist. If you're trying to sell a more like left, at least liberal agenda. So, yeah, people that love the left is basically people that, you know, like trans people and they want social welfare. This is like a Republican's idea of a leftist to me, or like a liberal.
You use left in the definition. So pro-trans.
Sure. So yeah, when I use left in the definition, because I think we know, but like when I say socially left, it's usually like you're chill with gay people getting married. You don't really care if trans people exist.
What does that mean? You don't care if trans people exist?
Like you're probably going to support them transitioning, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Economic, left would be
That was so awkward. That was so awkward. Why did that happen?
people exist.
What does that mean? You don't care if trans people exist?
Like you're probably going to support them transitioning, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Economic left would be
That's horrible.
Pro social safety net, and you're probably going to be pro regulation of the market. Right? These are typically what we view as left policies.
What about?
Okay.
I mean,
She fleshed it out a little bit more. I can see that, but still,
there are people on the right that are trans
the libs want to kick trans out of the tent. That's coming.
themselves are pro adults being allowed to trans and do whatever they want. They're pro welfare state. They're moderate on abortion, but they're still called right.
Well, there's kind of two problems.
Can I also show the show chat replay? Let me see. Yes, I can.
One is that politics has devolved. I mean, I get called right by a lot of like further left people. I'm obviously not right. So if you want to have, the issue is I can talk to you about the far left and I can talk to you about the liberals and like the space that I'm a part of. And so whichever one you want me to like speak to, I can. In my group, I would say, I'm not sure. You're probably somewhere politically on the spectrum on like moderate, maybe shifting right. I don't know like all of your policies necessarily, but you'd probably be somewhere in the moderate like center space. But performatively, they're going to feel like you were demonstrably right-wing, particularly if your audience is demonstrably right-wing. The way that the far left would view that is that you're far right because they don't even think the Democrat Party is truly left.
Democrat Party. I mean, Tim Pool is far right. That's not just leftists having a weird perspective on things. That's them having an accurate assessment of what Tim Pool's politics are.
Let's start here. Like we're talking about young men wanting to adhere to reality. They're tired of being told there are 5 lights when there are 4. And the trans issue is a really great example. It relates to the broader political correctness, but you can't get your average left liberal, I mean both, even a member of Congress, to define woman.
Yeah.
If you're a young guy entering the political space and you see an interaction where a woman says to
The left won't even have the right wing's semantic debate with us that's asked in bad faith and is literally just pointless because the only definition they care about as far as it pertains to woman is whatever definition excludes trans women. That's what they're looking for with this.
woman in Congress, what is a woman? And well, I'm not a biologist. I can't answer that. You're a young guy going, what the fuck?
Wait, who said this? Also, young men are not watching congressional representatives, period.
Yeah.
If you're a young guy entering the political space and you see an interaction where a woman says to another woman in Congress, what is a woman? And well, I'm not a biologist. I can't answer that. You're a young guy going, what the fuck?
Sure.
Now, I think for young women, they're saying, don't.
No, you're not. I mean, okay. I shouldn't discount that there are people like that, but I also don't think people are watching this shit in the first place. I don't think that they're watching, because the most prominent example I can think of is who's the justice that Biden put on the court? Fuck, I can't think of her name. The black woman. She was asked that and she like gave like a clumsy answer, but she's also like, it's not really relevant to anything right now.
Like, I think women are motivated by social hierarchy and social order.
Ketanji Jackson, right? Brown Jackson.
Women are subject-oriented on average. Men are object-oriented on average. So that's why I think we get this divide. Young men say, that is insane. Whereas women say, you're speaking out against the group, against the collective.
Well, and it's a bit of a joke, too, to say, men are more rational. But it is true that men are more pragmatic. They're more based in logic and reason. And women
it was not a joke when he said men are objectively more rational.
Operate a little more emotionally. And so I think they're in fear of hurting the feelings. Like even, I've had discussions with like close, female friends of mine and we have, children and we're discussing things like this. And they're also afraid of.
Can anybody know what close female friends that American Nacho has? I need to get them on this live stream. Ask him what the fuck that is like.
What their children are going to grow up in, what their children are going to be taught, because the leaders of society can't even define, what things are based off of what you're saying.
Pure inconsistencies like.
Thank you for subscribing, OnlyFactX, and also for gifting a sub to Migs XDD.
10-year-olds can't get tattoos, but can get puberty blockers.
Right.
And so when you ask, like, what's the logic of not telling children they can't permanently alter their bodies when they're minors, except in this one instance. Additionally, you said that one of the things about being left is you're going to be okay with transition and things like this. Then you have the question from young guys and from people in general, why is this the one DSM-5 disorder that we affirm and the others we don't? And there's no answers for this.
Well, there's an answer. It's because transition seems to reduce suicidality by 60%.
False.
It's not false. This is like repeated on.
Define suicidality.
How did we get baited into a trans debate when we're talking about why we're leaving the left, society's attack on masculinity, what Democrats are doing wrong, why the right is so epic?
It's an attempts.
That's incorrect.
It's not incorrect. This is unquestionable.
Chase, what was the Supreme Court argument from the ACLU? Did you listen to that? The ACLU's lawyer said, in fact, it does not, to the Supreme Court. And so what we look at is, here's where I'm at. Don't know, don't care about whatever the DSM mental disorder is, be anorexia, bulimia, pica, don't care. What's the treatment? We find that the existing scientific research says that desistance rates, not detransition, desistance, where a child who is trans entering puberty simply desists from being trans, is greater than chance. Some estimates between 65 to 90%. Suicidal ideation is around 37 to 40% among people who do transition.
The thing is that within those desistance stats, they also take into account social factors. And there are times where trans youth report the reason why they revert back to their natal sex or whatever they were assigned at birth is literally because of social ostracizing or familial rejection. It's not because of a perspective shift in how they understand themselves, like he's suggesting it is.
That would imply there is a greater possibility to reduce suicidal ideation by not intervening with medical treatment. That's
and the other option is actually to affirm the birth-given gender. I tried to look up some studies for this, and I don't think there's ever been any studies done where they're specifically on people who have body dysmorphia or trans, ideology or whatever, and think they're another gender and are specifically on people who have body dysmorphia or trans, ideology or whatever.
People who have body dysmorphia or trans, ideology or whatever.
And think they're another gender and are trying to transition, being given the testosterone if they're male and estrogen if they're female. But there are studies that have been done that are given to patients who have depression. And I'm pretty sure there's a handful of studies that were double blind where they give them testosterone or estrogen.
Why I hate when they turn this into a debate about the stats when there could literally be a complete 100% scientific consensus, indisputable, unequivocal evidence saying that chemical transition helps alleviate gender dysphoria and is good for trans people, they would still oppose it because it's not a matter of a lack of data or anything like that. It's an ideological difference. That's it.
And
you have already decided you think trans people are icky, or you don't like the idea of transitioning, or you think it's unnatural, or it goes against your religion, whatever it is. There's no amount of science that could prove otherwise if that's where your starting point is.
Is their depression rates.
Sure. So this is where I want to go back to this timeline conversation, right? I'm not here interested in defending the crazy left. Most of my career was spent fighting them, right? I fought most of these people most of my career because I believe that if the left...
less than 20 minutes in, the crazy left were siding with these two dorks on this.
Left wants to represent anything. They need to have a strong back. They need to believe in something.
Why? The Tim Pool never disowns anybody on the right. American Nacho, I don't know anything about him or whatever. You think that he does... He talks shit about... the right, unless they're again violating purity tests.
And they need to kick.
But to the extent that any of these people are talking shit about the right, it's not because they've gone too far, you're crazy. That's not it.
Extremists, right?
It's because you disagree with me on this, pet issue or this frivolous thing, and you're wrong. That's it.
I think that the left failed to do that. The issue is that a lot of people are looking at the left and right, and they're looking 2016 to now, and they're not looking at, say, 2016 to 1970.
Yeah, but you would consider yourself to be probably in support of that position, right?
Which position?
About, gender affirming care.
It depends on what you mean when you say gender
for children
care.
Specifically.
By and large, I'm pretty skeptical about the process by which we properly evaluate children.
Generally support it, though, right?
If it's managed better, right now I think it's too experimental. I think it's
right wing.
But you separate yourself from the left, the extreme left.
So no, it's funny how earlier she defined the left as being generally supportive of trans people, but I guess that didn't mean trans youth. So by her own definition, is she really even on the left or liberal?
More of a lay person, sort of on the right. I mean, that's extreme left to me.
What I mean,
it's even considering.
I don't even think you've gotten to what I'm saying though. Right? The issue is that we can talk about the far left, and I'm probably just going to agree with you that there's a lot of crazies. The timeline conversation that we need to have is we need to remember what it was like from 1990 to 2016 when the right had a lot of strong cultural war. I remember growing up in a very conservative idea where evolution was viewed as evil and bad and anti-everything. When this is an anti-science perspective that was dominant on the right, and it feels like we've forgotten about this. I grew up in a school where parents were advocating to remove any mention of evolution, any mention of adaptions over time. They just wanted to basically cut out a large portion of biological science. And so while I agree that the left won the culture war in 2016, well, they canceled their opponents off of it mostly, and they did...
Wait, what?
Basically cut out a large portion of biological science. And so while I agree that the left won the culture war in 2016, well, they canceled their...
The left won the culture war in 2016, even though Trump came into office? I guess you're saying because there was so much opposition to Trump because he was very, very polarizing that's why that won over?
opponents off of it mostly. And
But generally speaking, I mean, the left, the liberals have always had more cultural power, but they have none of the political power. And the right has all of the political power, but almost none of the cultural.
did a lot of bad stuff. And they went too far. I would just agree with that. The issue is that I'm still fundamentally left because my principles and my policies fall left. And I believe in a party, whatever party it is, that stands up for those things that I value.
Which specific, like, so outside of the crazy left stuff, what particularly would you look for in a party?
Strong institutions.
It's too experimental. It needs to be managed better. Even conceding that point, how do you develop better management protocols? Well, she didn't say. She just said it shouldn't be supported because it's too experimental.
Like, what does that mean?
Strong institutions means...
Which, if the reason that you're opposing it is because it's too experimental, that is usually not the basis for which we discontinue different, like, types of medical interventions altogether. It's usually if it's like found to be deleterious or harmful or not effective.
Institutions that are effective, that are power balanced, and are reactive with speed.
What does this mean, like the FBI or the Federal Reserve? Like, what institutions do you mean?
Most of them. So, like, most of the institutions that I think that we've erected are by and large pretty good. I think there's good reason for them, though I don't know all
the FBI.
Sure, but I don't know, like, all of the history for it. I'm willing to basically grant that I'm not smarter than, like, 200 years.
Why not ask, like, Tim Pool, like, I'm not saying I support everything that the FBI is doing or has ever done, but if your position is, like, fundamentally we need to have an FBI, there's no way around it, do you disagree? Throw it back to him and see, like, okay, you have criticisms of the FBI. Are you pro-abolishing the FBI? No. Why are you looking at me like I'm fucking crazy?
Of American institutional development to just assume that I know better than the FBI necessarily, right?
No, I'm not trying to, it's not a gotcha. I mean, like, when you say the institutions, does it mean universities? Does it mean the post?
Universities, healthcare, the three branches of the government, the central banking, the
central banking, wow.
Yeah, the NGO that exists to kind of like counterbalance and third-party check certain things. So when
ask questions, make him answer shit. You're just sitting there like being led around by like answering all of the questions that he throws at you. They're all bait questions. They're not genuine lines of inquisition. They're just trying to give you enough rope to hang yourself with. You have to be far more like forward and aggressive.
When I talk about the institutions, I'm talking broadly about most of the institutions. The CDC,
but I think you recognize many of them grow corrupt over.
Because to the extent, how much things you have to concede to come off as like reasonable to these people is effectively the whole position. So trying to sit there and answer their questions and be like, but I'm not the crazy left. I'm not that one. I'm the one good liberal or whatever. Why?
Long period of time, right?
So you will basically have to have a conservative position or concede everything to them in order to not appear that way. Short of that, you just have to accept, like, yeah, we have fundamental disagreements. That's what we're here to discuss. And I'm not going to shy away from those disagreements. My way of doing things is better. And in some instances, not compatible with your shitty worldview. And I'm fine with that. And I don't want your worldview.
Would be my counter. On the left, we say strong institutions, and the problem is that I think a lot of them have become rigid. And I don't know if you know much about metalsmithing, but there's this idea when you're building swords, for example, you need to have a strong sword. It needs to be both flexible and strong. So if it's too hard and not flexible, it'll break, right? And if it's too flexible but not hard enough, it'll bend. And so when I say strong institutions, I mean basically the properly crafted sword.
Like, you have to tie it back to, like, I'm for strong institutions because right now I'm watching MAGA and his cronies and the administration pretty much gut the administrative state that millions of Americans rely upon, and I'm not cool with that. You have to tie it back to something tangible and something happening right now and how the right is not meeting the moment, even though they technically have a popular mandate in this country.
It needs to be flexible enough to react to stuff, which I think proceduralism has killed their flexibility, but it needs to be strong enough to withstand people who might want to attack
Okay,
them.
Proceduralism has destroyed our flexibility. Where did that proceduralism come from? That's another word for red tape. Where did the red tape come from? Did it come from far left, crazy, blue-haired Starbucks baristas, trans ideological activists, or did it come from capitalists and moneyed interests that are in the pockets of politicians? I think I know what my answer is.
The Constitution, people who might want to be corrupt, which most people that enter politics are probably somewhat corrupt to some degree, right? It needs to be able to withstand these things with the assumption of what incentive structures do to human nature.
So who did you vote for in 2024?
I'm not American, so.
Oh, you're not American?
No.
Oh, you Canadian?
I'm Canadian.
All these Canadians come to our country trying to influence our politics.
Yeah,
true.
To do.
Okay, who'd you vote for in Canada? Trudeau?
I didn't vote in this last election because I haven't been in the country for like almost 2 years.
Okay. Yeah. So
Before that was Aaron O'Toole, who's a conservative. Before that was NDP.
You voted for a conservative?
Yep, I vote all. In Canada, we don't have this like.
Yeah, you vote for a party, don't you?
Wait, what?
I'm not American, so.
Oh, you're not American?
No.
Oh, you Canadian?
I'm Canadian.
All these Canadians coming to our country trying to influence our politics.
Yeah,
Weren't different.
true.
To do.
If Tim Pool doesn't perform a citizen's arrest right now, he loses all credibility because he was totally fine with people being arrested, jailed, detained, fucking deported for expressing political opinions when they were merely legal residents. So do it now or you lose all credibility in my mind.
Who'd you vote for in Canada, Trudeau?
I didn't vote in this last election because I haven't been in the country for like almost 2 years.
Okay. Yeah. So
Before that was Aaron O'Toole, who's a conservative. Before that was NDP.
you voted for a conservative?
Yep, I vote all. In Canada,
She voted for Aaron O'Toole against Trudeau, but is on the left.
we don't have this like.
Yeah, you vote for a party, don't you?
Well, we have like 6, right?
It's a parliamentary system.
It's culturally baked in that like if you're a conservative, you're always conservative and forever conservative. Like most people in Canada will vote like maybe NDP locally at a provincial level. They might vote like Liberal, and then at a federal.
Are there any Canadians in my chat? Can they verify this? Is this true? Are Canadians this ideologically incoherent that they're voting, but they're voting for a conservative, then the Liberal Party, and then the left, like Labour Party?
Level they might vote
At different levels of government.
That's pretty standard in
That
Canada.
doesn't make sense to me. I'm just getting frustrated because everything she's saying is too broad and unimpenetrable. Tim has asked for specificity and she's unable to give any. No one is going to argue against the idea that corrupt politicians are bad. It's too nebulous. I agree. It's too esoteric and it's not tied to anything specific.
I don't know.
So U.S. wise, you would probably still find yourself aligned with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, theoretically, if I had been able to vote and I was American, I probably would have voted.
This is what I can't understand. I mean, by all means, criticize the Trump administration, whatever. I don't care. The Obama administration, I'm not going to speak to anyone before when I like Bill Clinton. I can say very little about. I was a child, but I can say that Bush sucked and violated the Constitution. Obama sucked, violated the Constitution, and we can go into great detail how.
Let's see if he brings up that kid that was killed in a drone strike by Obama. Something Alalaki. He always brings this kid up.
And Joe Biden and his administration was probably the most egregious violation of constitutional norms in our institutions that I've ever seen in my life.
Sure, and then now we have like 2024 Trump.
What? Why concede that? That's not even true.
Joe Biden and his administration was probably the most egregious violation of constitutional norms in our institutions that I've ever seen in my life.
Sure, and then now we have.
But sure, that's not true. That's not true. We're seeing that happen right now under a Republican administration. That's not true. Why not push back on that? Why would you ever concede that? The right, you wouldn't go, oh, okay, what? Because these people have a laundry list of complaints about Joe Biden. You would say, no, I don't think so. That's happening right now because of Trump, and he's doing A, B, C, D, E, F. Like, you start listing like crazy and let them engage with one of them and explain how it's somehow more authoritarian what Biden did, like related to student debt relief, which is probably going to be an example if it ever comes up, versus what Trump's doing now, eroding due process and suspending habeas corpus.
Trump, who I would argue is like also violating the Constitution, like pretty openly. And so I guess my question to you would be, I don't really want to participate in any of this. First of all, if I was an American, I'd be voting in my midterms and my primaries and my locals, right? Not just my federal, which most people don't even do. Most people that complain about their politics don't even vote at their primaries, which is how you get the nuance in your own party. If you're mad, like that's what I say to leftists, if you're mad that the Democrats don't represent you.
Yeah, but there's also a reason why people do that, and it's because there are voter laws that make it difficult for people to vote. It's usually not even a matter of like, oh, the periods aren't long enough, because there will be like early voting in some areas, but there's states that are increasing like voter ID laws, or they make it so you have to already be affiliated formally with a party, either Republican or Democrat, to participate in the primary. So they're disenfranchising independent voters from being in the primary, which is how a lot of Americans conceive of themselves to begin with. So another reason why people don't vote in the primaries is because they know, or maybe they don't even know, but even if they wanted to, they'll show up and they'll be like, oh, I'm here to vote in the Democratic primary in this particular race. If they're a registered independent, they won't be allowed to vote in some territories. And then it's like, oh, well, can I just switch my affiliation so I can do it today? Oh, sorry, you needed to do that 6 weeks ago. That was a cutoff.
In your primaries, if you're not voting.
So it's like partially apathy, but it's also rational, and it's also rational because of the amount of restrictions that exist. That's like a feature, not a bug.
In your primaries, you'll never get represented at a federal level. Like, what are you even talking about?
What are they? There's a word for this when someone believes in voting to change things. The left uses. I forgot what it was.
Probably a stupid.
What the hell did radio do? Just read your title. What the fuck? I haven't gotten to that yet. Tom York posted like a post on Instagram about like Israel Palestine, and he's getting a bunch of shit.
Liberal.
It's like no, it's like voting to change.
Not voting in your primaries, you'll never get represented at a federal level. Like, what are you even talking about?
What are they? There's a word for this when someone believes in voting to change things. The left uses. I forgot what it was.
Like,
probably a stupid liberal.
It's like no, it's like votarian.
Wait, what? Why would you? I don't understand why you go on the show to like. If you're a liberal yourself, because she's not like a leftist, why would you make that joke?
Or like it's some word like that, voterist or something. A person who believes that
Like electoralism. He's probably talking about electoralism, even though if you actually look up the definition of electoralism, the way that it's used in online spaces, the way even I use it is not really what it means. But
voting will change a system.
I believe in democracy, right? And
Okay.
I think democracy is the best system we've arrived at thus far. Not because I think democracy is a fundamental good or capitalism. I think that they are two systems that we have created that take incentive structures that almost make people always do bad shit, power, money, greed. And it has, with those incentive structures, made the best country with the most human rights and the most flourishing in all of human history.
But we aren't a democracy.
We
press X to doubt, but okay.
are a democracy.
The United States is a constitutional republic with
I hope she does not get baited into this stupid fucking argument.
democratically elected representatives.
Do you know why the founders said a constitutional republic? Because a liberal democracy wasn't a term that was invented yet.
Liberal democracy is like a semantic term historically to represent countries that function with some kind of
Exactly, a semantic term. It's not a thing that's worth interrogating. You know what the fuck she means when she says democracy.
electoral
So is a
representative.
constitutional republic.
A government by the people, for the people.
If you look back at the constitutional republic and what they describe,
And if you're taxed, you're voting, you get a say and representation. That's what she's fucking talking
it
about.
became what we know now as a liberal democracy. The reason that the founding fathers, like Hamilton and Madison, who are the people writing on this in the like original letters, the reason that they explicitly talk about not using the word democracy is because when they think of democracy, they thought of the Greeks.
There's no point in giving this like diatribe or like history lesson to people that one, they did not arrive at the, we're a constitutional republic thing because they actually engaged with what the founders said and tried to understand the intent behind the framers of the Constitution and what they were meaning or whatever. It's just a diversion. It doesn't
And they're
matter.
like, well, we don't want some like crazy, like just vote by population democracy. We don't like that thing. We want something that is more like essentially what we have now, which is a liberal democracy.
Republicanism.
Yeah, what
Various jurisdictions who send an elected representative to go and represent the interests of the area.
Sure. The issue is that like we just do have a democracy. Like we're fundamentally, if in every way we're functioning as a democracy, we're acting as a democracy, we're voting, then like at some point we have to call the duck a duck. Like it feels
Except
like
Congress does not enact policy based on the will of the people. That's a fact. It's usually the will of the wealthy and the elite, which is what the founding fathers intended, which is why the 17th Amendment got ratified.
Which is why I supported a billionaire to run the party in the country.
1900s, because the original idea of how senators were sent to Congress at the federal level was that your state reps would
Moneyed interest in elections and influencing government and policy. A thing that the right is just known to be against, of course, principally.
choose to represent the state. So you would vote for a state rep who would then, in their own council, say,
The framers were oligarchs who wanted oligarchs to have power. LOL. I know. That's the other thing. Like, I also find this argument stupid because I'm not a constitutionalist or whatever. In fact, I would love to go on these shows and be like, yeah, the Constitution sucks. There's a reason why Trump is getting the base. Like, part of the reason why Trump can get the base to cheer on everything that he's doing is that it, like, most Americans, when you pull them, they don't think that Congress functions. They barely understand how it works. They think, and that's partially valid because there are so many veto points in the Constitution to stop there being massive change really in any direction. It's very, very conservative in like the traditional sense of the word in that respect, that it's impossible to get anything done. That's by design.
say, we want our state senator to be that.
They feared the average person and like mass movements of poor people in particular having and exercising a great deal of political power.
Over there, and no one had a say in it. So in the early 1900s, they were like, hey, the problem is they're sending cronies, so we're going to change this. And I don't actually agree. I think they did it because it allowed the subversion of state choice, state authority. But the general idea among the founding fathers was that we needed, quote, better men to decide for the public, not a democracy.
We have a branch of government called Doge. It's meant to save money and spending more money than it's saving. The U.S. is clearly in good hands. And this is, I bet if you poll Republicans on what they think about Doge, they love it. They love it because they found a way to get their agenda done. And it's this secret little life hack called just ignore the Constitution, ignore checks and balances, ignore the rule of law, just do whatever you want. And I think people are willing to sometimes pretty much embrace authoritarianism because they see the gridlock that exists between Republicans and Democrats. They resent it, especially when they see that their party occupies all three levels of government, and they're totally fine with their leaders in charge doing whatever it takes to get their agenda done, even if it means breaking the rules or breaking the laws, because they see it as not working, or they see it as dysfunctional or only benefiting the wrong people.
Democracy.
Which in some way is obviously anti-democratic, but in another way, I think it's reasonable for people to not like Congress and the Senate and the way that things are set up to pass legislation.
This is why you have the Electoral College in the first place. This is why I tell people vote in your primaries. But this is
they're using it to claim efficiency, but they're pushing their hidden agenda. Yeah, for sure. They're just gutting everything that they possibly can.
a democracy, right? Just because you vote for an elected and then that elected gets to make decisions on your behalf. This is still fundamentally, in every way, democracy, right? The function of a democracy.
Yeah, it's a representative democracy. It's not wrong.
Is that the will of the people transfer their authority and their power to an elect who then speaks for them. And we can talk about whether or not the people who speak for them do a good enough job. You and I would probably agree a lot because I'm very critical of it.
Do you think in the past 100 years, the U.S. government has actually enacted policies at the will of the American people?
By and large, yes.
I think the data shows us that the answer is no, they don't.
I'm going to watch the chat for it to be like, lol, no, they don't.
There was the Plutonomy article from Citibank 14 years ago where Citibank drafted this.
Oh, we all know. We're all familiar with this, right? The Plutonomy article from 14 years ago on Citibank. Y'all know what he's talking about.
With a bunch of financial interests saying the United States is not a democracy. It is a plutonomy where the wealthy control the political class and the political class enacts the interests of the wealthy.
Okay, wait. Citibank 14 years ago,
where
right?
Citibank drafted this internal paper to be shared with a bunch of financial interests saying the United States is not a democracy. It is a plutonomy where the wealthy control the political class and the political class enacts the interests of the wealthy elite. I think that's actually fascinating because I would assume the left position is largely that, yeah, politicians don't represent our interests. They represent the lobbyists, the corporations.
This is because you were mixing me up with like far left people.
I'm not mixing you up. I'm saying it's interesting that you would assert that when the left liberal, Occupy Wall Street, the moderate, largely view corporations as unduly influencing our political system.
I think most people would agree, though. Like, the issue is that this is my...
Lady, how old are you? 15? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, then tell me where I'm wrong, Kristen. Give it to me in chat.
With leftists too, just because
hold me accountable.
It doesn't mean that the like that democracy isn't occurring necessarily. We can definitely say corruption is happening and there's something that needs to be done about it. But essentially, my question would be, what's the alternative?
Wait, so now he's saying it's not a democracy? Yeah, he went from like saying it's a constitutional republic to saying actually it's not a democracy at all.
Do you want America not to be a democracy?
Well, I guess the issue is how you define the phrase democracy, right?
Do you want to take away people's right to vote?
Again, all people everywhere all the time. Do we want to put certain restrictions on?
When interests want something, there's a 30% chance they get it. Comparatively, when the public will want something that is on average unrelated to policy outcomes, there's a paper at Simple talking about. I realize what paper he's talking about, and that study has a lot of limitations, and people misrepresent it to say that like nothing popular has ever been passed or occurred over the last like several decades or whatever, and it's misleading the way that he's framing it.
On voting? Do we want to open up voting to
I'm asking you. I genuinely, I don't know your position.
Right. So when you say, do you want to take away people's right to vote?
I think Kristen's addressing the lady on Timcast. Oh, if you're addressing Kyla, okay, fine.
What's going to happen is there's going to be a semantic manipulation on the left where they say people means everyone. And then what you'll get on the right is something like they'll reference Starship Troopers, service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah,
right, where it's like when you allow people who are not citizens to vote, which some jurisdictions are doing, like in California, New York, they're trying, you are going to get a representation of non-citizens and...
Wait, what?
Yeah,
right, where it's like when you allow people who are not citizens to vote, which some jurisdictions are doing, like in California, New York, they're trying, you are going...
Okay, what he's talking about is that there are areas that at a local level, people that are like residents of the United States are granted permission to vote in certain local elections. That's what he's talking about. But he gives the impression that, one, this is a widespread thing, and two, that they're being allowed to vote in like state and federal elections, even though they're not permanent residents of the United States yet.
Going to get a representation of non-citizens, and what are the non-citizens going to vote for? They're going to...
Did she just call Starship Troopers base like the fascist state? I think she was joking, but yeah.
Vote for their families back home. Why wouldn't they? I expect them to vote for their families, right?
Sure. And I would agree that there should be like some limits on who gets to vote, right? This is why I think citizenship is a really good standard by which who gets to vote, right? There's also even a good question like, should expats get to vote? If you haven't been in the country for 30 years, even though you're still a citizen, what's your like...
You pay taxes.
You pay taxes, yeah. Americans do. Expat Americans do. Canadian... Should I be voting as a Canadian if I haven't been in my country for like 20 years because we don't have to pay taxes to Canada? I don't know the answer to this, right? So I'm willing to grant that there should be limitations to who votes. My question to you is still...
We need more limitations on who's allowed to vote? Why? It's already enough. We should be getting rid of limitations on voting. We should be making it easier for people to vote. We should be making it easier and giving people a federal holiday on election day.
Essentially, are you opposed to America being a democracy?
They're like talking about edge cases where there's like examples of voter fraud, but there is no evidence that there's widespread voter fraud fucking anywhere, and yet they use this tiny minority of inconsistencies to justify cracking, like making it harder for people to exercise their civic liberties.
Again, it depends on what you mean by democracy.
A transfer of the people of power to an elected official who then does their will.
I love it.
I don't even know how we got onto this. It was like, it's such a stupid back and forth.
Yeah.
What do you want that to look like?
Not like it looks now, to be completely honest.
That's fine, but what do you want it to look like?
Yeah, like a person goes for the people, has a conversation over what the representative bloc.
Yeah, okay. Finally, I make him articulate something that he's clearly not well versed in. Because he has his like line about what the difference between a constitutional republic and democracy is. But this is like, okay, what does your democracy look like, dude?
Wants to see happen in their various political structures, be it at the state level.
Like, y'all ever heard, what is it? If you ask a libertarian enough questions, they'll eventually like describe a state as far as what they want to see in a society. The same thing here. He'll say that he doesn't like the way that our democracy functions, and in fact, it's not a democracy at all. It's a constitutional republic. But if you ask him, okay, you outline and describe your ideal system, then what should we replace this with? He's already starting to describe representative democracy, which we have.
Local.
That's fine, but what do you want it to look like?
Yeah, like a person goes for the people, has a conversation over what the representative bloc wants to see happen.
Okay, campaigning, polling in your area, like AKA what representatives from Congress do in their districts already.
In their various political structures, be it at the state level, local, city, or otherwise.
Sure.
Those individuals go and then enact the will of their voter base and to the best interest they possibly could.
Okay, go enact the will of their voter base. So they go to Congress and they advocate on their behalf, like in a fucking representative democracy that we have.
Stop at the NGOs and the lobbyists and all that
Agreed.
stuff. Yeah.
Yep. And not having luxury steak dinners or being flown on private jets or going on boats and all that stuff.
Sure. Okay. So we should get money out of politics, like by and large.
Agreed.
Okay. So I would totally agree with you. Like carry committees are the worst thing ever that happened. And the problem is that now we have a Molluck's game, right? This is the big issue with politics is that and this is my biggest criticism of the carry committee, is that essentially just to make sure everyone is aware of like what a carry committee is and stuff like that.
Not aware.
Okay, just want to make sure. And it's fine. You don't need to know esoteric words. It's not a gotcha. So a carry committee is essentially what we call like a super
I was going to say it's like a type of PAC.
It's usually going to be a combination of sometimes it'll be a nonprofit or a charity, a C4 and a C3. And sometimes there'll be some other little fun things thrown in there. But that's essentially what it is. And this combination of things allows infinite donations, most of them, which can be hidden into who does it because they would be a C3, right? Which means that they're bipartisan. And then they usually are not bipartisan. And this is true on both sides, just so it's clear. Both sides are doing this. So carry committees get introduced. And the problem now is that if you want to run for federal office ever, good luck without a carry committee. You must participate in the evil thing that you despise, because if you don't, you will be limited in how much money you can raise. And the reality is that money does make elections work, which is gross, but how are you going to get your ads out? How are you going to pay for your tour? How are you going to pay for your staffers? How are you going to pay for your flyers, right? So money has to be infused to some degree in a democracy.
There's no way not to do it.
Exactly.
Not true. Not true. A gentleman named Karl Marx had some alternative theories, but that aside, you don't need money in a democracy. You don't need campaign financing this way. There are existing proposals from legislators in office now that have talked about having public funding of elections.
And so you're going to get your ads out.
Like what she's describing is a thing that's endemic to the way that the system is currently set up. Yes, you'll basically be kneecapping yourself if you don't accept money and donations from interest groups, wealthy donors, etc., because it's really hard to like compete with your candidate and get off the ground. However, it doesn't have to be this way, and she just made it seem like this is a state of nature, like a law of nature that can't be disrupted or altered.
How are you going to pay for your tour? How are you going to pay for your staffers? How are you going to pay for your flyers, right? So money has to be infused to some degree in a democracy.
There's no way not to do it.
Public funded campaigns. Bernie did well. Oh, yeah, like you pretty much, I think every single voter is given these vouchers that contain a particular amount of money that they're allowed to spend in an election season. And you can decide, it's typically around like $600, I think is sometimes like what the proposal amount is. And you can direct that money towards any candidate that you choose. And you can split it anyway. So if you want to throw it all behind, like you were a Biden voter in 2020 and you wanted to throw all of it behind Biden, you would be allowed to do that. If you wanted to split it between certain state level elections and also to federal elections, you could do that as well.
Exactly. And so then this issue goes, okay, well, if everyone, even if they want
Also, a legally limited campaign time period would chop down the cost of campaigning. Yes, it's also why the United States is like, it's why it felt like Trump was campaigning for like, because he was for practically 2 years. That is pretty much the length that you need your campaign to be, especially if you want to run for like a federal office in the United States, because one, we're a vast country with hundreds of millions of people. You need to get name recognition out there. And the way to do that is to start campaigning early so you can start ground game in meeting constituents in different swing states, etc., doing TV ads, social media ads, getting on news networks, talking about what your platform is going to be, preparing for debates. But in other countries, it's not like this. They literally restrict it to like just a couple of weeks, and that's it. They're not legally allowed to campaign outside of that, which is why you have all of these. It just feels like we're always like another election season's around the corner.
Want to play the game, even if we've got Jesus. Okay, Jesus comes down and he's going to become a politician, which I would argue he would never do. But say he does,
I'd vote for him.
Jesus, me too. I would vote.
Yeah, me too.
I would vote the fuck for Jesus. Okay. The question is, Jesus also will have to have a carry committee. This is the Moloch's game, where essentially once the bad thing is in play, if you don't participate, you don't get to play at all. And so now we have this issue where we already have a bad thing, in this case, just the carry committee, and both sides have to participate. And the issue is now there's no incentive to get rid of it because nobody's going to canvass and like promote themselves on saying I'm anti-carry committee, because if they do,
Okay, but they don't say that they're anti-carry committee. They say that there's money, they're anti-money in politics, and we have the people that she was deriding as the fringe voice in the Democratic Party. Those are the people that aren't beholden to capital. Those are the people that have elections that are actually the product of small donations from their constituents or nationally, because they refuse super PAC money. Because they've also realized, oh, look, this is a thing that's possible. It's actually possible. And like people are more interested in your campaign when you make it a point to say, I'm not going to accept any corporate money. And that's why I need your help, because there's a direct stake in you're more likely to want to elect those candidates in these areas because people trust them more. People see that, oh, they need my money, so they actually have to listen to me instead of begging a donor for it, who they're probably going to listen to if they actually got the money from that person.
At no funding.
So, isn't this kind of part of the problem though? Like, if we're trying to figure out why men are leaving the left, you know, we're not able to have a conversation like this with most people on the left, to be honest. The people that, and currently there's no evidence that shows that the Democratic Party is interested in having people like that represent them. The people that they're supporting, the Parkers, the Harry.
Wait, what?
To be honest, the people that, and currently there's no evidence that shows that the Democratic Party is interested in having people like that represent them. The people that they're supporting.
Democratic Party is literally the only of the two major parties that has any representatives that have shown any fucking interest. Do we think she's going to call this out? She didn't know that there are already currently there are people in Congress that don't take any PAC money. They're completely beholden to their constituents, and they're actively doing this and pushing for reform.
The Parkers, the Harry Sissons, the Deans, all that stuff. And then this just recently, they put up that.
I'm sorry, we have to go back. I don't even know why he brought those kids up. What?
In having people like that represent them. The people that they're supporting, the Parkers, the Harry Sissons, the Deans, all that stuff. And then this just recently.
I mean, is there evidence that Dean and what is it that they do it because they get checks from the fucking DNC? They're not just doing it for social media clout and for the love of the game.
They put up that lady Olivia Giuliani or whatever that was going around on X. There's no evidence that they're even willing to concede on any of their positions.
Let me tell you. So we did a live event for the show, and we're planning a series of live shows. That was a pilot. We're trying to figure out how it works. I can tweet who wants to come and debate on the culture war, and on the right, you'll get 500,000 responses. I'll get a text from Charlie Kirk saying, I'd love to find some dates that work. On the left, they say, contact my agent, and we'll give you our rates. Then if a few people I'll give credit to, the Krasensteins, as much as, there's contention between our opinions.
They're fun to make fun of.
Absolutely. But I respect that they've come on the show. They've said, let us know when you have dates. We'd love to be a part of the conversation. And very few people want to do these things. And so that makes it impossible. I think the reason why is the fear that if you define.
Wait, but did he reach out to her? Or did she reach out to him or whatever? Like, I don't even know how she got on this show, but the idea that like, oh, there's a lack of leftists that want to come on the show. It's like, one, why do you think? I've not been on Timcast, but I've been on all of these different shows, and whether it's Fresh and Fit, whether it's whatever, whether it's Saucecast, what's the first thing they do? They confiscate your phone. They don't want you to have any access to technology when you're debating them, but of course they can have their phone. They have their producer pulling things up. Tim Pool literally has like 2 monitors in front of him, and I don't think and he could search up whatever the fuck he wants. So yeah, leftists don't want to go in and do like 1v2s or 3s. I'm not surprised. And also, they're not going to have their fucking technology.
By the orthodoxy, you'll be excommunicated.
Yep, their right Dean is fully audience captured. I mean, his friend Harry.
Like, you think Dean Withers wouldn't go on this show? Really? Do you think Parker wouldn't go on the show? Really? If these people aren't on these shows, I assume it's because they don't want them on these shows.
Canceled on us.
It's crazy.
I'm sure he did, right?
Yeah, he got scared.
They all do though. That's what I was gonna bring up too in regard to all of them. It's like
Dean debated like Nick Fuentes, so he probably doesn't have opposition to fucking debating Tim.
I think a big problem too is that this new TikTok culture, like you're saying, has them audience captured. And what is the audience on TikTok?
Wait, she doesn't like Dean? LOL. Wait, I didn't get that impression. Hold on. What'd she say?
You'll be excommunicated.
Yep, their right Dean is fully audience captured. I mean, his friend Harry Sisson.
Canceled on us.
It's crazy.
I'm sure he did, right?
Yeah, he got scared.
They all do though. That's what I was.
Because like she's saying that like Dean is audience captured because of Harry Sisson thing. That's true though. That he like dropped him like a fucking hot potato as soon as he got embroiled in the scandal of Check's Notes sexing multiple women on Snapchat or something like that. So like scummy fuckboy behavior or whatever, but not something that you need to entirely cut ties with unless you're being incredibly cautious.
That's what I was going to bring up too in regard to all of them. It's like I think a big problem too is that this new TikTok culture, like you're saying, has them audience captured. And what is the audience on TikTok? TikTok is largely designed for women.
It's probably also because of the more recent Unfuck America thing. Oh yeah, like this woman was accused of like doing a microaggression in a TikTok live or something like that, and they also distanced themselves from her.
Left leaning.
It's a lot of female users, more than like any other app, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, anytime I defend feminism, I do well. Anytime I defend men, not so good.
So I mean, these platforms are shaping these young influencers, and then they're terrified to go anywhere without their mute button.
Sure, but there's like,
right.
TikTok is a hell of a problem to get into, right? So you got to talk about like China and all these other like blah 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 blah. This goes back to my timeline, right? Which is essentially,
I was about to say, defend the TikTok ban.
For me to say, do I think the left fucked up by letting the progressives win the culture war? Yes, I think they did, because I don't think the progressives actually represent most people. And now, unfortunately, they've convinced a bunch of young, stupid kids that they do. And so a bunch of kids put like a black box in their Instagram to pretend that they care about black people, but they still find like the unk biking down the highway with like loud music annoying and stuff like that, right? Like in all ways, there's this performance that I think has ransacked the left in a way that I think is repugnant. The issue is that
Has there been a single criticism of the right wing or MAGA at any point at all during this?
The real question is, why be left? And the reason that I'm left is because when I go all the way back and I look at the systems that I believe in, I fundamentally keep falling left. I just fundamentally do. And so then the only question is, I guess I have to fight for what I believe in within the group, right?
My opinion is that the most logical, rational place for you to be would be voting for Donald Trump, and you're choosing not to, and you're just coming up with reasons why it can sound like you're still part of that tribe.
Nope, because I don't believe in what I think Trump advocates for. Like, I fundamentally think that Trump doesn't reflect my...
I mean, like, hell of a pitch there. Yeah, they fucking suck. I hate everything about them. I don't share any beliefs of theirs. We don't reach out to young men. We alienate people. Like, this total, like that's the way you're going to characterize it. And then it's like, but for MAGA, again, no harsh words for MAGA. It's like, oh, I just don't agree with him. Why?
My values.
So,
because like I'm all for criticizing Democrats or whatever, like, but in the conversation where it's like we're weighing the pros and cons of both parties or whatever, obviously Democrats are better than, like, fucking anything would be better than the Republican Party. So I would not emphasize the failures of the Democratic Party without making it abundantly clear that the Republican Party has all of those same issues and more.
You have in the Trump coalition RFK Jr., which is a predominantly left health worldview that was dominant for decades. That is, people criticize him on vaccine stuff, but he's been pro.
He's like the female Bill Maher. I am the enlightened lefty shtick. Yeah, the one good, the last liberal.
The whole time, even recommending the MMR vaccine, and no artificial food dyes. The health craze.
The unk riding a bike, listening to music was weird as hell. What is that? Is that like AAVE or is it Zoomer speak, or both, or what is it?
Was a left culture war my whole life until these past several years. The right started picking up these things because the left had abandoned it and started siding with weird corporate interests on foodstuffs.
Yeah, partisan hacks are bad.
Tulsi Gabbard is anti-military industrial complex,
foodstuffs,
anti-interventionist, and anti-regime change, which has been a position of the left my whole life. And so I look at Donald Trump and he says, we want a border.
Please, I know she's going to call him out for saying that Tulsi Gabbard is like a principled person, literally the most transparent grifter in the United States that has ascended to the Trump administration.
barrier. That was
I like she's gonna call that out, right? That's not just gonna go uncontested and unchallenged, right?
and Bernie Sanders' position even up to 2016. And so looking at what Donald Trump is offering, he's moderate on abortion to the chagrin of conservatives. He's got left coded anti-war, which is not left anymore. I don't know. Now they're pro-war.
Trump is not anti-war. Please push him on this.
Yes, pro-war with Ukraine. Donald Trump may be moderate right-wing on a lot of issues, and he's built a moderate left-wing.
Falling to my knees as I realized Trader was right that Canadians shouldn't talk about U.S. politics.
Coalition that says
this is not like changing my opinion of this of that so far.
Policy views. So it makes literally no sense in my opinion then for someone to be like, to defend the Constitution, we're going to support the Democrats, and I'm like, yeah, they arrested Trump's lawyers. That's unconstitutional.
Trump's not anti-war. Please just bring up one thing. Just bring up that he assassinated Soleimani. Please just bring it up and cause destabilization. Please come on. Please one bad thing that he did.
Like an egregious violation of institutions and norms in this country, and they did it in numerous states.
Or call out the fact that that a lawyer was arrested. If you commit crimes or you're credibly accused of a crime, it doesn't matter what your profession is. You can still be arrested. He's literally, or point out the fact that he thinks it's bad to go after lawyers. Wait till I tell you the Trump administration has gone after judges.
They falsely accused Trump of several crimes. They violated statute of limitations. Now you've got Letitia James falsely accusing Trump of mortgage fraud for paperwork he didn't even handle. And what I view as the divide between left and right, once again, going back to why.
How can we know it's false until it actually proceeds through a court of law and it's determined?
Leaving. On this, what I was saying to Bill Maher. You are left or right, not based on your policy views. You are left or right based on what you believe to be true. And Bill agreed, despite the fact that
those are not mutually exclusive.
As the divide between left and right, once again, going back to why young men are leaving. On this, what I was saying to Bill Maher. You are left or right, not based on your policy views. You are left or right based on what you believe to be true. And Bill agreed, despite the fact that
But what you believe to be true informs your policy views. She's going to point this out, right? That was a fucking stupid thing to say. It doesn't even belong on like a bumper sticker. It's so dumb. Please.
Believe different things. So, for instance, he said, yeah, Trump wasn't a Russian agent, but he was certainly working with the Russians, and he lied. And when I brought up the Ukraine scandal, he didn't know about it. He did not know that in 2017, Politico reported at the same time as they were accusing Trump of colluding with Russia, Ukraine and the Democrats were literally colluding to assist Hillary Clinton to win.
Yeah, what about you, big guy? What were you up to with the Russians?
Problems. We had Hunter Avalone on Timcast IRL. And when I pointed out that Joe Biden said, quote, if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting $1 billion, he immediately smirked and said, it never happened. And I played the video for him. And he was like, duh, no idea that it happened. So what I typically run into is liberals tend not to know what's going on in the world. And probably the reason why they're scared to.
So because Hunter Avalone made a mistake, I'm supposed to build some part of my worldview around this? What?
Do shows is because they default to, I didn't know that. And so we've even offered up certain friendly liberal personalities.
Wait, who defaults?
Default to, I didn't know the world. And probably the reason why they're scared to do shows is because they default to, I didn't know that. And so we've even...
Okay. I love how he frames people having humility and liberals in particular being willing to admit, oh yeah, that's not something I know about. It's not subject area expertise for me. I'm not going to comment on it. That's framed as a bad thing.
Offered up
instead of what, like lying like he does, making shit up, bullshitting to get your way through the end of the fucking conversation. Just pretend like you know something that you don't. Which is probably going to make you look like a bigger fool than if you had just admitted, oh, I didn't know about that.
Certain friendly liberal personalities, I'll leave their name out of it because I'm not going to try and drag them, who, dirtbag leftist types. They're anti-woke, but they're leftist politically. They cancel on us all the time because they know they're going to sit down and they're going to end up sounding like Alex Jones.
He makes it sound like he's invited like Chapo on or something like that, and they said no.
I'm going to pull up an article from the New York Times that says a Ukraine court ruled that they illegally interfered in the U.S. election to aid the Democrats, and they're going to have to reconcile with that and say, yes, that happened. But then when they go back to their Democrat circles, they're going to say, how dare you make that claim?
Well, I was actually like Yang.
It was a conspiracy of the Democrats in all of Europe to get that prosecutor fired. It was super hush-hush. Yeah, low-key.
Kind of guy leading up to the 2020 election. And something that turned me back towards Trump was, just like you're saying, I started seeing all these articles. A couple of them I think you covered on your show. Remember the one about there's a video of Trump. There may or may not be a video of Trump in an elevator.
Love that one, dude.
It's like the most bizarre headline I've ever heard. It's a great one. Then another one was... of course, the one you just went
over. Wait, really quick. What? Hold on.
Election to aid the Democrats, and they're going to have to reconcile with that and say, yes, that happened. But then when they go back to their Democrat circles, they're going to say, how dare you make that claim?
Well, I was actually heard in an elevator.
Love that one, dude.
It's like Democrat circles.
Headline I've ever heard. It's a great one. Then another one was, of course, the one you just went over with Adam Conover. That clip was going everywhere.
Look at this.
There were great people on both sides.
Come on. Huffington Post. A tape might exist of Trump doing something in an elevator. Though exactly where that somewhere is and what that something might be, no one in media can say. That's because no one in media seems to have seen the tape or is even confident it exists. Yo, Huffington Post.
This is a thing that happens. Here's my citation, a single tweet from 2018.
Literally wrote an article about Trump may or may not have done something that may have been recorded. We don't know if it was recorded. We don't know what it is.
No way. A corporate media outlet did a thing, made some filler article. Stop the fucking presses. Write another filler article about this.
And then another my top three. Those are my three favorite ones. That one, they were good people.
Or like, what is the point that we're building to? That criticism of Trump that the media highlights is exaggerated, is inflated, is biased against him.
Both sides, and then the Trump puts ketchup on his steak.
Right,
and that one hit home for me because I grew up like dirt poor. There's 8 kids in my family.
No way. He did not just say that. Hold on, wait.
My top three. Those are my three favorite ones. That one, they were good people on both sides, and then the Trump puts ketchup on his steak.
Right,
and that one hit home for me because.
Wait till I tell you that Fox News fucking ran a story about Obama putting mustard on a fucking hot dog. This is both sides. Both sides do this. Both sides of corporate media do this. They run stupid stories about politicians because they have a 24-hour news cycle to fill, so they fill it with whatever when they run out of things.
Because I grew up like dirt poor. There's 8 kids in my family.
Let's try this one.
I put ketchup on my steak because...
She will bring this up, right? She is going to bring it up, correct? That this is not unique, that all media trends towards sensationalism in 2025 and before.
We were eating cheap steak.
I'm actually going to make the bet you'll get it right. Did Donald Trump call white supremacists fine people?
I don't think so.
What did he say?
I can't.
Oh my God. No, this is the easiest one. Yes, he did. It doesn't matter that he said, except those people, when on both sides you had a side of anti-fascist activists, and then you had neo-Nazis, KKK members, right-wingers, Proud Boys, etc., the right dissidents of society, like 3%ers and Boogaloo Boys. And even though he said, except for those people, all of the people on that side were white supremacists, racists, etc.
Remember, my assumption is that it's clickbait.
Remember Coffee Cup Salute Gate? No, what's this?
Most things about Trump are
Joe Biden launched his 2020 campaign claiming that Donald Trump called white supremacists fine people, which he never did. It's fake. And the video...
What was the actual content? I don't know.
During Charlottesville, Trump said, I've seen the videos, and there were very fine people on both sides, and I am not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis because they should be condemned totally.
Gotcha.
And the entirety of the Democrat...
And the funny thing is that he's making fun of Adam Conover for this. Hold on. Snopes. Like, I literally still have it. Okay. No, Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. However, the accuracy of what Trump did claim, that there were very fine people on both sides of the 2017 Unite the Right debacle, is in question. So this was published June 20th, 2024. So, go away, Snopes. This was false. Context. In a news conference after the rally protesting the planned removal of a Confederate statue, Trump did say there were, quote, very fine people on both sides, referring to the protesters and the counter-protesters. He said in the same statement he wasn't talking about neo-Nazis and white nationalists, who he said should be condemned totally. So Tim Pool brought this up when he was talking to Adam Conover. But what he didn't do was scroll down just a little bit further and read this editor's note, which says, some readers have raised the objection that this fact check appears to assume Trump was correct in stating that there were very fine people on both sides of the Charlottesville incident. That is not the case. This fact check aimed to confirm what Trump actually said, not whether what he said was true or false. For the record, virtually every source that covered the Unite the Right rally, the Unite the Right debacle, concluded that it was conceived of, led by, and attended by white supremacists, and that therefore Trump's characterization was wrong. So this is their big gotcha? Are you serious? And they're getting away with it. They're fucking getting away with it on this show. It doesn't matter that he says, well, except for those people, when that side of the aisle in this fucking debacle exclusively was populated by those same people that he says he condemns totally. It was an incoherent statement.
Blind media apparatus cut off the back half of the quote and showed Trump saying very fine people on both sides, clip, and then showing white nationalists marching with tiki torches.
Gotcha.
And that was how Joe Biden launched his campaign. And this is why I say, I consider myself to be like moderately pro-choice. So where Democrats were with safe legal.
Love a man who's moderately pro-choice. Would love to know what that means. Do you think she will ask? Probably not. Let's continue.
I think abortion is wrong. I think it is a bad thing, but I also I don't know how you get to a governmental system where a woman has to get a court writ to be able to have any kind of medical procedure. The end result, of course, is this. I don't want to. You always got to rehash the abortion debate because people don't understand the nuance. But you end up with a system where it's like a woman goes to the doctor and they're like,
if only we had a standard called Roe v. Wade that literally had different points that it was acceptable for the government to weigh in on and start crafting regulations surrounding different trimesters of a pregnancy.
Heavens me.
Gee, wonder where that standard went.
You're having an emergency, insert something, we have to terminate the baby to save your life, like unrelated to pregnancy. And it's like, okay, let's try and get a speedy writ from a judge to confirm this.
Sure. So,
but the medical abortions has never really been a problem, though.
So my point is, the end.
Oh my God, this is the most insane shit. Completely out of touch, doesn't even fucking know or understand anything about abortion. Is gonna say
result is that you get people abusing the system. So this is the challenge in trying to find a compromise.
People abusing the system of getting an abortion, aka people exercising their right to a medical procedure that they had. Up until your boy came and repealed that because he installed a bunch of fucking right-wing, crazy Federalist Society Supreme Court judges. Yeah.
Compromise, but
you abusing the system is you daring to exercise your constitutional right to get an abortion in the first place. That's you abusing it.
Without rehashing the abortion debate, my point is the left's position is abortion up to 9 months for any reason, no matter what.
Well, if I could put
this is actually what I
real. Yes, correct.
Discuss.
True.
I would say if we had more programs to help after, I'd be fine with that too.
But look at Colorado.
Not to rehash.
Colorado removed all restriction on abortion up to 9 months.
Right, which is what Canada has as well, right?
Which is insane.
Well, the issue is that in Canada, that basically never happens as a result of it. Right?
Doesn't matter.
So
like, why legalize murder and then be like, yeah, but people don't get murdered, so we're going to legalize it? What?
Probably because this fundamentally should be more of a
because it's a medical procedure. It should be between patients and doctors, and that's it. And the government should not be intruding on that. That's the whole thing about Roe v. Wade. Is that you had a right to privacy between your doctor, as a patient, between yourself and your doctor, and that the government wasn't going to intrude past a certain point, like before a certain point, before you could argue that there might be a compelling interest where the government has a highly narrowly tailored interest in regulating a certain aspect of it.
Rational issue.
The other thing is that if you're getting an abortion at 9 months, guess what? It was a wanted pregnancy. Something has gone horribly wrong, or your child is going to be is going to die within being minutes of being born, because that's how serious a physical or mental defect is.
Right, the fact that Roe went through the judicial system in the first place is probably fundamentally part of the problem, right? And so,
I disagree.
Here's what I would maybe zoom out to. We're talking about partisan hacks, right? It's really annoying to talk to partisan hacks. As somebody who's left leaning, but I'm not really a partisan hack because
you're talking to a partisan hack. You are literally talking to two right now. You're talking to this dipshit American Nacho and fucking Tim Pool. Beanie head.
I have a buy-in on your guys' election. Fundamentally, I'm not voting, right? So I don't care about Biden or Kamala because they represent X party. And, I'm sure you're familiar. The left wouldn't even acknowledge that, Biden was kind of weird because he, had a bunch of clips, kind of sniffing kids.
Sniffing little girls.
Yeah, it's weird. It's fucking weird. It's super, super weird. The issue is that on the right, I'm now hearing people unironically saying, I don't care about the Constitution. And if Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Constitution, that's fine with me. And it's all of this is crazy town.
Yeah, but that's not Charlie Kirk or Ben.
Okay, a photo of Biden sniffing a girl is in the same sentence or conversation or even galaxy for some reason as Trump eroding constitutional rights. What? Both sides have their issues. Biden was gave an awkward hug to a little girl while he sniffed her head or whatever, and Trump is trying to get rid of habeas corpus. Okay.
Shapiro.
And due process. Okay.
Who else do we have? Steven Crowder or.
Sure, we have different things for example, getting really mad at certain violent jokes from the other side.
She didn't even frame it oh, I don't disagree. Biden is a fucking geezer and a weird old man, and some in some interactions he's had with his constituents or something like that, but that pales in comparison to what the Trump administration is doing right now, making it abundantly clear what the bigger problem is.
But then celebrating the same
Biden is a racist creep, but Trump is a totalitarian. Yes, exactly.
Types of violent jokes, really mad at certain violent jokes from the other side, but then celebrating the same types of violent jokes on your side. I think both.
Give a concrete example. Say, do you actually think it's serious to say that fucking a photo of seashells that say 8647 from former FBI Director James Comey that Trump fired because he was investigating him is genuinely a call for assassination? Is that serious? Point that out.
Yeah, but what he's saying is like the mainstream pundits are the ones pushing for the crazy ideology
about the
on the
mainstream
left,
pundits.
and Democrats and party members too. And that's why I asked you what I asked you earlier.
Yeah, corporate media pundits are huge on socialism, you guys. Just turn on MSNBC. You'll hear this daily. This is a reality that we live in.
When I was like, well, how are you saying that you're like identifying moderate left, but some of the positions that you're holding, you know, the majority of right wing would consider some of them extreme left, and then the rest of them are probably right.
Because when you put well, first of all, part of what I'm trying to say is
Ew, that fucking like sniffed right into the mic.
we're not still talking to each other, right? Like I'm here and I'm defending far left positions. I don't hold any of these positions. There's lots of people around me that don't.
Why don't defend them? I don't know.
Well, those are the only.
My point is that you're a conservative.
Yeah, I'm not a conservative.
You are.
I'm just not.
She's coming off as one in this.
Fundamentally not, right? I like Ezra Klein's abundance.
Spends 45 minutes shitting on the left, criticizing liberals, saying how much she disagrees with all these crazy people that surround her. She's the one sane person. Tim Pool comes to the logical conclusion, unfortunately, that you seem like you're more of a conservative, and you don't want to admit it. Maybe like a closet one, so you seem like a conservative. And she's like, nope.
Policies, right? I just
What is
like
that? What is
this.
that?
Ezra Klein.
I like Ezra Klein's abundance policies. That's your evidence that you're on the left. Guess what? So did millionaire think tanks. Guess what? Ben Shapiro praised abundance.
His abundance. I know Ezra Klein, but
His abundance policies, for example.
Now liking abundance is like the only litmus test to put you on to prove that you're a fucking liberal.
Is very big on like basically removing a lot of proceduralism, figuring out like where the inefficiencies are, and making it the case that like blue states can build the things that they believe in, like
Whoa, deregulation to embrace market-based solutions. I'm a leftist, by the way.
green energy, high-speed rails, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
who disagrees?
Lots of people on the far left.
Steve Bannon wants to tax the rich. He thinks the billionaires should be taxed at 100%.
Sure, but then the
Is he left wing?
Steve Bannon was kicked out of the first administration. He's a dissident right voice, a lone wolf. He's not part of the government. He's not really informing policy. He's a fucking media pundit that will be ignored when it comes to that opinion because that's not what they only care about him insofar as he's a fucking racist.
I don't know much about Steve Bannon.
Well, he's considered like the architect of J6, a far right white nationalist, which he's not, by the way. My point is left and right is not defined by your policies. It's defined by what you believe to be true.
I would say it's how you perform, mostly. It's how you appear.
I think it has to
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree.
It's just aesthetics? It's just aesthetics? There's no substance behind it, it's just aesthetics? Then why did you just say that you support certain policies and then back off of that and say it's just about how you appear? What?
Agree with him. I think it has to do with like the underlying culture of each side too.
That is how you perform, right?
I mean,
the underlying culture. You code switch really well with men, and you say things that are like
Code switch.
Yeah, code switch, right? Like I'm sure that when you
Left-coded language.
code switching, that is
The right doesn't say it.
Code switching is, I'm pretty sure,
Wait, what?
form, right? The underlying culture. You code switch really well with men, and you say things that are like
Code switch.
Yeah, code switch, right? Like I'm sure that when you
Left-coded language.
code switching, that is
The right doesn't say
I
it.
mean, he's not code switching. He's just disingenuously fronting like certain populist-esque positions that he holds that he uses as a shield to say, see, I like have a mixed bag of policy opinions, so you can't really pin me down to one ideology. Even though if you look at what he does, his actions, not just what he says, he spends all of his time criticizing the left, shitting on Democrats, and praising or running cover for the right.
code switching is, I'm pretty sure, from black culture. It's definitely not a left coded thing.
Well, to these people, that's one of the same. Black equals left.
Continue, but I'm going to pull it up.
Code switching?
Anyone can use code switching. Like, Tim Pool is wrong on this, but even if she got him on this, it would be like such a weak W. There's literally, hold on. Right-wingers complaining about AOC code switching. Value attainment. Oh, wait. Did they talk about her code switching or whatever? Daily Wire Plus. Code switching? AOC's most cringe-worthy moment yet. Why does he care about code switching? Because she brought it up. And she said, you're code switching, even though he's not code switching. But then he was wrong in saying that it's like a leftist thing when it's not. Anybody could code switch.
AOC, if you haven't seen it yet, AOC talking to a group of mostly black people a few days ago. Here, watch this.
Because this is what organizing looks like.
Okay, so he'll go on to like complain about this. Only point is that, no, the right talks about this.
I love this article.
I'm a boomer. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You don't know what she's talking about, not because you're a boomer, but because you're a fucking moron. That's why.
Black cultural thing.
Nope. I mean, maybe. Conservatives don't do this. White liberals present themselves as less competent in interactions with African Americans. The idea of like when Tim Walz was like, I can talk to white guys, conservatives were like, huh?
Look, she gave him the opportunity to bring up how like liberals do paternalistic racism or whatever, according to this fucking article or something.
Because conservatives tend not to change their way they communicate for other groups of people.
Just like, just look into the order. If we like need to have this fight, which we don't even need to. Code switching comes from the black culture, which is talking about black people who are existing in like academic.
The only code switching I want to see is when Vosh turned into fucking Foghorn Leghorn talking to Brianna Joy Gray.
Spaces who have to code switch from like the way that black people talk and interact and culturally
Where
exist.
he was like, I ain't saying that I'm trying to get your votes or whatever. I can't even do it. He was like talking like a slave owner.
Amongst each other to being super white. This is what code switching comes from. It's not even relevant. That's just what code switching is. What I'm talking about here is that when you're thinking about left
If it's not relevant, why'd you bring it up?
and right, it is reducing on like what policies are. And that's part of my problem is that left and right should be policies. And the fact that it's performance based, which you might argue that started with the left. Maybe it did. I'm not fully sure, but say it did. Say it did start with the left.
It goes back and forth, actually.
Why even say that started with the left? It's not true.
I would agree with that. I think it's bad all around. I think it's harmful in every single way for people to look at me and go, she's got a choker and earpiece, so this is probably her worldview. It probably isn't. In fact, I think about my worldview. It's much more complex and nuanced. I think that we need to do that to each other.
There's nothing part of her apparel like gives the impression that she's like a left-winger or something.
I need to go to Tim Pool and say, what do you believe? Because I know that you're not a stereotypical MAGA. I don't know what it is exactly.
That's right-wing.
What?
What you just described, that ethos of let's talk. Let me put it this way. Carl Benjamin had a really great breakdown of my conversation with Adam Conover, and the clip that went massively viral, like Asmongold was talking about it, and he did a really funny bit, was I got exasperated after an hour and a half into the conversation where the dude was clearly not interested in truth. And, with all due respect, like...
Is Sargon of Akkad Carl Benjamin?
Adam Conover, I think he was... where the dude was clearly not interested in truth. And, with all due respect, like, Adam Conover, I think he was great in terms of wanting to come on the show and with respect, but politically...
He does not represent us, just so it's very
Sure,
clear.
but, I mean...
Dude, disowning Adam Conover, he fucking wrecked Tim Pool. Effortlessly.
He
probably represents the average. I mean, he probably represents a typical lefty guy.
20 million views per video on left liberal content. He's got a new podcast. He's getting tons of views. He's doing tours. Granted,
Isn't he just a lib? What does he believe that is making her be like he doesn't represent us all?
Back over that crypto thing. But anyway, the point is, I said the very fine people hoax, and he says, which is, and I said that Trump called Nazis fine people, and he goes, right. He said there's very fine people on both sides. And then I immediately said, and not the neo-Nazis and white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. To his response, he said that, and I was like, yes, and I pulled up Snopes that said Trump never called them this. And his response was, I don't know anything about it. Immediately got called out by everybody saying, wait, you just quoted it. You literally just referenced the very fine people on both sides, which is the...
I wish she had seen this. She could ask you about literally any other moment of this debate. He was fucking creaming Tim Pool.
What he was accused of saying, without citing the remainder of the quote. So you do know what this thing is. Now you're claiming you don't. Carl Benjamin pointed out, he said the ethos of the liberal is adhering to the tribe, to the social order. And he says, and Tim Pool, once of that social order, prioritizes the truth, which is what actually happened. So Tim...
Wait, what the fuck?
The liberal is adhering to the tribe.
Okay, here's how Carl Ghosn sucked his dick. Get ready.
To the social order. And he says, and Tim Pool, once of that social order, prioritizes the truth, which is what actually happened. So Tim...
Creaming Tim Pool is quite a way to put it. Well, how the hell else would you put it, Conover? He fucking wrecked him. I'm like this close to saying that, yeah, Adam Conover raped Tim Pool over the fucking coals.
Quoting Carl, not speaking in third person. This is what actually happened. Whereas Adam is trying to maintain his adherence to social orthodoxy, which I refer to as wokeness.
This right-wing pundit simped for me on his podcast. This is what actually happened. That's the facts.
Value truth. He values what needs to be said to create social cohesion, whereas I value truth over social cohesion. It's actually, I think, a masculine-feminine...
Not mutually exclusive.
...coded thing, actually.
Women I think that's true, and there's a question I'd like to pose.
Okay, he's talking about social cohesion right now. Put a pin in that. Later, he will argue that certain trans women should be allowed to use the bathroom that corresponds with the gender that they identify with, and the argument will be social cohesion. I'm not kidding.
Do you think it's easier to change men's mind or women's mind?
Women's mind. There's like
you think so?
Yes. The meme that women just become political system of their boyfriend and husband is like a classic on every single side. Like, yes, it is. Women just shift towards typically the opinion of the like people around.
What the fuck? This isn't even true. This is just like a misogynistic stereotype.
On them by and large. This is just unquestionable.
I would actually argue it's neutral, different. Men respond to different.
Oh my god, he's actually. taking the more like, it's not even just like the left position, the more correct position on this.
And women respond to different kind of arguments. So understanding the expectations that women have on average that are different, you can exploit either into believing whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I just feel like intuitively, I haven't dug deep into it, but it was something I was thinking about, and it was a good, it's a good segue into it. I just think intuitively men are probably looking for, more logic and more.
Literally, I just think intuitively, aka I'm arguing from conjecture right now. I'm not using any evidence to inform my opinion. I'm just relying on my preconceived biases that are also based on fucking nonsense, given what I know about this dude.
Reason-based solutions are more, if you can prove it to me. Obviously, there's outliers and there's crazy people who are going to stick with it to the end.
But that doesn't necessarily confer a logical system. In fact, a lot of guys will be convinced to follow a guy because he's driving a flashy car. This is where you get fake it till you make it. A guy will. There was a guy that I knew who ran a business in California, and he made something.
Which BF turned you into a socialist?
Like $60,000, $70,000 a year. He spent all of his money on.
I'm a communist. Get it right.
I can't remember what kind of car it was. He got like a Lotus or something, which is like 50 grand. It's not the craziest, but it looks crazy. And was broke, living in a bachelor apartment. But when he pulled up to business meetings in a Lotus, wearing a nice suit, they said, I want to be like him, not realizing he lived in squalor. He was putting on that, and it worked. And he was able to sell his company and made a lot of money. Fake it till you make it. That's Hollywood, baby.
It's performance, right? This is what I'm talking about, is that most people are...
What was I supposed to get from that stupid anecdote? A guy leased a car and tricked some bozos into investing in his company or what?
Moved on like vibes, right? That is the social media. It's true. It's the social media domain, which is unfortunate. The issue is that I would like, it's just highly, I don't really disagree with her that like people aren't exclusively moved by vibes, but yes, what changes somebody's mind or whatever is not always going to be the most rigorous critical process of critical thinking, or because they've been exposed to new evidence or anything like that. It can be, it's just a matter of framing, marketing, language, etc. Sure, you can make people more amenable to your side, but it's not exclusively that. Tired of hearing like right-leaning people being like, the vibe side is just the left. It's like, it's all of you. It's all of you all the way through. And it always has been. The biggest problem with the Enlightenment, and like to some way what you're saying, being like, men are the logical, rational ones. I'm like, not really. They tend to be more object-oriented, right? But subjectivity and emotionality is a fundamental part of understanding the world around you, because abstraction is essential to engaging in the complexities of what the world is around us. This is fundamentally Sorite's paradox.
Yeah, I mean, I think the better way to say it is like, yeah, I probably more agree with like what Tim was saying.
I don't really like when I don't just not like it. I hate when she drops the random philosophy terms or whatever, because yes, okay, cool, you sound smart, but nobody knows what you're talking about. You should be communicating in a way that people understand.
Saying is that, maybe they're more abstract thought oriented, and then men are more pragmatic.
Well, that would be bad. That would not be good. I think men are able to do abstract thought just as well as women.
Let me put it this way.
If you're going to bring up something like whatever the fuck's paradox she just brought up, and you don't immediately explain it, that did not clarify anything to anyone.
Really? Not everybody always gets mad when you reference their group. They're like, I don't do that. Yeah, I get it. If you want to convince a woman to follow and do something, you need to have 10 women standing in front of her, all telling her that's what you're supposed to do.
That's what I was trying to get at.
If you want a man to follow, you need a bunch of men looking up to one big, strong guy lavished in gold and jewels, telling them what to do.
But you can also...
Oh my God, that was so stupid. That was incredible. Let's go back. Let's rewatch it.
Let me put it this way. Typically, not everybody always gets mad when you reference their group. They're like, I don't do that. Yeah, I get it. If you want to convince a woman to follow and do something, you need to have 10 women standing in front of her, all telling her that's what you're supposed to do.
That's what I was trying to get at.
If you want a man to follow, you need a bunch of men looking up to one big, strong guy lavished in gold and jewels, telling them what to do.
So jingle keys in front of a man's face, and he'll do whatever the fuck you want. Awesome. Men are super rational and epic, by the way.
But you can also, I feel so I work in the automotive industry. If there's a guy doing something the wrong way.
I've been saying this real.
Doing the job the wrong way 10 times, and he's losing time on it or whatever. If a guy picks on him enough, he's like, oh yeah, you're gonna do it that way again. You're gonna drop, you're gonna go this way. And you can kind of give them shit, and you can kind of break down their...
Literally, you were supposed to take away that women trusting other women and basing their opinions off of what other people have to say is somehow supposed to be a frivolous, irrational way to arrive at conclusions. But apparently, men being impressed by literally fucking pirate treasure and jewels and cars and that's how they decide how to make decisions. I think he's trying to frame it as like men are making money moves or whatever. They're more rational that way. When it literally just came off as like, yeah, if you like look like you're rich or whatever, you can basically fool any fucking man on the face of the earth.
And show it to them like, hey, if you try to do it this way.
I gotta be honest. I actually think in most interactions, if a guy was like working on a car and was doing it wrong, and another guy walked up and said, "Oh, actually, if you use the ratchet, it'll go faster," he'll go, "Oh, for real? No, thanks."
Sometimes they're stuck in their ways, or
no, I get it.
They're like, and then you go back out there and they're. I
think generally speaking, obviously, guys.
This is so stupid. Okay.
Can be much more ego driven, but I do think the typical interaction with the guys will be like, "Try doing it like that." You know, like for me, there are people who skateboard. I've been skateboarding longer than they've been alive, and I watch their trick tip videos.
What are they even talking about? My God, this is their attempt at like male banter.
I have no illusions of like I'm not gonna lie to them. I've been skateboarding longer than they've been alive, and I watch their trick tip videos. I have no illusions of like I'm not gonna lie to myself. I can't do that thing. Here's a guy who's 15 years old who's better at me. He's gonna tell me how to do it. Dang, I've been skating longer than he's been alive. I'll take the advice that I can get. But
he's bragging about following instructions.
More to the point, I think there are
to learn a new thing.
Obstinate guys who are going to
learn a new skateboard trick.
I know what I'm doing. Get out of my face.
I've been skateboarding 20 years and I can't do a fucking ollie. I'm cool.
But anyway, the major point is the Democratic Party is female coded.
Man, I know how old you are. You sound very knowledgeable, but look quite young. I'm 26.
Republican Party is male coded. You were mentioning that it's like performative in vibes, but I would argue that's a generality of the left and a tendency of the right. So on the right, I was on trigonometry. It was like 2 months ago. They put out a month ago. And what the guys in trigonometry
that trigonometry appearance was insane. He sounded no different. If you want to see that trigonometry episode without actually having to watch it and subject yourself to that, go to your local 7-Eleven at around midnight, talk to a local crackhead and ask them their thoughts on like American politics. You will get the same incoherent rambling that Tim Pool was putting forth on trigonometry, like indistinguishable, and it will be live.
You're just blanketing the left. I could say something about the right, and I said, you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. On the right, you have Tulsi Gabbard, former liberal, RFK Jr., former liberal. You have Elon Musk, former liberal. Technically all still liberals, I guess, but working with the Republicans. And then you have Christian.
On the right, you have like names 3 grifters.
Conservative Charlie Kirk, probably the most prominent, who says, Tim Pool, you're a moderate liberal-leaning guy. Come sit on my stage for the biggest event of the year in politics and talk about what you think. And it's
what?
Conservative Charlie Kirk, probably the most prominent, who says, Tim Pool, you're a moderate liberal-leaning guy. Come sit on my stage for the biggest event of the year in politics and...
Bro, no way. Another right-wing dude, aka Charlie Kirk, was willing to invite you, Tim Pool, another right-wing grifter, onto his podcast. Awesome, dude.
Talk about what you think.
The right is open-minded. Here's proof of that. I was invited to go on another fucking grifter's channel.
That's not vibe-coded. I can go on that stage and say Donald Trump should be criminally investigated.
Tim was too dumb even for Konstantin Kisin. And the comment section was like, wow, Tim is spitting here. They loved it. They loved it. They ate it up like little piggies rolling in the round of the fucking mud.
For the commando raid in Yemen that killed a 7-year-old American girl. And the conservatives are like, okay.
But he brought up the thing. He brought up the thing. He always brings up this kid that was fucking drone struck by Obama on accident. Or on purpose, depending on how you look at it.
That's not vibe coded. I can go on that stage and say Donald Trump should be criminally investigated for the commando raid in Yemen that killed a 7-year-old American girl. And the conservatives are like,
wait, no. He's talking about something else. I thought... I heard like raid Yemen and I was like, I already thought I knew. There is no way he doesn't bring up the fucking, that kid that got drone struck by Obama. He will bring it up. We still have like 2 hours left. He'll bring it up.
But heaven forbid a liberal go into space and say something like, remember Seth Moulton was like, we shouldn't be having males compete in women's sports? They went after that guy, went for his throat.
Well, they couldn't admit that there was some like signs of early dementia or some signs of like mental degradation and then as soon as he gets out of office, or maybe they're thinking about running Kamala against him, he's falling apart.
Whoa, can you believe that this guy went on a stage and said an inflammatory thing and then people reacted in the way that he intended to because he riled them up? No way, dude.
Is accepting
cool
is
story.
Always the group that's been on the tail end for the last little bit, right? So the left was the really accepting, chill group that just basically allowed everyone in as long as you stood for a lot of similar ideas, and they would kind of talk to everyone during the entire rationalist era, right? It was a very, very open space.
Y'all remember the rationalist era? Who remembers the rationalist era? Whenever this happened, share your stories. I know y'all are in chat.
The
great era.
Then the left won the culture war.
Fantastic, the best.
A lot of right speakers off of their platforms.
Yes, this is a thing that happened. Only the left canceled people. Correct, it's true.
Echo chambered.
There's no such thing as right wing canceling. No, there's no purity testing that goes on. Exclusively left, correct.
Anymore. So now the right is the accepting side, but to assume that it will remain the accepting side is just false.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, there's no evidence to even support that it's doing that.
If you don't mind, sorry. Whereas you look back to like the early era when the right was culturally leading again. If you look back into like maybe like the 90s.
The way that she explains things makes it sound like our conceptions of the right and left were born in 2016.
Or whatever, you see.
And she mentioned Clinton, so I guess like the 90s.
A very strict system on the right where if they find out that you've ever cheated, you're out. If they find out that you've got a baby out of wedlock, you're out. If they find out you've sworn too many times, it was very, very
These things still exist.
Purity testing, because typically the group that is in the higher level of cultural power will create purity testing because they're better. And so they can kick people out, and then the other group absorbs them until that other group gets more power, and then it'll be back and forth and back and forth. The reason I am left is because
it's a big assumption to think that people are like switching back and forth between parties. It's a matter of who can get their voters to come out. It's not too much like switching.
Right.
That's
but so I'm left too.
Sure.
Except no one.
Why? Sure. He's not left. Don't you know anything about him? He's not a leftist. He is a MAGA grifter.
In the modern political space.
There is no way she doesn't know about the Tenet media scandal. How? If you're on the left, why did you have fucking the Gregorian? What's his name? That dude, that Russian oligarch that like funded him.
We'll say Tim Pool's left wing.
Potential. I don't know all of your political leanings, so you might be left.
So
why play dumb? Don't play dumb. You know what he believes. Do not just listen to what he says to you in the conversation. You should go in knowing like, hey, you said this thing or you did this thing that was very, very right wing. You said Ukraine is our enemy live before thousands of people. Why'd you say that?
Steve Bannon is a better example. So I'm not talking about myself. I've argued with him. He's left of me. He said we should be taxing the billionaires and everything. Take their money. They're crooks. They're ripping us off. They're flooding the electoral system. They're buying our politicians. Take everything they...
Steve Bannon, notable leftist in American politics. Yep.
Got. And I was like, why? And he goes, so they don't have it. It has nothing to do with, you love saying we're going to fund policy. No. The billionaires are bad. And then I laughed and I was like, Steve, you would have fit right in at Occupy Wall Street. And he's like, you think? And I was like, that's literally the Occupy Wall Street position. The billionaires are ripping us off. They flooded the zone in politics with money. They don't represent our interests. They're selling out the working class.
Speaking of somebody else who is perpetually stuck in a particular era, this dude always mentioning Occupy.
They've been doing it for a long time. This is why Bernie Sanders was popular. Mm-hmm. It was he literally said in 2015, open borders is a Koch brothers proposal. No open borders. And the World Socialist website called him a nationalist capitalist for wanting secure borders. Left and right has nothing.
That is not Bernie Sanders' argument. He's talking about there being like restrictions and guardrails on free trade, so it's not the like expensive domestic workers. I'm not going to get into whether or not that's true or whatever. I'm just saying it's not coming from this like nativist perspective like he's trying to make it seem. And he fucking knows that.
Nothing to do with your policy views. Literally nothing.
It must. What I'm saying is I don't care.
Because he's talking about like the free flow of labor not coming back and forth between these countries, because then foreign workers, when you have deregulation like that, they will outcompete Americans for these jobs or whatever. Which is why Reagan, who's fucking king of the neoliberals, was willing to endorse basically open borders policy. But it wasn't for humanitarian reasons. It was basically to have this underclass of poor immigrant labor that capitalists could exploit. Like Bernie was talking about that plan in the context of like not allowing American workers to have to compete with cheap labor that is allowed to come and work here with no restrictions, and are also not bound to, like, companies are not bound to giving them like minimum wage.
These bullshit assholes say, I don't care. They don't get to rob us of our words, and they don't get to rob us of our principles, right? I'm a Christian that lots of Christians don't like. And that doesn't mean that I'm not a Christian. That doesn't mean that I don't love Christianity, and I fight for it like vehemently because I believe in it, despite the fact that most of the group would kick me out. I'm a feminist that most feminists call a pick-me. They don't like me very much, but I'm a feminist because I believe in what the actual movement of feminism says. I actually, and gun.
Oh, we're going to praise Nancy Mace now? Why?
Gun laws are very feminist, right?
Right-wing.
I'm just not right-wing because left-leaning policy is strong institutions, regulated economy, right? It is taking care of the vulnerable, welfare state, and it is allowing individuals freedoms and liberties to do what they would like to do.
Yeah, but I think I get what you're saying, but I'm going to say it again. Colloquially today, people don't use that word in that way, and you can make the argument.
You get to take it from me.
And so my point is, let's just say this: we'll call
I
it
define
tribal left,
me.
tribal right. We'll call it Team Red and Team Blue. You're Team Red.
I'm Team Gray.
You're actually Team Red.
Scott Alexander writes about this.
It's fascinating that,
I'm not. I don't want to get into Trump bashing here, especially because like I really do want to
I do. Why the fuck wouldn't you get into Trump bashing here?
avoid like doing too much domestic policy conversation as like a Canadian stuff. But like I'm not Team Red, because I think what the conservative purpose is to preserve and to consecrate and conserve tradition and values and constitution, which like made us in the past so great. And the point of the left is to progress us and push us forward. And I want to do that. I want to push us forward.
That's the right.
It's not.
That's the colloquial right.
It's not.
Like 9 million Obama voters in 2016 voted for Donald Trump. And one of the big reasons was that Donald Trump went on stage at the RNC and unfurled a pride flag to thunderous applause. Donald Trump came into the Republican Party and pushed this.
9 million Obama voters voted for Trump because he held up a pride flag. Amazing analysis going on here.
This political faction in a progressive direction. He's a moderate. Even Vox called him a moderate. You've got many drag and transgender Trump supporters. Donald Trump said on the issue of gay marriage,
not a fan of any
Wait till he name drops Blair White.
of that.
Donald
I need it.
Further
That
right.
trans
Yeah, I
people
mean,
have to have
Tim's just
M
right,
and
yeah.
F on their passport. So now most trans people cannot go internationally anywhere where they don't appear as like
These people don't give a fuck about that. It's a horrible issue to bring up.
an M on
They're
their
going to be like, epic, based. He was right to do that.
passport.
And
That's just not. That's dangerous for trans people. If you want to do, I'm running into this with a friend right now who tries to do war correspondence in countries that don't like trans people. She, in every way, is a woman. Nobody would look at her and think that that person should walk into a male bathroom. But because she's trans, she has an M on her passport, and she now cannot go into multiple very conservative countries because of threats to her
well,
life.
to be fair,
I mean, she'd be
couldn't in the first place.
he'd be under threat if they went anyways.
No, she wouldn't, because most people, first of all, she was not super out about her transness. Most people never knew at all. And she has gone into these countries numerous of times in the past. She can't anymore.
This is not like a heartbreaking anecdote to these people. They love it. Her whole thing is talking, like, the whole thing is like, here's why people are like losing the left. They're alienating to people. They don't understand how to communicate with young men. We have different perspectives on political correctness and social views. Anyway, here's the anecdote I'm going to choose to share. My trans friend was forced by Donald Trump to change her passport, so it had to say biological male. This is heartbreaking, right, guys? You're going to get crickets. You're going to get laughed at. Why would you use this anecdote in a right-wing space?
All because of this.
Literally, this chat. He. That's a dude. Prove it. Woman in every way. LMFAO. Good one. Nope, it's a dude. You mean a dude. Trans people should be institutionalized and banned from travel. Aw, boo-hoo. Prove it. Too bad. Good. Laughing emojis. He. Progress us forward, she says. This is a 10 of 10 choice here.
Passport change that isn't helping trans people. That is
That
fundamentally.
just seems like a self-inflicted.
But
sort of problem.
How is
regardless,
this self-inflicted at all?
I mean, you're choosing to go to those zones.
She's a war correspondent as her career. Yes, she goes to Iraq, but she's always
this
gone to
is-
Iraq.
You know, I'll concede this is a lefty position, and it is, I would refer to as, I don't know what's the right way to describe this, farcical, fantastical. I did conflict reporting. I didn't go to any active war zones. I went to civil war and like conflict and crisis and disaster zones. And it was always fascinating to me because of this political correctness reality, especially pertaining to HR and stuff. The story that I usually tell is I was doing what's called heat training. It's redundant. Heat includes the word training. Hostile environment action training. And they couldn't actually tell the women not to go to these zones and prepare them for what happens to women in war zones because they'd get sued if they did. And so someone asked this former MI6 guy, should women who go into conflict zones be concerned about rape? And he went, men get raped. Men get raped. Anyway, so moving on. Because he literally couldn't say, if you're a woman, you go to a war zone, you're captured, you'll be mercilessly raped and sold into slavery. And if you're a man, you probably won't be.
You'll be killed.
Because if he did, that would be sexual discrimination in a work environment because this is a contracted company for insurance providers and media outlets. He's not allowed to say these things. So stupid. The idea that a trans person thinks they have a right to go to a conflict zone and, oh, heavens me, my passport. Dude, you die. You go to conflict zones, you assume the risks of who you are and what you are. And this idea that you are entitled to some special privilege to go to a foreign country where you may be killed in any circumstance is laughably insane.
What's the benefit of changing any of these passport things except
In
for
1993,
I don't even know what the point of that digression was. What? That women can't do war correspondence because it's dangerous for them?
was a law passed in the United States because forever, when medical testing was done for drugs, they did not do it on women. And so when women would go to the hospital with pain, they'd say, take this painkiller. And the women would say, it hurts. And they go, women are such fucking babies. And then they were like, hey, maybe drugs work differently on men and women due to physiology. So they passed a law saying from now on, medical research has to be done on both men and women because we are just kind of realizing the drugs work differently on women. So if someone, considering men and women have different organs, quite literally, there's a reason for why we designate your gender
on your passport.
I mean, he's describing like institutionalized sexism or whatever, but it's not in the service of the point that it should be.
It's an ID.
Why on my passport does it need to say for somebody who in every single way, it's like Blair White,
sure.
look at them and say, it looks like a woman.
Are women allowed to walk around outside in Islamic nations? Without a man?
I was going to say with a man and usually covered. Yeah.
Women can do it. Tim is just mentioning the risk. I see it does not look the best, but I do not think he has bad intentions at the moment. If you don't think Tim Pool is a bad faith actor, male rights _USA, I have a bridge to sell you.
Yes.
So with a man. So if a female decides to get a visa to...
Do you think that a Blair White could walk around in Islamic countries without a man because they'd be like, well, she's trans? No, of course not.
Of course not.
So the war correspondent is already going...
think you have a right to subvert the laws of a foreign nation that has invited you into their country?
How is it subverting the laws?
Lying to subvert their laws, which have specific gendered laws. You say, I should have a government document that lies so I can break the law in that country. Isn't it absurd?
It just doesn't make any sense to me. The laws that they would be breaking...
This was a completely like avoidable digression on like the designation of what trans people should be on their passports and IDs.
Blair White has M on their passport. I guess Blair should be walking around without head coverings and wearing like keffiyeh.
Calling Brown a war correspondent for simping for Israel is pretty funny, though. Was that what she meant when she said, like, I have a trans friend that does war correspondence? I didn't even think of that.
Which they would kill her for, because they would see a woman.
What right do you have to someone else's nation? I don't understand.
This isn't about a right. This is about your own country granting you the ability to exist and perform in the way that every single person is going to treat you.
We're talking specifically about your friend who wants to go to conflict zones in foreign countries and lie to their government to get privy access.
You have the right to go and do your work.
You do not have a
lying to your government, but I'm glad that she's like not taking the bait on that.
Right to someone else's nation. They grant you a privilege to enter under a visa.
Sure, but the issue is that you're making it seem like I would grant you that if it was the other nations getting mad at America, being like, put M on trans passports. But that's not what happened. Trump made the decision himself, unrelated to any external pressures. I'm not even sure why.
They could be killed.
They could be killed if Blair White...
Would the government take action against this person?
They probably would get in major trouble at the border at all.
Agreed.
They would.
So you're asking the U.S. government to produce a false document to lie to a foreign government.
Are you saying that it was a false document before, that the government was just lying this entire time?
If you're a man and they put female on your passport, they're lying.
Yeah. Well, if you put gender and put woman, isn't that fine?
There's no W. It's male or female. Those are sexes. It's biology.
Sure, but couldn't we just update the passport to be gender?
Yeah, this is about biology, dude.
Gender?
No.
Why not?
Because we're identifying a biological structure of human beings for a purpose, because different laws...
What relevancy does the biological structure of a person have when it comes to traveling? And no stupid anecdote about, oh, it's actually more dangerous for women to be in a fucking blah, 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 or whatever.
Passport?
Indeed. It's an ID.
Has nothing to do with this.
International treaties with foreign nations because they have different laws than us. This idea that Americans get to go and do whatever they want whenever they want is so stupid.
That's not what I'm advocating for.
You think
I was say she never said that.
Should be able to get a passport that says they're a female so they can enter a country where it's illegal and do things that are otherwise illegal.
I think that the idea that...
Is she going to say your passport should correspond to what you actually look like and what social role you occupy?
Trump is pro-trans in every way. And I said...
I didn't say he was pro-trans.
You said that he was very
moderate on the issue.
You said that he held up a pride flag.
Yeah, exactly. And I said he immediately did something.
Also, I'm sure at different points he's drawn attention to the fact that, like, hey, Caitlyn Jenner, a fucking trans Republican woman, asked, hey, Donald Trump, can I use the women's bathroom at Trump Tower? And he was like, yeah, I don't care. We'll just ignore the trans military ban or the rollback of LGBTQ protections or the attack on same-sex marriage. Like, just stupid.
Actually has security and life threats against your civilians. You know what the American government has responsibility for? Protecting its citizens.
What is it?
What about XXY, XYY, et cetera, other health issues that aren't on passports? Yeah, exactly. You could ask, like, what do you do if you're intersex or you have chromosomal abnormalities? And if he's like, oh, we can make an exception for them, you're already arguing that, like, okay, so it's not strictly a binary. So if you can make exceptions for that, why couldn't you make exceptions for trans people?
To do with entering a foreign country under sovereign jurisdiction?
Because you're still an American citizen that the government has a procedure to protect. So if that trans person goes, you know what? I'll embrace that.
Why?
Blair White goes, it should say M on my passport, and then goes in. Does the American government have to go rescue her when she inevitably gets attacked?
Also, like, why not ask, like, wouldn't it still wouldn't make sense to put male? Shouldn't you just put, like, trans woman?
Attacked and assaulted? Or does she just have to give up on her career as a war correspondent?
Like, that wouldn't be my argument, but it would be one to see, like, what he would say.
Yes, you do. You're not entitled to these things. This is weird.
It's such a wild thing for you to say. It's totally...
He talks about being like a libertarian, live and let live or whatever, and then it's like, you don't have the explicit constitutional right to do that thing.
That the American government can just be like, nah, you're not allowed to do.
I think you're lying.
Anymore. I'm not lying.
You think Americans should have a right to commit crimes in other countries? Yes or no?
I mean, she should ask. I'm not lying, but do you still think I'm a conservative? She wanted to get away from him, keep like thrusting that label upon her.
I'm not saying you're lying.
I'm not lying.
You think Americans should have a right to commit crimes in other countries? Yes or no?
That's not what I've said.
I'm not saying you are, but is the answer no?
No.
So Americans should not be able to break the law in other countries,
Correct.
even when those laws are bullshit.
By and large, and
Like,
the American government should
don't-
protect you when you do it.
Don't go to where is it, like Dubai. They have like if a woman gets raped in Dubai, you go to prison. Okay, so is it illegal?
You would invoke like the American like embassy or consulate, which she already said, if that was how you were held.
For women to walk around in these countries? It is, right?
Yeah, without the male
a man.
and et cetera, yes.
So if a female dresses up like a man and takes hormones to mask it to the government, like let's say a woman in Saudi Arabia.
Oh my, is he really arguing that somebody would transition to deceive a different country they're trying to immigrate to?
Starts illicitly taking testosterone
Or visit.
man to go around and break, they would get in trouble for that, wouldn't they?
Probably not if they passed well enough, because nobody would know.
No.
Passport doesn't need to have sex, gender at all. You could also make this argument.
I'm saying when they got caught, it's a crime. It is
they would-
illegal to do.
Because they're trans, yeah.
So I don't understand
It's
how you're
illegally
arguing.
trans. You're basically saying
the-
that trans people just shouldn't go where they're not, where it's illegal for them to exist. That's what you're saying.
Why would you? Well, hold on.
Any reason that you might want to do war correspondence? What do you
Sure.
mean?
Do you recognize that war correspondents can die?
Yeah.
So I don't understand what your point is.
My point is that you should
People
be
have a right to go to.
What's his war? What was his point?
Well, hold on.
Any reason that you might want to do war correspondence? What do
Sure.
you mean?
Do you recognize that war correspondents can die?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't understand what your point is.
My point is that you should
People
be
have a right
allowed-
to go to foreign war zones without the risk of death, and they should be
That's
able to-
not what I'm advocating for. They have
This is such a bad faith interpretation of what she's trying to say.
a right to be able to go, and their government shouldn't be immediately
They
outing them
don't
to make it more
wait.
dangerous.
You think people have a right to go to any country they want?
Assuming that the government approves their visa, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, well, not right.
Okay.
I
Well,
should say
I agree if they
a
approve their
liberty.
visa, right?
They had the liberty to go. I should say a right is probably
Assuming
the wrong
that
word.
foreign government
Yeah.
says we will grant you the visa.
Yeah, the liberty to.
Do people have a right to lie on their visa applications?
No, but the issue is that before the government didn't view that it was a lie, and now
Well, it
they do.
is. Because we're not talking about gender on passports. You agree with that? We're talking about biological sex.
I'm advocating that essentially you probably should
Just say yes. Just say, yeah, you can lie. Fuck it.
allow somebody like
Different
Blair
argument.
White.
There's lots of different contexts where you could also justify lying on these things.
Different argument. You are upset that Donald Trump said you have to have your biological sex on the
Undid
passport
something because it was already done.
because they were putting fake sexes on passports.
Essentially, yeah, which would have been better if they did gender instead. I agree.
Okay, so then the issue is, this is where the contention is. You have an
Yeah, she should just say like it could be gender instead of sex. It should just be updated to be gender, so it actually matches that person's social role and experience and how they're understood in the world anyway.
you have a friend who wants a false biological sex listed on their passport,
Wants their
so they
passport
can
not to
defraud
change.
a foreign country into entering.
Not really. I want them to be
She should be like, nope, what you want is a system that is just going to arbitrarily target and other trans people, something like that. Flip it back on him.
able to have the liberty to go there, and that the moment that they go there, they won't
Liberty to go there.
the liberty to go there.
The permission of the government.
Both
who
of
expects
them.
you to tell the truth on things like what your biological
For
sex
example,
is.
if your government just agrees that essentially you perform as a woman and they're willing to give you an F so that you can enter spaces safely and walk around and not be attacked for just how you appear, yes.
Do you think countries like the Emirates and Dubai appreciate the fact that people are lying about their gender to bypass?
Probably not. Probably not. I just don't really.
I don't
care about like.
This is American exceptionalism. This is like American citizens.
Tim makes a lot of sense. For example, you would not send a Jewish American to Nazi Germany, even if they are a reporter. Why does she have to argue everything? Wow, this is like such a stupid argument. Male Rights USA, it's actually astounding.
Can present false paperwork to foreign countries to get access to their
It's not false paperwork if the government verifies it.
It is.
It's not.
So when the government says it, it's true.
On the passport,
If the
fundamentally.
government asserts something, it's a fact.
That's not what I've said.
And it's not true.
We have to-
The government can lie.
Well, Tim, do you want to engage with what I'm saying, or do you want to create a
I think
version
you're
of what
lying.
I'm not lying.
An individual has no right to a foreign country, period.
I've never said that they have a right. They have a liberty to it.
A liberty to what?
To apply to go there.
And is lying to that government okay?
It's
Yeah.
not lying if your government is willing to agree that essentially you can be.
Are males
F.
females?
No, they are not.
Okay, so if a male says I'm female, is that a lie?
Yes.
So if a person applies for
It's not our males. The question is not are males females. The question is sex binary.
a passport to the government who is male and says I'm female, is he lying?
It depends on if the government is willing to allow female to include woman looking. And if
I'm talking about sexes, not genders.
yeah, and if the government,
Is it a lie
which is what
for
it
a
cre-
man?
I'm answering you.
You're-
I'm answering
no,
you.
this
Tim,
is
Tim,
why
you
men are
have to let
leaving
me
the
finish.
left.
You have to let me. Well, the issue is you have to let me talk, right? I'm
That
engaging-
fucking like smug laugh from him.
I'm answering
no,
you.
this-
Tim,
this is
Tim,
why
you
men are
have to let me
leaving the
finish.
left.
You have to let me. Well, the issue is you have to let me talk, right? I'm engaging with you
Yeah.
in exceptionally good faith.
This is why men are
I'm
leaving the
answering
left.
your questions directly, and I'm not pivoting away from them.
You are.
You just don't like.
Imagine cucking out the entire convo just for Tim to accuse you of lying the whole time. It gets you nowhere. There's no point in trying to win favor with these people. It's like they're like sharks waiting for blood in the water.
my answers, which is totally okay.
A male who says I'm female is lying because we're talking about biological sex.
Yes.
So if a male goes to the Saudi government,
Just get it off trans
people.
people and say, what would you do in the circumstance where somebody's intersex or has chromosomal abnormalities and like it's been confirmed by their physician that they don't have XY or XX chromosomes. It's XXY or XYY.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think people have a right to lie to foreign governments?
Because for those people, he would say, well, what do they look like? Do they look more masculine or feminine? And then you're just making the same argument to allow trans people to do the same thing, just for different reasons.
To get visas?
To get visas, not usually. I'm sure there's some exceptions that I might be okay with it.
That you can lie to a foreign government to get a visa?
Yeah. So, for example, if you I think a lot of people lie to North Korea on their visas. It's like what they're doing, who are helping smuggle in information and helping freeing North Koreans, for an example.
Cool.
Sure. To be fair, we're talking about subterfuge.
Actually, I shouldn't say anyone who does this, right? But there are people who do this to really extremist regimes.
Let's see. Well, let's see if he tries to argue against this. No, people from North Korea should not be lying on their visas to escape authoritarian despotism.
Like North Korea. In that case, they're lying on their visa, but I'm kind of okay with it, right? Because they're trying to help the North Koreans, right? So in this case, if you've got a country...
So it's an adversarial nation.
Yep.
And we have...
So if you've got a country that looks at trans people and says that they don't exist and there's no way for Blair to enter safely without us killing her, I'm okay lying a little bit to that country so that Blair can enter safely and do her job.
And the government should aid that lie.
Well, the lie would be... the issue is that the lie depends on how the government's determining what qualifies as F. If they're allowing basically women performing people to qualify as F for the sake of a passport, it's not really a lie.
I think this is a really great example of why young men are leaving the left. Because I'll just give you my personal feelings, which just how I interpret this moment right now.
Sure.
Your statements are illogical.
They're not. They're just not face valid. They're not face valid, right? You know what that means?
You've made a claim that you've backtracked a little bit.
She'll ask a question, but she doesn't force him to actually answer it.
And you fluttered between gender and sex. You then said that we should change passports to be gender, not sex. You acknowledge that sex is different.
Sure, yeah. I shouldn't have baked in extra arguments.
You've asserted an entitlement to lie to foreign governments for access to their countries.
To some degree, yeah. You agreed to that, though, right?
So, no, I didn't.
Yeah, you said, there's certain situations.
I was acknowledging what you had said about people lying to get
So you don't think that people should lie?
Yes, exactly. Get him. Get his ass.
Those people in freeing themselves from the extreme oppression that North Koreans experience. You think it's bad when humanitarians.
It wouldn't be morally bad, but it would be wrong. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't try to do. I mean,
It wouldn't be morally bad, but it would still be wrong. Okay.
I mean, it's a question of the soccer.
He said that, realized how stupid it sounded, that didn't continue to explain it.
Sovereignty of nations. I don't like North Korea.
I actually completely forgot that, the nachos were getting cold on the on the other side of the room.
I'd be like, hey, North Korea, just a heads up, these people, careful, they're not entering just to do tourism. They actually
I think if we have treaties with nations we're not actively at war with, we should do our best to adhere to them. And so the question of international treaties pertaining to visas, the idea that the U.S. government would permit people to lie on...
Call him out and say, I think that you're finding loopholes for your preferred noble lies, but you're willing to construct all of these unnecessary barriers for the ones that you arbitrarily decide are not fair.
Their passports, it's a weird thing to advocate for.
Sure. The issue is that, again, this is why
why lie on your passport? I don't understand.
Why insist on having biology on your passport? Why not have gender?
Because there are laws in certain nations.
Why not have both?
Finally. Why we don't need both?
Because it's a redundancy.
It's a redundancy, and the whole point is to identify you. It's supposed to make it so it's easy to tell who you are and verify if you actually are who you're saying that you are. Your biological sex is not going to be helpful in that pursuit whatsoever.
It's meaningless?
It's not redundant.
So I'm a male woman?
Well, Blair White.
What is a woman?
What is a woman? It is a performance.
What does that mean?
It means that you appear a woman. It's like porn. What's porn? Well, you see it when you know it, right? If you look at it.
Stupid standard, but okay.
That's porn. That naked image, it's not porn.
Why can't liberals
doing the vibe check thing to this room full of people? Fine.
Answer this question.
Because do you want me to go why?
Because they're scared to?
No, because of we went in.
Make him define a woman.
Woman as an adult human female?
No, not at all. The issue is that it's Sorite's paradox. Do you know what Sorite's paradox is? Okay, I've got 1,000 grains of sand, and I say that's a heap of sand. Would you agree with me?
Oh, I know this. Yes, I use it all the time.
Because there are laws in certain nations. Okay, so Pakistan requires religion on passports, so we do it now too. Exactly. These types of counter examples or things that easily cut against what he's saying or dumb exceptions that he wouldn't agree to is exactly what you have to pin them down on.
Okay.
How many grains of sand makes a heap?
Exactly. Right. And the line there is hard to know.
Wait, what?
Right? I've got 1,000.
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorite's paradox. The hell is this? Sorry, hold on. Click.
And grains of sand.
Okay, what did he?
Because they're scared too.
No, because of we went
Woman
into
as
it
an
before.
adult human female.
No, not at all. The issue is that it's Sorite's paradox. Do you know what Sorite's
what is
paradox is? Okay, I've got 1,000 grains of sand, and I say that's a heap of sand. Would you agree with me?
Oh, I know this. Yes, I use it all the time.
Okay,
How many grains of sand makes a heap?
exactly, right? And the line there is hard to know, right?
It's really not.
So Blair White is a man.
man.
Is a
Okay,
man.
so objectively define a heap then, Tim Pool. What objectively constitutes a heap? A heap? How many grains of sand objectively quantify it as a heap if it's very easy to understand that? Well, I don't know. I've never heard it referred to as this. I've known it as it's the continuum fallacy, right? Like the example is the continuum fallacy is a logical error where someone argues two distinct concepts or ideas can't be meaningfully distinguished because there is a gradual transition or continuum between them. The example people use is baldness or heap of sand versus a single grain, baldness versus not bald. Yeah.
White will tell you Blair White is a man.
Okay,
She should have seized on the fact that he's oh, it's very easy to tell or whatever. Because that was actually making her argument. The whole you know it when you see it.
that's fine for Blair White.
Blair White literally makes videos where
You want Blair White to walk into male bathroom.
How many, what constitutes a heap of Russian money to Tim Pool? She should have asked that question.
no.
Oh,
No.
why not?
Well, my position on this is Blair White walked.
So Blair White shouldn't go into male bathrooms, even though she is a male. So are you saying, Tim Pool, that there are some men that should be allowed in women's restrooms?
Walking to a men's room will create a weird social chaos, and I'm not really concerned about Blair.
What social chaos would it make?
Again, he said earlier that this thing about social chaos, where the fuck did he say it? Okay, hold on. I'm writing down the timestamp so I don't lose it. We're at 1:16:18. What did he say earlier? He said he said something that directly contradicted this just a little bit earlier. Social cultural commentary, social changes, social orthodoxy, socially left, social safety net, social hierarchies, social order. Oh, there you go. It was a thing about Adam Conover that liberals prefer prioritizing the social order over the truth.
Pointed out. He said the ethos of the liberal is adhering to the tribe, to the social order, and he says, and Tim Pool, once of that social order, prioritizes the truth, which is what actually happened. So Tim is desperately.
Okay, so despite this, he will go on to argue that even though, according to him, Blair White is a biological male, that sex and gender are intrinsically linked, basically identical to him, and nonetheless, she should be allowed to go into a woman's restroom. Why? Why should she be allowed to do this, apparently? If you ask him, it's social order and cohesion at the expense of truth.
And I'm not really concerned about Blair.
What social chaos would it make?
Blair White walking to a men's room will create a weird social chaos, and I'm not really concerned about Blair.
What social chaos would it make?
So truth at the expense of social order at the expense of truth.
So for men, it's a bit different for women, right? And so the issue is not specifically about Blair White. It's about Buck Angel, a better example.
Sure.
Buck Angel walking into a women's room is going to.
I have no answer for the bathroom question because it's stupid and the obvious, I do. Just let people go pee wherever the fuck they want to.
Start a fight. And so
Why?
Because Buck Angel.
Why are we
is
now
a
talking about another trans person?
masculine, bicycle mustached, male looking individual.
So Hulk Hogan with a vagina is essentially more of a
should
woman.
No, don't follow him down this. Pin him on the fact that he already granted that there are circumstances where some biological males should be in women's restrooms. Get him on that. Don't bring up other hypotheticals or talk about Hulk Hogan with a fucking pussy.
Using the men's room. But literally, Hulk Hogan with a vagina is a literal woman.
Hulk Hogan with vagina should be using the men's room?
Yes.
Gotcha. Why?
Social order.
Because what's the social piece?
The social piece is that people make judgments based on appearance. And there have been.
She's had him. Now it's getting too convoluted.
There was one story out of McDonald's where a lesbian female was pulled from the women's bathroom and the police kept calling her sir, despite the fact it was a literal biological female, because of this controversy and conundrum.
Yeah.
So I don't have this staunch right conservative, make everybody use their biological gender space, because that will just be chaotic. That being said, there's no simple answer. Why? Because a male who was exposing himself to children
Seemed pretty simple 2 seconds ago when you said people should use the bathroom that corresponds with how they fucking look and feel, pretty much.
and went into a spa in California, in San Francisco, exposed himself to women and children. And when a woman complained, they said, the assumption is this person is trans and we can't intervene. When in fact, it wasn't a trans person. It was a male who was exposing himself to children.
Right.
So therein lies a much greater problem. On the surface, I think the simple answer is, I don't see how any guy's going to appreciate Buck Angel walking into a ladies' room with their wife.
Exactly,
Never
because
gonna happen.
people make judgments on appearance.
Indeed.
And those judgments on appearance that we make is that performance.
And that has nothing to do with your entitlement to government documents nor entering foreign
I'm not getting there
countries.
yet, right? If we make judgments based on appearance, you look at me and how do you know I'm a woman? Did you check my passport?
No.
Did you check my vagina?
Nope.
I could have a penis for all we know.
Probably not.
I could. Why are you assuming I'm a woman?
Well, you have a woman's body.
Right. Yes, I
So,
perform very woman.
Which you are making that determination. How? With your fucking eyes. You didn't ask anyone for their fucking karyotypes or their fucking chromosomes. Even if you asked them, they could be lying to you. So unless you do genital inspections, you are just going off of assumptions and social presentation.
Let's roll. Your skin. Men have thicker skin. It's usually easy. You notice the brow ridge, your facial features, the structure of your shoulders compared to your hips, the fact that you have breasts. These are all probably a woman.
Right. So if a woman gets breast implants, is she more or less a woman?
Neither.
Okay. But she appears more feminine, right?
No.
Yeah, like a super, super busty woman is obviously going to be more hyper femme.
I don't agree.
This is just,
I don't think your breast
No, that's male gay shit.
size makes you more or less of a woman.
well, I said femme at this.
Oh god, Tim Pool is more correct. Breast size doesn't correspond to how womanly you are or aren't.
Yeah, I don't think femininity is reduced to like the size of a woman's breasts, because then morbidly obese women will be more feminine. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's more, again, it's performance,
Oh god, he has a stupid reason for it, but he's not wrong.
right? Like this is why if you search for porn and you look up like super, like hyper feminine or
He noticed her skin was thinner and was like, ah, yes, this is a woman. That was also fucking stupid and insane, and she didn't point it out.
hyper feminine,
She should have asked him, how do you determine whose skin looks thin versus thick just by looking at them?
like porn, you're going to get women with huge tits and a huge ass. This is obviously true.
Yeah,
These are feminine traits, right?
so-
Men don't typically have big tits and big asses.
So creating subcategories to define something doesn't change that woman and man are typically used to define adult human, male or female.
Yeah, I would say like 90% of the time. And the problem is that we have to legislate for like also the 10%.
Okay, I was about to say, she should have pointed out the fact that he said typically. Okay, if you agree that it's not always going to neatly map on to this binary, then what exceptions are you talking about in the form of typically? And if we're already talking about exceptions, why can't that be extended and granted to trans people the way that it was before, where things were less confusing?
And so when it works 90%,
10%.
sure, it's probably less than that.
Substantially less.
Sure, but we still have to legislate for it.
Yeah,
Because they're our citizens, right? We can't just be like, fuck you guys.
Also, she could have pointed out that, like, he's saying, I don't think, like, femininity should be reduced down to breast size. And she made a dumb point by saying that it, like, could correspond to it. But she should be like, I agree. But so why are you saying it should be reduced down to chromosomes?
You're not our problem.
Actually, the argument from trans
Or any singular body part. It's almost like it's not one single thing that determines if somebody is a man or a woman. It's like a cluster of
when
factors.
trans people just use bathrooms without noticing.
I agree that the trans
Legislating for
movement,
it actually caused more problems.
well, legislating for it in the way that the trans movement has legislated for it has caused problems,
And you know,
right?
they were trying to get it removed from the DSM-5 as well.
So trans people have actually caused their oppression, is what we're arguing.
You're not our problem.
Actually, the argument from trans people is it was better off before any of this was happening when trans people just used bathrooms without noticing.
I agree that the trans
Legislating
movement,
for it
Yes, who pushed to legislate for it? Was it trans people or was it cis people that are transphobic?
actually caused more problems.
Okay, but trans people were not the ones that legislated that. That was cis people who were putting in place these fucking bathroom requirements. Trans people doing legislation, apparently.
well, legislating for it in the way that the trans movement has legislated for it has caused problems,
And, you know,
right?
they were trying.
Oh, she just granted that they did that, even though they've never done that. They lobbied against it being legislated in the first place because it's absurd. It's an unenforceable fucking virtue signal of a law. The idea that you're going to be able to do genital checks to make sure that people are using the bathroom that corresponds with their natal sex. You would literally need to do that. Genital inspections on kids and babies to be able to make that work.
Trying to get it removed from the DSM-5 as well. Which
I
would
believe so, yes.
which would mean they can no longer get medical treatment or prescriptions for.
Yeah, look here. If you want to have somebody who's very critical of the trans group and thinks they're full of retards, you found the girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think
You.
There's lots of issues with trans advocacy, but I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the group. I'm talking about the idea.
Bonding over calling trans people like stupid. It's gross.
Which is what I'm wanting to engage in. People make judgments on appearance.
Body dysmorphic disorder?
What about it?
Should people have a right to get their hands chopped off?
It depends on if there's evidence that it benefits them.
Well, how would it benefit someone to cut their hand off?
Well, how would it benefit somebody to transition? The same.
It doesn't.
It does.
It literally doesn't. Suicide ideation is suicidality is actually.
This is like, she should have called out the framing of that, whatever, because in his mind, people getting trans affirming care is the same irrational sort of decision as somebody who's literally asking to get their hands cut off. You wouldn't ask, is there evidence to support that maybe cutting off our hands could be good for us? You would say that person's clinically insane and they probably shouldn't be allowed to have their hands removed. But he's trying to draw that comparison to trans people who are mentally ill and are divorced from reality, and they just need basically conversion therapy so they don't have the urge to inject their body full of hormones so they can live a lie, or however he'd see it. She should argue that no, that would be absurd to do unless there's evidence, and there's not. The difference is that we actually do have evidence that supports that trans people can transition safely and that helps them.
Actually, to quote Chase Strangio, suicide attempts and suicide do not decrease from transition.
Chase Strangio is not a strong one to, like, the issue here.
Well, the ACLU's lawyer to the Supreme Court is the best example I'm going to come up with.
Sure, but you probably shouldn't use a lawyer when you're talking.
Wait. What?
Suicide attempts and suicide do not decrease from transition.
Chase Strangio is not a strong one to, like, the issue here.
Well, the ACLU's lawyer to the Supreme Court is the best example I'm going to come up with.
Sure, but you probably should.
You are not talking to the ACLU lawyer. You are talking to me. That's what you would say.
Use a lawyer when you're talking about, like, trans, like, research.
A lawyer who's trying to convince the Supreme Court is not the better example?
No, I would say researchers are.
Also,
right?
I know who he's talking about. Hold on. What do you want to bet that that's not even really what they said? Chase Strangio? Trans suicide. There's context that makes it more clear what they were saying. Trans suicide does not correlate. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Wonder if this is where he got that. ACLU attorney confesses transgender suicide claim is a myth. Arguing before the Supreme Court, Chase Strangio concedes that suicide is thankfully and admittedly rare among transgender identifying people. An astonishing moment took place yesterday at the Supreme Court during oral arguments in the U.S. versus Scrimeti, the case that challenges Tennessee's ban on pediatric sex change, quote-unquote, procedures. Chase Strangio, the American Civil Liberties Union attorney, admitted to Justice Samuel Alito that the narrative around the risk of suicide in transgender-identified youth is false. Before Alito and Strangio's exchange, Justice Sonia Sotomayor had asked U.S. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar about minors with gender dysphoria who attempt suicide. Prelogar responded that the rates of suicide, not attempts, but actual death by suicide, in that population are striking. Given the government support for puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones or treatments for gender dysphoric youth, the clear implication of Prelogar's remarks was that such interventions are known to prevent these tragic and, in her view, common events. Sotomayor, some children suffer incredibly with gender dysphoria, don't they? General Prelogar, yes, it's a very serious medical condition. Sotomayor, I think some attempt suicide. Yes, the rates of suicide are striking. This claim that suicide among gender dysphoric young people are high constitutes the trans suicide myth. But the thing is that the thing that goes into suicidality amongst trans people isn't solely influenced by access to gender affirming care. It's also influenced by, like, social treatment and cohesion. When it was Strangio's turn, Justice Alito asked, do you maintain that the procedures and medications in question reduce the risk of suicide? Oh my God. The attorney responded, Mr. Strangio, I do, Justice Alito, maintain that the medications in question reduce the risk of depression, anxiety, and suicidality, which are all indicators of potential suicide. Note that Alito asked about suicide and Strangio answered about suicidality, the latter of which refers to thoughts of or intent to attempt suicide. Though suicide would be preceded by suicidality, research does not show that suicidality is a reliable predictor of suicide. Oh my God, that's the argument that they're going with here? Then came the remarkable concession. What I think that is referring to is there is no evidence in the studies that this treatment reduces completed suicide, and the reason for that is completed suicide, thankfully and admittedly, is rare, and we're talking about a very small population of individuals with studies that don't necessarily have completed suicides within them. However, there are multiple studies, long-term longitudinal studies, that show there is a reduction in suicidality. Why is this the gotcha to him? Yes, it reduces attempts. It makes it less likely that they will complete it. But they're arguing that, like, this doesn't correspond, so you're just apparently supposed to just be nonchalant about the fact that they're attempting? Okay.
Like, we should go to the actual data. I don't care what lawyers
desistance
making
rates
arguments.
are in the majority.
Desistance rates for under 18 are, right? The issue is that if you look at data... So
if you're over 18, do whatever you want. I don't care.
You want me to tell you about the data?
Sure.
Okay, so there's tons of research on specifically adults.
I stand for Logar so hard because he's not reading that. He's reading conservative interpretations that don't show entire opinions. Yep.
And this was before it was super, super, super politicized, because right now, most of the data that
I'm impressed that you can cover this stuff without losing your mind. I am losing my mind.
you look at for trans science between like 2018
looks
to
can be deceiving.
Is politicized on both sides. There's groups that are very anti-trans doing science and it's garbage, and there's sides that are very pro-trans and they do science and it's also garbage. And so the issue is that we have like almost...
Wait, what? So we have no science on this?
That if you look at data... So
if you're over 18, do whatever you want. I don't care.
You want me to tell you about the data?
Sure.
Okay, so there's tons of research on specifically adults, and this was before...
Also, this whole, like, when you're over 18, do whatever you want. It's obvious that, like, I mean, I would take that position over not allowing gender affirming care, but it's obvious that it's rooted in, you know, if you want to be a delusional, crazy man in a dress, that's your right. That's what they're saying.
Before it was super, super, super politicized, because right now, most of the data that you look at for trans science between like 2018 to about 2024 is politicized on both sides. There's groups that are very anti-trans doing science and it's garbage, and there's sides that are very pro-trans and they do science and it's also garbage. And so the issue is that we have like almost 2 decades now.
Why would this whole like pro-trans versus anti-trans or whatever is just like a weird dichotomy or whatever. Either science is good or bad
now of science that we can't rely on. So we have to look back at like the earlier stuff and be really scrupulous about the methodology specifically.
Like, where are the pro-trans institutions that are funding studies that rig the answers to be what they want? Because I can actually show you anti-trans and trans hostile institutions that are actively trying to curate biased methodologies that give them the outcome that they want in the first place, which is to justify the oppression of trans people. But where the fuck are the like pro-trans studies? Maybe I don't know about this. I don't. What?
So one of in the most methodologically sound studies, it's an RCT, it's longitudinal, it is a brilliant...
Unless pro-trans just means you have transgender doctors that also study this, even though I don't. It's weird.
Study. I believe it
like, why would that be an issue?
I could be incorrect, but it looks at adults over time who transitioned or did not transition, right? And all the effects and sequelae. And when you look at the adults who transitioned over the like 10-year period that they were studying them for, there was a 60% reduction in attempt rate. And by attempt rate, I mean medically diagnosed, confirmed at a hospital attempt rate, which is huge.
Yeah, but hold on. I don't care.
Why?
What's in sequelae? But hold on. I don't care. Epic. Okay.
About kids.
There was a 60% reduction in who transitioned over the like 10-year period that they were studying them for. There was a 60% reduction in attempt rate. And by attempt rate, I mean medically diagnosed, confirmed at a hospital attempt rate, which is huge.
Yeah, but hold on. I don't care.
Why?
I'm talking about kids.
He's making a huge assumption that 10-year period didn't also span into adolescence, but I don't know if she knows enough about the study, and maybe it doesn't, but I would be shocked if that study, especially if it's longitudinal, didn't have some participants within it that were followed from before the age of 18 to after.
I'm talking about adults.
I know, but I don't care what adults do.
But when we're talking about passports and like traveling and all this sort of stuff.
That's government treaties and trying to get access to a foreign nation, which you have no right to attain.
Sure, that's one argument that you're making for it. But when I'm talking about trans people,
use the bathroom of which you...
The W is on this is like slipping through her fingers. It was right there.
You most likely socially align visually.
Yeah, by and large, we should also allow their passports to not like immediately out them as a group that a culture that we believe is hateful and we don't agree with.
Who's checking American passports on the fly? Like, are you going to bars and being like,
when you go through TSA?
Okay. Like, is a TSA agent going to
wait? Why did he say this? Hold on.
Room of which you most likely socially align visually.
Yeah, by and large, we should also allow their passports to not like immediately out them as a group that a culture that we believe is hateful and we don't.
If again, she could point out that you've already outlined a social situation where it is far more useful to just go off of just allow people to sort themselves as they see fit and decide for themselves to go into women's bathrooms or men's bathrooms. And even if you wanted to regulate it, there's no way to enforce it. So why in this other social situation are you demanding that there be additional and more stringent standards, even though it would be more confusing as far as being able to correctly identify people? Because if you have trans women that have male designated on their passport, that makes no sense.
To agree with.
Because your passport also has your name and a photo. And if you have a feminine sounding name and you look like a woman and exist as a woman and are treated like a woman and your pronouns are she, her, why the fuck would it say M?
American passports on the fly. Like, are you going to bars and being like,
When you
Like that's just going to lead people to be like, is this a mistake? Why does it say M?
go through TSA,
okay, like, is a TSA agent going to like lynch a trans person going to Omaha?
not an American.
cares?
I'm talking about Iranians.
Why are you going to Iran?
Because you have the liberty to do so.
Not if Iran says no.
Again, my issue isn't that Iran can or cannot say no.
Debate 1. No hypotheticals here.
My issue is the government, your government, outing you in a dangerous way for no other reason than petty jabs because trans people went too far with policy. I think that's bad politicking.
It's trans people's fault. We're finding ways to blame trans people for Republicans instituting transphobic legislation. Are we fucking serious? How? They went too far. What political power does she think trans people have? If trans people had access to the levers of control, they would not have these policies right now.
I think I think there's political ramifications internationally for us having false passports.
Like trans people going too far with what? Like advocating for like trans youth. That's the justification for there being transphobic legislation elsewhere that was going to occur no matter what the fuck they did or didn't do, because it's almost like it doesn't matter how good or poorly. It doesn't correspond to how well or badly trans people behave, no matter what. Republicans fucking hate them. Trans people were in the deep state running the entire Biden admin, I guess.
It's, again, the government will create a way that you can basically allow trans people to have a passport.
Trans people were on the cusp of just having just the keys to the kingdom, all civil rights ever, but then they went a little bit too far. So now we had to reverse all of that, and it's their fault.
That looks in the way that they are presenting so that they don't get in trouble in countries.
Like, I don't know how we started off. We only went down this because she brought up my trans friend was not allowed to go into a country or had to have their like natal sex on their passport, which was confusing and outing and just overall unnecessary. It was a bad example to even bring up to a conservative argument, but that's how we get on this. So she starts pointing out, hey, this transphobic legislation made my friend's life worse. And then by the end of it, we're scapegoating trans people for that. Okay.
Will throw trans people off of buildings. I think it's good for your government.
Why would you go to a country that they're going to throw you off a building?
So
just say it's totally irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant.
what do you mean? What is this question? Why would women go to any country ever that they care about and do like work to like help the poor? I don't know, because they want to. They have the liberty to do so.
Right. And so this is why I asked, why would you do it? You gave an answer.
The question is not why would they do it. The question is if and when, if they decide to, should it be this way or that way?
Liberty.
And my point is, sometimes you die, right?
The government shouldn't be outing you.
Like he's like trying to move it off of that by being like, it's an absurd thing to want to do. It's like, I'm not speaking to whether or not it's rational or absurd. I'm just saying, if you do it, how should it be organized?
I don't care if a trans person goes to Iran and then in the process of being in Iran, they die as a war correspondent. I care about your own government outing you and setting you up to be killed for no other reasons than petty jabs.
And I'm gonna say once again, the reason why I think young men are leaving the left is that this sounds like sophistry.
So again, let's talk about face validity. Do you know what face validity is?
Explain.
Okay, face validity is this process in science. So when we do science, we look for things. So like when we test whether or not I'm testing depression.
When we do science.
There's validity measures that we apply to ensure that I'm capturing depression and not something else like anxiety, right? One of the ways that we can test for whether or not we're capturing a construct is called face validity. And all that means is it appears good. And the issue is that the world is so much more complex. Every scientist knows that face validity as a form of validity is garbage, because I might write an emo measure.
I have no idea if that's scientific consensus. Face validity is the extent to which a test is subjectively viewed as covering the concept it purports to measure. It refers to the transparency or relevance of a test as it appears to test participants. In other words, a test can be said to have face validity if it, quote, looks like it is going to measure what it is supposed to measure. For instance, if a test is prepared to measure whether students can perform multiplication and the people to whom it is shown all agree that it looks like a good test of multiplication ability, this demonstrates face validity of the test. Face validity is often contrasted with content validity and construct validity. Some people use the term face validity to refer only to the validity of a test to observers who are not expert in testing methodologies. For instance, if a test is designed to measure whether children are good spellers and parents are asked whether the test is a good test, this measures the face validity of a test. If an expert is asked instead, some people would argue that this does not measure face validity. This distinction seems too careful for most applications. Citation needed. Generally, face validity means that the test looks like it will work as opposed to has been shown to work. Okay. It's basically like a vibe check for if the test is going to measure what it sets out to measure.
To test how emo you are. But that doesn't mean that I'm tapping into the emo construct at all. Even though all the questions might sound good and I ask you a bunch about Green Day and all these sorts of things, and I ask you how many black types.
It sounds like the least useful kind of validity. Yes, it does. It seems very superficial, and especially if you're consulting people that don't even have subject area expertise, like, hey, do you think that this is going to measure? Just go off of what you see, which, like she's saying, a lot of scientific processes and methodologies are largely unintuitive. So the idea that you could judge how effective scientific measure or methodology is going to be by just looking over it and thinking it seems like it'll correspond is probably not a good way to construct a methodology.
So like makeups you have.
They're not emo.
Right. They might be goth, right? They might be.
They're pop punk.
There you go, right? They might be something else.
I call them cult punk now.
So this is.
It's so weird to watch him like switch from this like dead-eyed, like 1,000-yard stare of like, you're a conservative. You're arguing this. This is why men are leaving the left. And he's just in this monotone voice, like grilling you, to all of a sudden, like just relaxing.
This is why
It's like
face
a
validity
switch is
is
flipped.
a
It's
really
weird.
weak thinking system. And my problem with the right and what you said before with men is that you said it's easier to be on the right. And I would say that's a weak answer. Because
It's true.
as a human being, it's not better to take the easy path. You should take the right pathway.
No one said that's not you called my answer weak, which is nonsensical. It is you agreed with me that it was easier to be on the right for a man.
It's not nonsensical for me to say taking the easier path isn't good.
Calling my answer weak is not saying
I didn't say your answer.
it's true.
As a human being, it's not better to take the easy path. You should take the right pathway.
No one said that's not you called my answer weak, which is nonsensical. It is you agreed with me that it was easier to be on the right for a man.
It's not nonsensical for me to say taking the easier path isn't good.
Calling my answer weak is not
Is it,
saying
I guess more precisely, is like just because it's the path of least resistance doesn't mean it's the best path to take.
I didn't say your answer is weak. I said that men who
That's a
take
weak
the
answer.
easier pathway. When you say it's easier, the weak answer is in like essentially when men say
You
it's
mean
just
it's the
easier
weak
to be
path.
right. That's weak.
it's the weak path.
Sure.
Yeah, I think if we dive into this, men don't want to live in a world of sophistry. They don't want to be told to say there are 5 lights through pain of penalty.
He says after like 30 minutes of nothing but a semantic debate.
So when it's easier to be on the right, it's more like if you're on the right and you go to someone and say, you know, that you're gay, most people on the right, not all, are going to be like, I don't need to know that. I don't care.
How do you know what's true?
Well, that's a good point. You don't.
Right. And so what I'm arguing is
The
that
only thing I know is that I know nothing.
sure, but you know.
He's so deep, you guys. Okay.
People on the right, not all, are going to be, if you're on the right and you go to say there are 5 lights through pain of penalty. So when it's easier to be on the right, it's more like if you're on the right and you go to someone and say, you know, that you're gay, most people on the right, not all, are going to be like, I don't need to know that. I don't care.
How do you know what's true?
Well, that's a good point. You don't.
Then why is if you're this is not true, but if you're going to argue that most people on the right have this indifference towards queer people, then why wouldn't that extend to trans people? Why can't it just be the I don't care, live and let live standard?
Right. And so what I'm arguing is
The
that
only thing I know is that I know nothing.
sure, but you know some things, right? And it's good to know that you know.
We believe some things.
Well, I'm an objectivist when it comes to like I'm a science realist, right? I believe that there are things we can discover that
Objectivist? An Ayn Rand stand?
are true and will stay true regardless of how people feel about them, right? I
But
think my
philosophically-
pencil will fall and that's due to gravity because it's true and it doesn't matter if I'm like, oh God, please don't do it. Oh shit, I lost again.
We agree on that, but that's a less than 1/1,000,000th of reality. So arguing that we can understand something basic like
That's true, but that's less than 1/1,000,000th of reality.
the question I like to ask people is if I
Gravity's not basic, right? Gravity's sequelae of falling is basic, but we don't even know what causes gravity.
right. So if I were to take this phone and whip it as hard as I could at that window, what would happen?
The right does care and is against their own if they're gay. Asked a Rubin. He knows it's a lie when he was like, most people on the right won't care. It's like, dude, you know that there are homophobic people. Like to the extent that there's homophobia in this country, and they vote, they're in the Republican Party and on the right.
I don't know how thick your windows are, but it would at least smash your phone. It might smash your window.
That's a great answer because some people say the window would break. I say, actually, you don't know that. The assumption is the window would break because typically hard object thrown at window breaks window. However, it could be a bulletproof window. So while there are certain things that we can agree on, like if I drop object, it falls because gravity is a thing, most things we assume or believe, but we don't know.
So why did I arrive at the right answer when you might have expected me not to?
I didn't know. I didn't have an expectation.
I don't know why we needed to like deconstruct what is really truth and if it's like beliefs or if it's real or if it's based on assumptions, and if like not even getting into whether or not those assumptions are rational, which I guess kind of tried to do with the like why did we do that at all?
Expectation of your right.
Sure, but why did I arrive at the correct answer of essentially saying, I don't know how thick your window is, but your phone would probably break at least?
Higher IQ?
Probably not, right?
No, I think
it's probably, for example, Adam Conover is probably not stupid, but I think he says lots of stupid shit. But
because he's trying to adhere to a liberal orthodoxy.
Because
a question of
yes, actually,
you tried to adhere to a liberal orthodoxy when you gave the pass to Blair White and Buck Angel to use whatever bathroom they fucking wanted. In the name of social cohesion or whatever.
Yes, because partisanry defaults your brain to bad thinking strategies. And what I care about, all I care about in my platform is good think. And face validity is not a valid way to determine whether a construct is true or not, because it falls apart the moment you look at the complexities of the world.
Which is why I say when you go so hard on this passports out you, people don't buy it.
I don't care. If I explain to them how blitzscaling works as a venture capitalist system, you might be like, that shouldn't work. I don't really care. It's really complicated. It's infinitely complicated.
But you sound like Adam Conover is my point.
What?
You sound like Adam Conover.
No, because I don't deny IQ. I don't deny science.
Because she's like trying to argue that she's actually being hyper rational, actually, when it comes to the trans issue. But you're talking to a community full of transphobes and people that think trans people are at best mentally ill and need help, and at worst don't even fucking exist and are delusional and should be. And are not just mentally ill, but should like literally be locked up because you should assume they're groomers and need to be institutionalized. That's who you're trying to like make this appeal to. So what she's saying makes sense that like, hey, some social orders and protocols are largely unintuitive. And even though it's difficult for laymen to understand them or to relate to them, that doesn't actually negate the validity of them. But he is saying if this whole thing is about, and like, I actually agree with her, but if the whole thing is like, why are men leaving the left? How are we going to win people over to our side? You were talking about the constraints of that now because you've acknowledged that sometimes like truth in a lot of instances, especially when it comes to like newer civil rights movements or whatever, it's going to be largely unintuitive. So how do you make that intuitive to people that are hostile to the idea or don't understand it or are ignorant? And her answer is that like, actually, it's just never going to be intuitive because truth is just not always like that.
Oh,
I don't sound like Adam Conover and really complicated. It's infinitely complicated.
But you sound like Adam Conover is my point.
But yeah, she, like this whole face validity point would only make sense to somebody who basically already agrees to her because they're not going to see it as like her being, again, hyper rational. They just see it as her being convoluted and delusional and trying to come up with like all of these ridiculous justifications for her desired like woke outcome.
You sound like Adam Conover.
No, because I don't deny IQ. I don't deny science, right? I don't sound like Adam.
Aren't IQ test bullshit. IQ isn't even real.
Conover in any way other than we might align on like trans stuff. The issue is like I'm not engaging in science denial.
Right, let's try this. The issue of being able to travel to a foreign country.
I'm a science denialist. Yeah, I think IQ is like largely bullshit. Adam Conover IQ? I don't like what? Because he did like a thing on like IQ test being bunk. This is apparently, maybe he doesn't explain it correctly. This is my understanding. IQ said I was smart in the second grade. The only people who care about IQ are like Mensa losers.
We think IQ tests are objective evaluations of our mental abilities, but in reality, they are deeply biased and controversial tools that might not predict intelligence at all.
Emily, don't embarrass yourself. Measuring intelligence is what IQ tests are for.
Wrong again. The first IQ test was never intended to measure intelligence. In fact, it was invented in 1904 as a way to assess which French kids were doing well in kindergarten.
Wine is to lunch, a cigarette is...
to recess?
Excellent! You are now ready for the French first grade.
Huh, that's awfully specific.
Well, the inventor of the test, Alfred Binet, said that was the point.
My test is for children. It is not meant to apply to everyone.
But that all changed thanks to a man named H.H. Goddard.
I'm going to apply this test to everyone. Hey, everybody, Let's all take this intelligence test.
People liked intelligence testing so much that within a few years, IQ tests had swept the nation.
This test says I'm a regular Marie Curie. I'm positively glowing.
Mine says I'm dumber than a dewdrop or I'll zuzzled on a Sunday.
Well, I'll never marry you now.
And today, we use them to tell how intelligent we are. End of ruin?
Nope. The only thing IQ tests tell you is how good you are at IQ tests. Early tests focus almost entirely on concepts that only rich white folks would know.
That can't be true. I'm not rich and I can answer these questions. Describe everything required by a regatta. Okay, boats, water, and... Wait, I don't know.
My God, he forgot buoys.
Okay. I think our Q tests largely measure education, but intelligence obviously does appear to vary. It could largely be differences in exposure for sure, though. Well, that's the thing, is that, like, IQ tests, he's arguing that they're bunk because they don't actually measure the thing that they purport to measure, and they have severe limitations that most people don't realize.
Is predicated.
Like, he's not arguing against the concept of IQ. He's just saying, like, the way that we currently understand like how to measure it is like biased and has a lot of like limitations and pitfalls that people aren't aware of.
Upon the acceptance of that foreign country letting you in. It's their sovereignty. So internally, there really isn't an issue pertaining to your passport saying MF or.
But I wouldn't say that that's science denial.
I mean, unless you're trying to get a ladies' night discount, which is unconstitutional anyway, and they get sued a million times over for it. There's very rare circumstances other than the emotions of the individual where it matters.
Did you just say ladies' night is unconstitutional?
An issue pertaining to your passport saying MF or whatever. I mean, unless you're trying to get a ladies' night discount, which is unconstitutional anyway, and they get sued a million times over for it. There's very
a ladies' night discount is unconstitutional.
Rare circumstances other than the emotions of the individual where it matters, except in a medical function,
Sure.
where a doctor needs to know what kind of medicine to prescribe you based on your biology.
And how do you know that somebody's female?
Are you saying in a medical context?
Female, with the way that you would define female.
I mean, we make
Just ask. I'm asking how you know somebody is female.
assumptions on the surface for the most part, but I fully recognize for someone like Blair, I have no problem saying she. Because Blair,
why?
Because Blair gives me respect.
Yeah, you're a respectful person, and
oh, okay. So because she's nice to you and polite to you, and she's one of the good ones, you humor her. Why are you indulging her lie? If you were really consistent on this, if you really cared, like Carl said, like Carl Benjamin himself said, about prioritizing truth over the social order, you would dead name and misgender every single trans person, including Blair White, every single time you connected with them.
And Blair returns the respect.
It would also be really fucking weird to say he, him, right?
No, not really. I mean,
so if a trans person is rude to you, they're no longer worthy of being treated like the gender that they are. Okay.
Blair has said that she is actually a he and a man, and I think Blair even called her boyfriend gay. And so I'm kind of like, I don't know. Blair's nice, respectful, entertains things logically, and asks me his preferred pronoun. I say, okay. We had a drag queen on the show, said I use she. I said, okay, I don't care, whatever.
Sure.
People who are disrespectful.
This is like asking, like, do you think black people are people? And he's like, well, what do you mean? She's like, I'm just asking if you think black people are people. And he's like, well, I'll treat them like people if they're nice to me.
All sorts of weird names.
Sure, I'm not asking about people who are like, yeah, I don't expect you to play the same social tit for tat.
But this is my point. Conservatives, like,
actually, one question, sorry, if I can pause you. I don't know who Blair is, okay? I'm a random person plucked from the internet, from the world who's never seen the internet. Which pronouns would they guess Blair is?
She, her.
Why?
Because Blair White looks female.
Right. And so that looks female piece is something that I think is worth.
Oh, fuck. I just thought of what analogy she should have used with the passport. Like, and because Blair White herself has brought this up, I think in a debate with Ben Shapiro, where she was saying that, like, are adoptive parents still valid, like a valid type of parent or whatever? Let me see if this is somewhere on the internet. No, actually, I should just put Ben Shapiro debate. I should not be so specific. Ben Shapiro debate.
This video is sponsored by me. My official merch store is now online. This is a great way to support the channel and also get an awesome shirt, hoodie, mug, or a pair of socks. Link in the description.
Stop chilling. I'm trying to find a word. Hold on. Okay, there we go.
boil down to, rather than chromosomes, I think secondary sex characteristics, which are still biological, but it really does kind of boil down to what you look like, in my opinion.
So to go back to the adoptive parents argument, I would say that we actually do have different descriptions for adoptive parents than biological parents, right? You'll say in shorthand that they're parents because they're all different types of parents, but we do say adoptive parents, right? We don't just say, like, if we were to refer to...
Right, but they're still parents. They're a different type of parent. Like, trans women are a different type of woman than a cis woman, but it's still an entirely valid form of being a parent.
To you as a trans woman, and that we're going to refer to you as, I'm fine with that. I don't care. You're a trans woman. Sure. That's not the same as a biological woman. It's a different descriptor.
But she never argued that an adoptive parent is the same as a biological parent. She is saying that despite there not actually being a biological linkage between the two, there's an adoptive parent is still functionally and objectively socially fulfilling the role of a child's parent, even if they're not biologically related to them, in the same way that even though a trans woman was assigned male at birth and had to undergo gender affirming care, hormone therapy, surgeries, whatever it may be, to affirm themselves as a trans woman to transition from male to female, that's still valid. It's just a different way. It's just a different type.
Same thing is true of adoptive parents versus biological parents. And then the question becomes, okay, exactly as the context you were suggesting matters, in what context are we talking about the parents? Are we talking about a PTA meeting? Okay, this person is the legal guardian and therefore the parent, because parenting has two aspects, right? There's the biological parentage, and then there is the actual role of parenting. And so I would assume that in the dinner conversation, the same thing sort of holds true, meaning there's the biological role of woman, which you're not, and then there is the you look like a woman, which is I'm going to describe you as a woman to the waiter when he comes to direct me to the table.
Right. I think this is the interesting differentiation.
Yeah, because she asked him, would it actually be reasonable to you if we agreed to meet at a restaurant at a certain time, and you said to the maitre d' once you arrived, I'm meeting with Blair, and they say, who's Blair? And you say, that man over there, and you point to me. Would that actually make any sense? Would you be able to communicate with that person, or would you actually be arresting conversation because you have this convoluted, you're trying to assume this convoluted understanding that gender, that no one is conforming to?
Worth applying a word to, which we call gender. Gender. Right? Because that's the word that you can pick a different word, I suppose, but gender is what we're talking about when we say that somebody performs in such a way, right? The reason that you know that I'm a woman is because I perform like a woman in every single way, even though it is possible, technically, that I'm a sneaky.
I have no idea why we care about Ben's position on women. This is a man who claims WAF was a medical issue. LMFA. I only care about pulling that up because not because I care about him, but because I care about what is it? Like, it's a good analogy to point out the absurdity of trying to make these distinctions between the biological and the social or whatever, like adoptive parents versus biological parents, when in 99.99999% of cases, there's literally no need to make the distinction. So trans women, cis women, different, but in the majority of circumstances, with the exception of when a trans woman consults their doctor, you can just say woman, and you really don't even need to say trans woman.
XY chromosome in such a way, right? The reason that you know that I'm a woman is because I perform like a woman in every single way, even though it is possible, technically, that I'm a sneaky XY chromosome haver. So I even have a vagina, but I'm technically XY.
Well, there's androgen. I forgot the actual thing is called androgen immunity. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Some people are born.
Well, I even disagree with like her understanding of how like performativity should be dictating like how we understand if somebody is a man or woman, because like this. You ever heard of a butch lesbian? Butch lesbians are not exactly known for unambiguously presenting as women, even though they are. So that would be a counterexample of how you can still objectively be a woman, even if you're not immediately or recognizably conforming to people's preconceptions and understandings of what constitutes a woman.
Born XY, but the testosterone they're immune to testosterone, so they develop like females. I think the issue largely is just down to.
Fair point. Because Ben Shapiro and all of these people have to twist themselves into knots to try to go out of their way to like misgender someone like Blair White. It doesn't make any sense.
Why does that matter?
To say like this is not how we're like the conversation about like gendering and misgendering and how trans people like the social role that trans people occupy in society is a conversation about language. It's completely discursive. It has nothing to do with science.
Matter if someone's ID says their biological sex on it.
Because say for somebody like intersex. Well, intersex, how do you even?
Well, intersex actually has the capability to change.
What?
If you're birth like.
Yeah, I think they have to pick whenever they're like younger or something like that.
They just pick it. They just pick it.
Okay. Well, let's see what they say.
Yeah, like I
Does it make sense?
I think they have both, and the parents basically have to choose.
I'll tell you.
Tell me you don't know anything about intersex people without telling me you don't know anything about intersex people.
This. I will grant.
It doesn't matter if they end up choosing to present as a man or a woman. There's no changing the fact that if you have ambiguous genitalia or chromosomal abnormality, that wouldn't change. Even though you decide to, okay, I'm going to present as a man or a woman, that wouldn't change your chromosomes.
I will grant all luxuries afforded to anyone who is legitimately intersex. I have no issue with that.
Isn't this also a non-issue for the vast majority of voters? 100%, which is precisely why they spend so much time hyperfixating on it, to distract people from the issues that actually fucking matter. And instead we argue over this culture war bullshit and nonsense about a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the fucking population, like trans people participating in sports, when there's not even that many trans people to begin with.
It's a minority of the population. I don't think we should legislate for the majority for a minority in that way. So by all means, let's say, sure, intersex makes up like 0.017% of the population, and let's try to accommodate them. It's unfortunate they ended up in that circumstance.
Sure. So like, for example, the Algerian boxer,
he's describing like the case for trans rights. You're still describing like or like minority rights. Like obviously we do legislate in favor of the majority, but we still have minority rights for a reason. Majority rule, minority rights. That's how it works.
Right?
Like protections for people that don't conform to the majority of people, but whatever.
Said that she was trans. Seems like there's no evidence that's come out. It seems likely that she might have some intersex stuff, her testosterone.
That's why I think.
Yeah, like she might be androgen resistant or something like that. But in all ways, she's Algerian, right? They've thought she was a female from birth, and Algeria is not exactly gender open, right? When we looked at that situation, the right got really agitated because essentially gender was thrust in their face, and it's hard to solve, especially if you won't even. Well, they said it was a guy, but it isn't a guy, right? In any way, shape, or form, and in fact, insisting she with breasts is a guy.
She didn't have breasts.
That
was the issue.
I think that she has like some level. I think most ex-wives will have some level of mammary development, because without testosterone, you often. This is why pedophiles who are on SSRIs often have mammary development. Mammary development is kind of default unless.
Wait, what?
Breast. That was the issue.
I think that she has like some level. I think most ex-wives will have some level of mammary development, because without testosterone, you often. This is why pedophiles who are on SSRIs often have mammary development. Mammary development is kind of.
Why are we talking about pedophiles in the context of a discussion on queer rights? Do not ever bring up pedophiles in the context of discussing trans rights. I know it's like an example. It's completely unrelated, but don't ever bring it up. There's no reason to help people make the connection between those two when it doesn't fucking exist.
Kind of default unless you have androgen to prevent it. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding.
I think you're right. That's why I like dudes with steroids, when they stop producing testosterone after the fact, then it runs.
They'll get some boobies, right? And so she did have breasts. They were probably small. I wouldn't be surprised, because
bitch that Bob was his name.
Sure, but like Asian women have small tits, and that doesn't mean that we're like, that's a man now, that's a man. Otherwise, my argument that more tits equals more woman would be true.
The issue largely just stems to we don't legislate for the absolute minority, and an intersex person upon discovery, it's like, well, we can't. If you don't fit into the category we've provided for the overwhelming majority, then maybe a secondary category or something would make a lot of sense. Because if if someone
great, now we're just arguing separate but equal.
Was born without feet, they're not going to be runners. We don't say like, we're going to give you robot legs so you can run. That was actually the Oscar Pistorius debate, because he didn't have legs, and so they were letting him use.
We invented the Paralympics. What? This is a terrible example. It doesn't make sense.
Prosthetics that people argued gave an advantage. He argued didn't, and it was contentious. And then he killed his girlfriend, I think, and got arrested for it.
The fair play guy, right? The like big question of fair play. Yeah, I mean, like, I think when it comes to trans women in sports.
Something I was trying to ask you earlier was sort of that too. What he's kind of touching on is that, well, how can you say that, like, in this one, like right now, you're saying we should basically legislate for the minority, but then earlier
we always legislate for the minority, just to be clear.
But you're saying,
always.
Well, we shouldn't be listening
by and large,
to these.
That's what like most judicial criminality.
Yeah, but you're saying earlier, well, we shouldn't be listening to these crazy people that are like on the extreme left.
And she is right. There is a ton of like, I know what you mean. She's saying a lot of legislation is constructed around things that already happen, have a low probability events to begin with. Murder is not very common, yet we have laws regulating against murder.
We should be ignoring them, and we should be coming together.
Yeah, you should. Like, for example, I guess I would say, I'm sorry that the left got so crazy. Wasn't really my doing. I've only been in this industry for 3 years. I've always fought them. I don't like them. Why are you treating me like I'm them? I'm not a crazy leftist. I'm a reasonable liberal, and we are a growing group.
Then why did you never make that distinction? One, this isn't even true. Why was that distinction between liberal and leftist not made at the beginning? We are an hour and a half into a 3-hour debate, and we are barely touching on the difference between liberals and leftists. Even though this entire time, those layers, those flavors have kind of just been like mixed up altogether. Okay, let's go back.
Really am I doing? I've only been in this industry for 3 years. Example, I guess I would say, I'm sorry that the left got so crazy. Wasn't really my doing. I've only been in this industry for 3 years. I've always fought them.
So, okay, fuck the left. They're crazy. Sorry about my side.
I don't like them. Why?
Like performative guilt.
Why are you treating me like I'm them?
Why are you treating me like I'm them? Because the whole time you've just been like, I'm on the left. I'm just not, even though they don't think I'm on the left, I'm on the left. So when she's like, why are you treating me like them? You've been self-IDing as like going back and forth between liberal and leftist this whole time.
I'm not a crazy leftist. I'm a reasonable liberal, and we are a growing group, a vastly growing group, because a lot of people are being like,
liberal ideas are already popular. The Democratic Party is just terrible at being able to market them to people. It's not for lack of liberals in this country that we have Republicans in office. It's for lack of being able to get people to vote for them. When you look at the Republican agenda, most people don't fucking support it. Most people are not on board with cutting Medicare, cutting Medicaid, gutting public education, getting rid of like deregulating finance and banking industries and whatnot. Most people are not on board with abolishing unions or bringing right to work to the states or reciprocal tariffs. None of this polls well. When you poll every single liberal issue, like there is broad support for it.
Yeah, progressives are kind of stupid. Like, they're a little cringe. And I agree. I've been fighting them my entire life. The issue is that I refuse that the
Nobody's equating the general right-wingers with the extreme right. Yeah. So what the fuck is the right trying to equate the entire left with it? LMAO. I know, it's like if anybody deserves to be, it's not even about deserves. Just the right has objectively been captured by what was the fringe element of their party like 10 years ago.
Alternative has to go.
Like Steve Bannon, Tulsi Gabbard, and RFK Jr. were cited in here as reasonable like liberals and like leftists. And there was like no pushback from her on that.
Well, if it looks and feels that way, it is that way, except for when I don't want it to be that way. It's like, that's not a satisfying answer.
Wait, what?
Fighting them my entire life. The issue is progressives are kind of stupid. Like, they're a little cringe. And I agree. I've been fighting them my entire life. The issue is that I refuse.
Wait, why did she say 2 seconds ago, I just got into this a few years ago, and now she's saying she's been fighting him her whole life?
That the alternative has to go, well, if it looks and feels that way, it is that way, except for when I don't want it to be that way. It's like, that's not a satisfying answer.
But what we're talking about, though, is the minority. Like, there are not tons of Blair Whites and...
yeah, there's not a lot of trans people.
I forget his name.
Angel.
It looks like that, yeah. That's why they're like a unique case. That's why everybody cites them, is because they are the minority.
Here's another issue. Let's move on from this. The policies that you've espoused outside of like the transgender issue, many people on the right completely agree with.
I agree.
And so the issue then becomes reformer versus revolutionary, or...
I agree with conservatives on trans people. Very cool.
Or are you lying? And so when you have... In 2020, I donated the max to Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang, and I wanted sane Democrats...
And again... juxtaposition of what the average conservative thinks of trans people, that they're not fucking actually people, that they're crazy, delusional, mentally ill. Awesome. That's awesome.
Kick out the lunatics. Instead, they all stood there and raised their hand about opening the border, decriminalizing crossings, giving healthcare to non-citizens.
Wait, what? None of this will be true.
I wanted sane Democrats to kick out the lunatics. Instead, they all stood there and raised their hand.
Why didn't you want sane Republicans to kick out the lunatic that was Donald Trump? Why are you a huge MAGA simp? He was the crazy person on the stage in 2016.
About opening the border, decriminalizing crossings, giving healthcare to non-citizens. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Mm-hmm. And then they,
He just argued earlier that Bernie Sanders was not for open borders, even though he would admit he was the fringe, crazy, progressive on the debate stage. Also, what Democrat was advocating for open borders? You now have Democrats that are trying to make deals with the Republicans about, like, the mass deportation program.
They basically booted Tulsi Gabbard, and she still endorsed Joe Biden. Andrew Yang ended up taking a job at CNN. And
no one booted Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard willingly decided to become a Republican and grift right.
Once again, just trying to pander to the left. And so I was like, wow.
Andrew Yang took a job at CNN. Whoa, crazy. No way.
who am I going to vote for? Donald Trump then came out and said the DEI stuff needs to be removed from government. I said, hey, I'm for that. He said, no new wars. I said, I'm for that. He said, we're going to set a timeline for withdrawal from Afghanistan.
He's acting like this is the first time Trump has ever run for office, and we don't have an entire first administration to check his record against as far as his rhetoric actually corresponding with what he actually prioritizes once he gets into office. Nope, you got to just take him at his word. He says, I don't like war, so therefore he is the anti-war candidate now.
I was like, wow, these are things that
Why not seize on that? He said, we're going to set a timeline to withdraw from Afghanistan. Why not point out he didn't actually fucking do it? Biden was the one that actually followed through on it.
As a liberal-leaning person my whole life have longed for. I think this is the best chance I have because Joe Biden is lying about Trump's statements. The media is lying about Trump's statements. They're falsely framing what's actually going on. And Joe Biden is the guy who sold...
Yeah, everybody is lying about Trump. Got it.
Contracts for... got his brother contracts in Iraq. This is military-industrial complex times 10. I'll take Trump. Then you come to 2024, and Donald Trump says, we're going to bring in Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., Elon Musk. We're going to bring in a coalition of liberals to help lead foreign policy and economic decisions. And no new wars, blah, blah, blah. We're going to set peace. And I'm like, well, this is the most functionally appropriate thing to select, which I will.
But then he lied, right? Like
what?
He's like, for example, the Gaza war rollout has exploded under him because essentially the war.
Oh my God, the worst issue foreign policy issue to compare him to Biden with. Why? Gaza? Biden was horrible on that. Compare him to Afghanistan. Bring up Afghanistan. Why are you bringing up this issue? Biden was horrible on this issue.
Council was having the brakes pumped on them super hard. I'm not sure how you feel about
What does that have to do with like...
Trump is like Trump being anti-war. He is literally celebrating the idea of basically steamrolling Gaza and displacing all of the citizens with not even
the news.
Huh?
Have you been following the news on this one?
Yeah.
He recently came out and told Israel he was breaking from them. He doesn't want to be involved in their wars.
Do you remember why?
Iran.
What do you mean Iran?
To avoid a war.
To avoid a war with Iran, he said we're going to stop supporting you because you're pushing too hard. Israel said they're going to engage in strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities.
This is why you don't get into that, especially with how erratically Trump has been behaving for the last few weeks. Even though you could absolutely make the case that it's like a total fluke. This is a flash in the pan. Bibi has been relegated to sleeping on the couch for now, but rest assured, it will all be fine. Trump is going to absolutely 100% pander to Israel. That is still happening. There is no part of his record that suggests that there still won't be pretty much total fealty at the end of the day to Israel.
Tulsi Gabbard told Trump, don't do it. And Trump said, we won't.
With respect to this issue, there's no evidence that it won't be.
Gabbard was excellent choice. Man, if we got Kamala Harris in there, holy shit.
And this brings it back to the topic. Why
Biden was also bad in Afghanistan, billions of military equipment abandoned. Regardless of criticizing the actual logistics or how it went down, Trump said that he was going to do it. Tim Pool just brought that up, and she could have pointed out he didn't actually end up doing it.
Men leaving? I mean,
Biden was the one following through it. She could say, you can criticize how he actually handled it or whatever, even though I personally think there was literally no way it could have gone any better, but whatever. And the reason why it didn't go better is because the Biden administration was actually shocked at how little planning they had actually done, and they were like rushing to meet the deadline to be able to withdraw on time. But that aside, you don't even have to get into that. You don't even have to litigate like, oh, could it have gone better or whatever. It's like just pointing out that you are taking Trump at his word when we have the first administration to compare it to, and he did not follow through on that. He said that he was not just going to establish a timeline. He said it was going to end.
To be fighting the wars. I mean, I think we realized.
Oh yeah.
I'll just kind of own. I'm not like pro-war because I see war as like the most
I'm not saying you are.
thing. But I see war as an absolute necessity.
I will say,
and more
I think Democrats are more pro-war than they let on.
The idea that we actually care if the Taliban has some of our military cast-offs is kind of absurd. This argument has occurred in chat every time I've brought it up. Somebody will always bring up, oh, he left stuff behind or whatever. And then somebody else said that it would have been exorbitantly more expensive and dangerous to attempt to move that military equipment than it would have been to just leave it.
They like to do this thing where they're pretending that, oh, we're just doing our thing here. Yeah, we're nice and sweet. And then
do I know if that statement from that person was true though? I don't know. Sounded true to me. I didn't question it because I personally it was never going to go well. It was never going, withdrawing from that country after 20 years, it was never going to go well.
We're fighting three problems.
I'll put it this way: as a liberal,
striking kids, so.
as a liberal, I see Donald Trump.
That's another thing he could bring up. He said Ukraine-Russia would be sorted before he even took office. Day one, he literally said, "I am going to end the Ukrainian-Russian war on day one." Now, where are they on that? Putin didn't even show up to the last summit he was supposed to negotiate the fucking ceasefire deal or whatever.
publicly going moderate on the issue of abortion, and he got attacked for it.
He did.
I see him rejecting.
Trump has been all over the place on that issue. The first thing that he fucking said is that there needs to be some sort of punishment. Hold on. With Chris Matthews, we just fucking looked at this the other day. This was 9 years ago. Women should receive some form of punishment. March 31st, 2016.
Have to ban it.
Do you believe
but you go to, you'll go back to a position like they had where people will perhaps go to illegal places.
Yeah.
But you have to ban it.
Do you believe in punishment for abortion? Yes or no, as a principle?
The answer is that there has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form.
10 cents, 10 years.
I don't know. That I don't know. That
why
I don't
not?
know. I don't know.
You take positions and everything else.
I do take positions and everything else. It's a very complicated position.
I'm asking, you're running for president, I'm not. I'm asking you, what should a woman face if she chooses to have an abortion?
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play that game. You
said you're pro-life.
I am pro-life.
That means banning abortion.
And so is the Catholic Church pro-life.
This is a guy who's moderate on abortion, the guy who's been all over the fucking place, from saying women need to be punished for it, then installing Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe v. Wade, throwing it back to the states, at which point they immediately wanted to throw it back to the federal government so it could be federally banned. That was the position of the Republican Party.
EEI, which is a violation of the Civil Rights Act and illegal. And I see him bringing on Tulsi Gabbard for national security, RFK Jr. for health, and I'm like, wow. This is the first time I've actually gotten like liberal administrative policy in the federal government, because Obama wasn't doing it.
He would never do an interview like this now. LOL. Well, now he's not just on the campaign trail, and they have like a corpus of evidence and all the corrupt shit that he's doing that he could be confronted with at any given time. So yeah, he'll only talk to like Fox News toadies and Newsmax and OAN.
Obama was blowing up children overseas. So I've said numerous times.
We're getting close. He's going to bring up that fucking kid that was drone struck. He's going to do it.
Impeached and charged for the killing of Abdurrahman al-Awlaki. And Donald Trump should be investigated for the killing of Abdurrahman al-Awlaki's 7-year-old sister.
I need to make like a fucking bingo card or like a drinking game for chat or something. He always brings up this fucking person.
Is eclectic with much more liberal tendency than the Democrats offer. Again, the reason why I think young men are leaving is, for one, it's not just ideology. It's literally just
the reason why men are leaving the left is because of an obscure drone strike incident that occurred under Obama. Got it.
There was had babies 18 years ago, so that's a big function of it. But what we did see is among the Gen Z that were 25 years ago and that are now, or I should say 24, and they're now entering their late 20s, we have seen an uptick in anti-LGBTQ, anti-gay marriage, pro-Jesus. So that shift has happened a little bit. And I think it's largely due to the fact that if you were looking at it objectively or pragmatically or rationally, you're saying a vote for Donald Trump and the Republicans earns me a 10-point net positive, and a vote for the Democrats is a 10-point net negative. Yeah, I don't like Republicans on this, and this, but they're offering me that, this, and otherwise, and the Democrats are doing nothing. So I'll take Republicans.
I'm not sitting here criticizing the voters. That's not what I have issue at.
No, I'm just saying that's why they're moving to the right.
Well, sure.
Also, I think Christianity offers
they're all lying, right? My problem is that they're doing this based on this idea of they're all lying. For example, military complex. Okay, Musk just got several multi-million-dollar military-industrial complex contracts, right, with SpaceX to develop a bunch of tanks, specifically.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and Tesla also got some armored vehicle contracts. I don't think that this is good, right? For you to be so anti-military and war, right, he's been unable to stop the Ukrainian war, which we knew, under his...
I don't think that she should be doing this gish gallop of this, because he's just going to pick the weakest one and argue with that and watch her not know the like details of these things that she's bringing up. It sounds like she's just like recalling headlines, but I could be wrong. Just stick with one, point it out as an objective failure, ask him questions about how he reconciles that with the candidate that he voted for and why it's taking so long and why he's not making good on campaign promises.
First term, he was doing multiple strikes.
Are you sure about this?
The Musk stuff?
The tanks? You're referring to like armored personnel?
Armored vehicles.
Armored vehicles?
Yeah. Tesla or SpaceX?
Maybe Tesla. Tesla tanks. I don't know. SpaceX doesn't come up. The SpaceX story that comes up is he got a contract for water tanks. Fuel tanks.
I think SpaceX as well, they're considering them for the golden, what's that new golden defense
Golden Dome.
Yeah.
Golden Dome.
You know, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm trying to find it.
Sure.
I'm not seeing anything. Let me try our good friend.
I think he accused Adam Conover. Oh my God, AI.
Well, even if we grant that, why is that necessarily wrong? I mean, I think there is something to like a peace through strength kind of deal. Like, I don't think it's a problem.
Like, also, like, it's not missing the forest for the trees. It's just like the weakest way to go about criticizing Elon Musk, because he was Doge is this like made up government department. He was supposed to and he was given, like, how do I even put this into words? Like, the amount of power that was given to this insipid billionaire to just gut all of these different programs without congressional oversight, approval, in the name of a government agency that was recently created, again, without congressional approval, to do whatever he wants, like to focus on the minutia of like a certain deal that occurred within that, instead of calling out the whole corrupt dynamic, is like missing. It's just not the way I would approach it.
Problem to continue building our military and our defenses.
Sure. Yeah. So I believe that America is the best global hegemon that we have ever had, and I want them to stay, and I think that they stay by military power. I think fundamentally we must invest in our military.
Right. So even if we grant that.
Massive conflict of interest, but also Elon Musk is unabashedly evil, full stop. Like making that second part, you don't even have to make that second part to this, even though like to this type of audience, like they're going to think you're fucking crazy or whatever, unless you can tie it back to he is unabashedly evil because that, like the massive tie it back to the criticism of like the massive conflict of interest or whatever. Because you're like, it's going to be too hard to like get them to agree to stuff like that. If that's your goal, is like getting them to like agree to different premises or whatever. But if you just leave off that he's evil and just say, well, he did this thing, it's highly corrupt, he should not be doing it, see if they will defend it.
That's true what you said. Why is it a problem necessarily?
It's a problem if Trump is saying he's anti-war and then he's engaging in all sorts of war hawk behavior, just like everyone else.
Is developing a military war hawk behavior, though?
Also, yeah, like why war hawk behavior when she should be talking about like the conflict of interest? When Tim Pool already said there should be money out of politics, and she's literally bringing up an example where money is a corrupting influence, not only in American politics generally, but in this particular administration at this moment right now.
I'm gonna say this with a caveat. I have not been able to locate any source on SpaceX or Tesla getting access to tanks, and a Google search pulled up nothing. I asked ChatGPT, and it says his DoD contract specifically.
That's why it's so annoying that they don't let you have your own like phone and stuff like that. She has like a pencil and paper, and he has like 2 screens.
For satellite launches, Starlink and Starshield, spy satellites, and rocket cargo, but no military armored vehicles or anything of that nature.
Okay, so they are getting military contracts, just not.
That was just an anecdote. That wasn't me trying to argue anything. I believe you. But I agree. You don't have to cite Elon evil to note the massive conflicts of interest in citing them. Yeah, that was my only point.
For tanks, but for armored vehicles and
yeah. And again, I want to
spy stuff.
I'm clarifying this because I went on Joe Rogan and I mentioned that more than half the country is a constitutional carry. He said he didn't believe it, and then Jamie pulled up a source which was wrong, and I said, I guess I was wrong about that. And then after I left, I Googled it. I was right. They just had a bad source.
Sure. And I could be wrong, but it sounds like he's getting potentially some military contracts with like at least cyber warfare.
Yeah, spy satellites.
Tesla, you said, is getting armored vehicles?
No, Tesla, there were early reports that they were working on an armored electrical vehicle contract that was never put in place.
Gotcha, okay.
Elon Musk publicly denied there was ever any such deal.
Okay. That's not super meaningful.
I mean, I got to be honest, I would love it if the U.S. government was giving Elon Musk...
Wait, what? So he did find something with
Tesla, Tesla, there were early reports that they were working on an armored electrical vehicle contract that was never put in place.
Gotcha, okay.
Elon Musk publicly...
Okay, but just because it wasn't put into place does not mean that the development of it wasn't problematic to begin with, because he was giving him favorable things. She could also be bringing up like how Trump promoted Tesla on like the White House lawn, no?
Denied there was ever any such deal.
Okay. That's not super meaningful.
I mean, I got to be honest.
Like, do you think they'd ever let that fucking fly? If Joe Biden had been promoting his kid, like Hunter's business on the White House lawn? Tesla on White House. Yep, 2 months ago. This is Fox reporting this. President Trump chose to showcase Tesla models at the White House with Tesla CEO Elon Musk on Tuesday afternoon. He claimed to be buying one of the Teslas. This was March 11th of this year.
President Donald Trump joined by Elon Musk and his son here. We do believe that the president is set to buy a Tesla from Elon Musk. Let's take a look.
President Trump, are you looking to buy or lease today?
Well, I'm going to buy. And I'm going to buy because, number one, it's a great product, as good as it gets. And number two, because this man has devoted his energy and his life.
Like, again, a president explicitly endorsing a product because he has political and business ties to Elon Musk. Like, Jimmy Carter relinquished ownership of his peanut farm to avoid having a conflict of interest going into the fucking White House. Now you have this. You have the shit.
to doing this, and I think he's been treated very unfairly by a very small group of people. And I just want people to know that you can't be...
This is hilarious because Trump can't drive. Is that true? I didn't know that. I mean, I should have thought that because he's like a New Yorker, no?
...penalized for being a patriot, and he's a great patriot. And he's also done an incredible job with Tesla. And I mean, nobody else has a car company started up in the last 30 years that's been successful. I don't think so. And not only successful, but super successful. And because he's able to find billions and billions and billions of dollars of fraud
billions
and waste and all of the
and
things. I mean, our country's going to be very strong very soon because of a lot of the things that he's done and a lot of the things that I'm doing. And there's no better team, but there's no better for what we're doing. There's nobody like this, and he shouldn't be penalized. And when I watched the other day, I said, I can't believe it. It should be the opposite. People should be going wild, and they love the product, but because he's finding all sorts of terrible things that have taken place against our country, they want to penalize him in an economic sense, and I just think that's very unfair. So I just wanted to make a statement. I'm going to buy one. Now,
like whining about how unfair the people are being to the billionaire plutocrat that you've installed to gut the administrative state without any congressional oversight. Got it.
I would love it if the U.S. government was giving Elon Musk massive contracts for SpaceX.
Sure.
And yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Like, even if we grant the,
okay, there's a difference between the government granting a public-private relationship and contract with a company versus like with no without that the CEO actually being part of the government versus when they are. That's a conflict of interest.
For the sake of the argument,
Sure.
why is it bad? I guess.
Yeah, you're asking
I'm
why
just
it's bad.
curious.
So it's not bad. What I'm pointing to is this idea that everyone lies. So you have,
So it's not bad? Why did you bring it up? What? It's a conflict of interest. What was the point of bringing it up? You were pointing to corruption and now you're saying it's not bad. The point is everybody lies. So it's a thing that everybody does. It's not even a thing that's worthy of criticizing this particular president or this particular billionaire of doing because everyone does it. What? This undermines the whole point. I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm so confused.
You gotta let me finish, right? So you guys said, well, the left is lying. And I'm like, yeah, probably did. Every time the leftists are like, we're anti-war. I'm like, no, you're not. You're all war hawks and you have to be war hawks. The entire axis of resistance.
Now we're talking about the left is how the left actually lies. The left lies just as much as the right, I guess.
Okay, but
the reality is we're all going to have to be war hawks to some extent.
So what I brought up before was the war hawk behavior where we both agree that it was actually, we're actually engaged in proxy wars, et cetera. Not that we still aren't, but we're trying to dial that back. But then you said that because they're giving the contracts, that's somehow not a piece.
I would say like his initial support of the Gaza rollout, the Houthi attacks, the like increase.
No, but specifically giving contracts to SpaceX.
What? He negotiated with the Houthis to end it. What?
I was just trying to figure out why that's bad or why that's
it's
war
not
hawk.
bad.
If we're just building a military
If you're
defense.
anti-military industrial complex, you probably shouldn't be giving more contracts to more and new companies that were never military industrial complex.
So we're coming at it from this hyper-specific argument of if you're anti-military industrial complex, you should not be expanding it with another government contract. Really? Not the glaring conflict of interest that exists there. Not anything about how Doge is fucking illegal. Not anything about... Okay, like the Doge cuts. There's so many different ways you could approach this. Why this? You say you're anti-war, but they were considering doing a contract that maybe never even went through with Elon Musk, and actually that wouldn't be a problem because everyone lies, including the left, about being anti-war, but this is still hypocritical because he said he'd be anti-war, but there's a government contract. A government contract that sounds like it could also have domestic applications. That's the other thing. It's not even like an ace in the hole for the point she was trying to make.
But my point is that I think the military complex, the military industrial complex, whenever we talk about that, we're usually talking about the involvement and constantly being in hot wars, not necessarily just building up defense.
And so that's why I like new companies.
Cold wars and proxy wars are okay, but hot wars not good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's break that down.
So we're not...
this is the position of probably most Americans.
We're not actually anti-war. We're just anti like our soldiers going to war.
No. Hold on. There's going to
yeah, that's what it means to be anti-war in America. Do you think that the right is like principally anti-imperialist? They're just talking about American soldiers and bodies like not being deployed or stationed elsewhere.
Be conflict and crisis
or in conflict zones.
If we don't get involved in certain areas of the world, then China does. Yep. And so what is our means of dealing with this? Proxy wars, not so much. Cold wars, I kind of get. The argument is we should be using soft power to prevent hard escalation.
I agree.
That's why I don't fault the United States and NATO for their involvement in Ukraine politics pre-war, and why I think Russia was wrong to invade.
Sure.
The U.S. was using soft power.
I thought Ukraine was our enemy, Tim. I thought Ukraine owed Russia an apology, Tim.
To combat Russian interests. And I think soft power can be aggravating, but it's the way we should handle things.
But also hard power, right? Like in the case of the Houthis, I think Trump had no other option but then to kind of like nuke them out of orbit. They were basically shutting down the entire canal, right?
I could have left you on that one, I guess.
Yeah, I'm decent. I'm for. I'm sure. So that's fair. But this is the same thing that I would grant. Like I think Obama having multiple strikes on terroristic cells was okay. Like I don't think it's all.
Wait, I'm going back on the Houthis thing. Hold on.
And I think soft power can be aggravating, but it's the way we should handle things.
But also hard power, right? Like in the case of the Houthis, I think Trump had no other option but then to kind of like nuke them out of orbit. They were basically shutting down the entire canal, right?
I could have left you on that one, I guess.
Yeah, I'm decent. I'm for. I'm sure. So that's fair. But this is the same thing that I would.
How are they not bringing up that he brokered a ceasefire for this and like went over Israel's head to do it?
Like I think Obama having multiple strikes on terroristic cells was okay. Like I don't think it's always okay. I'm sure you could point to me multiple drone shots and I'm like, yeah, that was bad. Bush, not so good. But this idea that like we just allow. I'm not pro-Trump.
You said it was good that he bombed the Houthis.
I'm not. Well,
that doesn't mean she's pro-Trump.
Here's the issue:
So
not being deranged. No, not being deranged about Trump doesn't mean I'm not pro-Trump.
These are gotchas. I'm just screwing.
Yeah. It means I'm a good. What it actually means here is that I'm a good faith interlocutor. I can grant Trump his wins, right? I'm totally.
See, I'm good. It's getting you nothing doing this type of shit. They don't care. They think you're a crazy like left winger. It doesn't matter how much you beg and plead. No, I'm not like them. I'm not like these other people because if you play defense for any of it for a second, which he's already done. They collapse you they throw you into that pile.
You're fine with that. I have no.
Which is so funny because you're sitting there being like, the right doesn't purity test like this. The right doesn't do that or whatever. Even though all of those concessions, all of the like goodwill and rapport she was trying to build up immediately went out the fucking window when she brought up the example of like trans identification on passports.
No issues with Trump doing good policies.
You don't call rapists terrorists, austere scholars?
But I guess he is still trying to argue like overall you're a conservative or whatever.
I have no issues with Trump doing good policies.
You don't call rapists terrorists, austere scholars?
Trump?
So when Trump killed...
You don't call rapists terrorists, austere scholars?
The head of ISIS, Washington Post called him an austere scholar. And he
what
was
does
like,
that even mean?
he was like a guy who like kidnapped and raped women and had like women trapped in his basement.
What is this claim? Hold on.
Trump?
So when Trump killed the head of ISIS, Washington Post called him an austere scholar.
Okay, I have to search this. When Donald Trump killed the head of ISIS, did the Washington call that head an austere scholar? Which again, there's nothing mutually exclusive of being a terrorist and also being educated. Look no further than Henry Kissinger. The Washington Post did briefly refer to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS, as, quote, an austere religious scholar in the headline of his obituary. This description appeared on October 27, 2019, following the announcement of al-Baghdadi's death during a U.S. military raid authorized by then-President Donald Trump. The initial headline read, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, I always get these names wrong, austere religious scholar at helm of Islamic State, dies at 48. The headline was met with immediate backlash on social media and from public figures who criticized the characterization as inappropriate for a terrorist leader responsible for widespread atrocities. In response to the criticism, the Washington Post quickly revised the headline first to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, extremist leader of Islamic State, dies at 48. Spokesperson for the newspaper acknowledged the misstep, stating, the headline should never have read that way, and we changed it quickly. The incident sparked a wave of online parodies under the hashtag WAPO death notices, where users mockingly applied similarly euphemistic descriptions to other notorious figures. So it wasn't that it was untrue, it was just that they didn't like the framing.
And he
What
was
does that
like,
even mean?
he was like a guy who like kidnapped and raped women and had like women trapped in his basement.
I think it was an awesome thing that he like basically decimated ISIS. I have no problem with it. I think it was good that we got Saddam Hussein.
Okay, just because you have killed the head of a terrorist organization does not mean you have actually meaningfully stopped them. If that were true, Hamas would be destroyed.
They changed it. Liberals. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, extremist leader of Islamic State, dies at 48.
Wait, that guy's 48?
I mean, they didn't just change it; they changed it swiftly or whatever.
Good, right?
That's rough.
Let's pull up the
He's probably
original.
pretty
It's rough for
stressed
48.
and been out in the sun a lot. So
Here's the first one. Where is it? I love this website. Let me see if I can. Yeah, everybody remembers this. Here's the original article. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, austere religious scholar at helm of Islamic State, dies at 48.
Wow.
austere religious scholar. That's crazy.
So I mean, we don't have a lot of time left, but I do want to get to one point.
Yeah, we should probably talk about men at some point too.
We did. But I think we talked a lot about ideology, and we're forgetting that liberals don't have kids.
Yes, true.
And so the reason why we're
what
being a young Gen Z shifting rightward is actually kind of simple. There's a lot less younger Gen Z.
That's just a right citation needed. Hello?
Than older Gen Z. And there's a lot less older liberals who had children 17, 18 years ago. That just means it's not an issue of winning a culture war. A large component of this is quite literally Christians just had more kids. So that's reflected in the data 18 years later.
Maybe, but this has, I think, almost always been true historically.
Again, we're talking about this in the context of ideology. That's why I am so fucking annoyed that this is like just being accepted when the factors that determine whether or not people are going to have kids is like not just strictly an ideological one. It comes down to like your income level and education level.
Conservatives typically,
if you're poor and you have less education, you're more likely to have more kids. If you are more wealthy and you have more education, you're less likely to have kids.
Have more children than
like, regardless of fucking like ideological affiliation.
Of winning a culture war, a large component of this is quite literally Christians just had more kids. So that's reflected in the data 18 years later.
Maybe, but this has, I think, almost always been true historically that conservatives typically have more children than liberals. Like, I think this is true not just in the last 20 years. I think this is true for like the last century. The issue is that before, the left was really effective at essentially their kids would go to college and their kids would become left, right? Which is why typically we see through all of generations except for Gen Z that millennials, for example, are much further left than their parents, right? And then as they age, they shift towards being more moderate.
Also, this whole assumption that if you get a degree, you're automatically liberal or left, that college reliably produces liberals in this, like, this is like presupposing that like every single person that graduates with a business degree, a marketing degree, an economics degree, a history degree, philosophy, a math degree, an engineering degree, you think they're not conservatives getting degrees in this country, or like it's like you're more likely to be, but it's not. It's like it's not to the percentages that she's implying. I feel like.
Well, let's see. So far, the only data that comes up is from the 2000s onward. What about 1970s? Right.
Sure.
Let's see what they say about 1970. It was becoming observable with the rise of second wave feminism and birth control.
That the conservatives were having more kids, but yet their children were still going liberal, right? So like
actually no. Gen X is the generation that gave Trump his victory.
Millennials are their children, and those children are
1970 is
children of those of like the people in 1970, right?
Oh, right. I see what you're saying.
So we've been like left for young people until recently. That's why this election is such big news.
Yeah, right. So I agree with you. In 1970, the Gen Xers who were born ended up leaning conservative in the 2024 election.
In the 2024, but they were leaning left all the way up until then. And millennials, even when they were 20, were leaning left.
So that
it's only recent. So I don't know if it's I think it's not a bad theory. I just don't know if that's borne out with a like historical timeline.
So I agree.
I think it's ideology.
It is more likely ideology.
Why would it be ideology? Oh, liberals never going to insert a materialist analysis anywhere. Why am I disappointed?
I think for one thing, men have no purpose, and religion gives them one.
Yep, I would agree with that.
It's not. Men have no purpose. Religion gives them one. This one, that's not true. But two, like, it presupposes that you're even seeing a return or increase in religiosity in this country when we're only becoming increasingly secular year over year.
That broadly, I don't know if I'd say like the right is.
And also, religion gives any lonely person, regardless of whatever the fuck their gender is, a purpose.
Doing the best at religion necessarily, because I think Trump is like fundamentally like very anti-religious, but they are more religious.
I think what he's saying, like as men are becoming more religious, they're going to fall into that camp. It's not maybe not necessarily be because I'm going to be religious because I want to vote for Trump.
Sure, but lots of
it's like the opposite. It's like because I'm more religious.
Tons of conservatives are atheists.
There's only one reason men are going to the left, and it's because they watch those Charlie Kirk videos where he owns the libs.
True.
And they were just like yo, and they don't know anything that's going on. They just like saying yo.
I think.
Wait, what? What was this joke?
Not necessarily be because I'm going to be religious because I want to vote for Trump.
Sure, but lots of
men have no purpose. This is what he said. Men have no purpose.
Like the opposite. It's like because I'm more religious.
Tons of conservatives are atheists.
There's only one reason men are going to the left, and it's because they watch those Charlie Kirk videos where he owns the libs.
True.
And they were just like, yo, and they don't know anything that's going on. They just like saying.
Wait, so men are going to the left because they watched a lib get owned? Isn't he trying to say that they go to the right because Charlie Kirk owned a lib?
Yo.
I think
I'm half kidding.
I think men are down. I think men are down bad, like hard. And I think, yeah. And they have been fucked over by history. I would
assuming he means to the right. Well, if she didn't notice, she like fake laughed at his joke. She pity laughed at it.
Say like people cite like the 1970s.
So he could feel like he had a purpose.
Like what the fuck happened in 1971? But essentially, there's a bunch of like crazy graphs that start exploding after 1970.
What on earth gives them the impression the youth are super religious? Temple knows that they're not, but an increasing like a good faction of his viewers say that's true or are, and so he's like now LARPing as he's not a Christian, but he believes that like God exists. So now he's a theist.
71 site like what the fuck happened in 1971, but essentially there's a bunch of like crazy graphs that start exploding after 1971. But I think men have this history where they have an entire
again
like the 1970s. I don't know if you've ever seen and fucked over. I think men are down. I think men are down bad, like hard. And I think and they have been
okay. Down bad means like horny, no? But I think she's trying to say that men have been like pushed down.
Fucked over by history. I would say like people cite like the 1970s. I don't know if you've ever seen the website like what the fuck happened in 1971. But essentially there's a bunch of like crazy graphs that start exploding after 1971. But I think men have this history where they have an entire generation wiped out in World War II.
I mean, isn't this when like government regulations started to kick in? No, you started to see like the banning of lead paints and whatnot, and people less lead poisoned.
And then all the dads
but that might not have happened till like the 90s. So
PTSD, and then the Vietnam War happened, and a whole bunch of more dads got wiped out. And so we have this history where we've basically stripped men of masculinity because they died. They died.
Wait,
all the dads that did come back had PTSD, and then the Vietnam War happened, and a whole bunch of more dads got wiped out.
Okay, the people that fought in World War II, it's like a different demographic because for Vietnam, we conscripted people for 10 years and it was a draft lottery and it was like, it was done arbitrarily, like your birthday, and it was mostly young men. And if you had a family, you were actually eligible to apply to not have to be deployed, and you were less likely to be because you had a family already. I think she like, it's oversimplifying things, and her being a fucking Canadian is showing because she doesn't know like the finer aspects of the history points that she's bringing up from the US.
And so we have this history where we've basically stripped men of masculinity.
How does that impact men of today? I think she's just making like a men haven't had fathers because their fathers all died in World War II and Vietnam apparently, and so their fathers were raised without fathers, and then they raised them and they weren't socialized properly, so now they can't give their sons the things that they need, even though data like is repeatedly showing over and over that people don't need to have male or like a male role model in their life to succeed. It really comes down to a two-income parent, like a dual income household. So if you have more money and you have two people looking after the kids, they're going to have much better outcomes than somebody who has who has just like a single parent. Men no longer exist. This is just Fight Club. We're a generation of men raised by women. Let's see what comes up.
They died, had PTSD, and we had nothing else to offer them. And the only men that stayed back were the men that wouldn't go to war, which is not your prototypical man.
This is another reason why I think a lot of guys are moving.
She thinks the average man in America wanted to be conscripted, especially in the fucking Vietnam War. How many like fled to fucking Canada and Mexico to avoid being drafted in this war? People who went to jail, people who burned their draft cards in protest because they did not want to go fight and die in this war.
Moving away from the left.
Like, yes, a lot of men died in Vietnam or whatever, but they didn't all die.
Liberals are the pro-war party. And maybe that's just in platitudes, but like, you know, one example I love to give is when I actually was defending Hassan Piker. And
yeah, Muhammad Ali, not much of a man, if we're being honest. True.
And I said, I agree. Like, I think we agree, both he and I, about the military-industrial complex getting too much money. We don't want to be involved in these wars. And that's why I think our involvement in Ukraine is wrong. He immediately made a reaction where he mocked me. He agreed with me on the military-industrial complex and then said, yo, this guy wants to like just leave Ukraine. And what? This guy's pro-Ukraine war? How does that make sense? Democrats are pro-war.
I think sane I think any sane politician fundamentally recognizes that America needs to remain as like the hegemonic superpower, and something like Ukraine is something that has to be responded to in some degree because of such a massive reach and sovereignty that like, I think if there is...
I was about to say, trying to frame being in support of Ukraine as simply pro-war after they were invaded and they were trying to resist an illegal invasion is that's just being pro-war is stupid. It's highly reductive, and it's going to entirely depend on who you were talking to.
Then we are moving towards a global hot war.
I think you shouldn't be allowed to
vote. Well, I think
in America.
No, I think like women in the United States shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Like you want to tie the vote to the draft?
Yes, 100%.
But that's never been the case.
Wait, what?
I think if there isn't a response there, then we are moving towards a global hot war.
I think you shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Well, I think
can't vote in America.
No, I think like women in the United States shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Like you want to tie the vote to the draft?
Yes, 100%.
But that's...
Why did she even give him that? She should have just said that's stupid.
Never been the case.
Right.
It's always been citizenship.
It's actually been more than that, right? Like
land.
Well, before it was land ownership and citizenship.
Oh God, there's still an hour of this stop where we put here just to suffer. I believe in you guys.
I know it's just citizenship.
So the issue I take with this is that I say women should be allowed to vote as a hyperbolic statement meant to cause shock so that people will go, oh. But what I'm actually saying is the idea that women in this country who largely vote Democrat have the right to vote to send me and my children and my friends to war to die for their psychotic worldview is unconstitutional and wrong and should not be permitted.
Well, and that's what I was going to say to touch on what you guys were talking about.
Hold on.
Have the right to vote to send me. I say women should be allowed to vote as a hyperbolic statement meant to cause shock so that people will go, oh. But what I'm actually saying is...
So you were just throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. Okay.
The idea that women in this country who largely vote Democrat have the right to vote to send me and my children and my friends to war to die for their psychotic worldview.
All she needs to do is ask him when was the last time the draft was actually fucking invoked.
Is unconstitutional and wrong and should not be permitted.
Well, and that's what I was going to say to touch on what you guys were talking about is that I think some of that even too is unintentional, that they're the more like pro-war party, that they're heading towards a hot war. Because if you're continuing to, like you were saying, men are looking for a sort of empowerment.
God damn, I wish she knew more about this. I wish she would point out that Biden was completely clear that it was a red line. We were not going to be committing any U.S. troops to help Ukraine defend against Russian imperialism. Red line. What did J.D. Vance say earlier this year? It's on the table. Escalating and going further than Biden did on this conflict that Trump said he would end on day one. And they're talking, and he's saying that well, women shouldn't be allowed to vote because he's doing this hopscotch of what women mostly vote Democrat, and therefore they're sending your kids, your sons to fight, to war, even though it's a Republican vice president saying that.
Empowerment and abandoning the kind of guilt that's being laid upon them. If we continue to feminize all of our males in society and make them sit down and shut up and behave, and you're sort of inviting in.
Also, I thought going to war was the manly thing to do.
Because you tend to begin to look weaker and weaker on the stage, regardless of your technological prowess or whatever. You become kind of like a sitting duck or a target. So
I think.
Look at this weak society.
Tying the vote to the draft is like super unprecedented. I don't know almost any democracy that does that, in large part because it's like, okay, so what? Just like disabled men also can't vote?
You can serve in a bunch of ways. You don't go to war.
Oh, this is smart. Let's see.
Oh, so just as long as women serve in any way at the war, then.
So now you're saying, oh, well, there's non-combat positions.
They can vote too.
Not about war. Right. So, I mean, we've had selective service and we haven't had a draft since the 70s, and it's largely considered ineffective. My proposal is that you have to sign up for selective service to receive your voter.
Okay, so if you know that the draft hasn't actually been instituted since the 70s for the Vietnam War, then why are you saying that Democrats are voting to send your kids to war when that has always been with the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War? That there's bipartisan consensus on that. It is not exclusively Democrats.
Card.
Sure, I just think that women, just like disabled men can go to war, so can women. And I think if women want to vote, then and under that system, which I reject the draft idea tying it to voting, because I don't think it makes a good voter.
People in this fucking thing, disabled men shouldn't vote.
In any way. You can clean up garbage at a park.
Why not just say it should just be tied back to taxes and stuff like that?
Have mandatory service to the military.
Or if you're it should always be tied back to citizenship or to taxation, whatever.
You can clean up garbage at a park.
What, the disabled soldier?
No, you, a woman. I'm saying you don't have to go to war to provide service to your community.
Neither did a disabled man.
Indeed. As long as you're doing something to assist your community. My issue right now in the extreme is that women are not drafted. Senate will not let them be drafted. Conservatives will not let them be drafted, but they can vote collectively to send men off to die. Yeah, young men are going to reject it outright and be like, all these millennial women.
Also, like, this is just a stupid, like, baby-brained way of understanding how troops are even mobilized in the United States and, like, why they're deployed and how, because Congress hasn't even declared war since, like, what, 39, when we had World War II. Every single war has not only been expanded and executed just using, like, executive powers, no? But it's also not been a single-party effort. It was not Democrats. It was not solely Democrats.
These cat ladies are voting for us to go to war in Ukraine that I'm going to have to fight. I'm 22 years old and I got to go die because these lunatics.
This is the tit for tat of citizenship, is that everyone gets to vote on things that fundamentally apply exclusively to other groups, regardless of whether that. Yes, because men get to vote on abortion policies, which exclusively affects women.
No, it doesn't.
Who else carries babies?
The issue of abortion affects fathers.
I was about to say that was not the one to go down.
Not the same way it affects women. See, this is another reason men are leaving.
Okay, but gestational rights only impact the person that's actually carrying the fucking fetus.
Wait, war affects women then? If you're going to attach a degree of separation, war affects women because their husbands and sons are going to war.
I don't disagree with that.
So then your argument has been nullified.
My argument is that you can send me to die.
You can make a woman have to carry.
Okay, but you just said it doesn't, like, there can be secondary impacts. You like, oh, she has him on this. Let's see what he says.
Hey, baby.
And I think we can either make it so that men have no obligation to the woman, which they currently do, regardless of what they choose.
I agree that should be changed.
Yet women don't have the same caveats when it comes to war.
I'm fine with changing that.
Agreed.
The issue is that, well, hold on. The issue is that I don't think the draft should ever be tied to the vote. What does the draft have to do with it?
I'm talking about service guaranteeing citizenship.
Okay. So what does service include? Just like serving your community?
Yeah.
Okay, sure, I guess.
I mean, there's the Army Engineer Corps. You can be in the military and not.
Wait, is he arguing for like a civilian army like Israel has, where they conscript every citizen and you have to do a mandatory year or two of service?
I mean, you could repair refrigerators in Omaha in the Army in the Vietnam era.
Sure, I'm fine with that. I would just basically be like, yeah, the fact that women aren't like fully barred from that is.
She'll just agree with him, Ella. Don't say that. Please don't say that.
Sexism that's remaining. We should probably get rid of that.
But conservatives are the ones who actually oppose it. They don't want women in combat.
Of course, because conservatives are probably the most staunchly positive sexist and negative sexist, right?
So my point, going back to what you were saying about voting on things that.
Of course, he doesn't engage with that. Should have pushed it more.
Affect other people is the Constitution and the Civil Rights Act are supposed to be the remedies for that. That if you are discriminated against in its capacity, we can sue and actually stop these laws from happening.
Okay, but you don't care about the Constitution because you just said that women shouldn't have the right to vote, even though it's a constitutionally protected right for women.
So, interestingly, we got rid of segregation. You can marry whoever you want. But when it comes to selective service, only men. It's clearly unconstitutional. And every time it's challenged...
I mean, this I don't even disagree with.
It's actually Democrats who challenge it. And largely the female Democrats, it's conservatives who say, no, women should not be drafted.
So this goes against his argument. He's acknowledging that the Republicans are the ones that actually make it, are the ones that block abolishing the fucking draft.
And yeah, I don't think women should be in combat roles. Maybe, I will caveat.
I cannot, wait.
But when it comes to selective service, only men. It's clearly unconstitutional. And every time it's challenged, it's actually Democrats who challenge it. And largely the female Democrats, it's
I'm losing my mind. She better fucking hop on this. Fucking war because they vote for Democrats and Democrats are the only pro-war party in the United States now, apparently. I'm blowing it out. Sorry. I'm so frustrated. He literally just said, women should be able to vote because they're voting mostly for Democrats. Democrats are the only pro-war party. And now he's acknowledging that Democrats are the ones that challenge the draft. It's mostly women that have challenged the draft being instituted, but nonetheless, conservatives are the ones blocking and opposing that. But for some reason, Democrats and women are to blame for war in this country unilaterally. What the fuck? She's not going to let him just get away with that, right? She's not going to let him just get away with that glaring contradiction that he just made. He is literally a little kid arguing. Just says whatever the fuck he wants, like contradicts himself, and just hopes that like the parent doesn't notice and just backs up and lies more to cover his ass.
conservatives who say, no, women should not be drafted. Sure. And yeah, I don't think women should be in combat roles. Maybe I will caveat that with, I mean, ground infantry, special forces, Navy SEALs. There are certain combat affiliated roles women can absolutely do.
Artillery, they can do artillery.
Or like logistics, combat, like providing intelligence, basically pressing the buttons to launch the missiles. There's combat roles.
As long as they meet the minimum threshold for that job physically, they can do it.
So there's no reason they should be exempt from selective service. It's just about where a person. So like in this regard, going back to the disabled guy, a disabled 18-year-old man still has to sign up for selective service. And like it depends on the disability.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think she's gonna fucking hop on that. I cannot believe she's not gonna call out how fucking hypocritical that was. How it literally negated the whole premise of why they even got onto this.
I'm just here for you on this, like going to Israel and like watching the fact that like you've got both men and women in the military. They have to go, and they've got this entire civilization, like citizenry, that has a knowledge of guns, that has a knowledge of violence, and understands like how to respond to like high risk situations. I just think it's a good thing, and not that I'm saying that
she thinks that's good. The forced conscription, the thing. Okay,
we should have a mandatory draft.
That's right. She thinks Israel's a good thing.
As a country?
I'm kidding.
I mean, sure, like 75%. Yeah, I'm not super happy with what they're doing right now.
I was just screwing around because I know that one gets everybody super heated.
Yes, it does. It does. But
I don't like the circumstance pertaining to Israel, their war, and all that stuff. I don't like mandatory service in the way they do it.
Sure.
I do think this country would benefit from, we've bounced around a few ideas of like to graduate high school, you have to do like a month of basic training or something. Where I grew up, you have to do 20 hours of community service to graduate.
I'm pretty sure the idea that he's proposing, I've literally heard Pete Buttigieg argue for. Pete, I could be wrong. Let's, the moment of truth. Pete Buttigieg, a Democrat, argues for mandatory civic or military service of some kind. Yep, April 17, 2019. Pete Buttigieg wants a national service program. Could it heal a divided country? Democratic presidential candidate Pete Buttigieg told MSNBC's Rachel Maddow Monday night that a national public service program for all young adults could help unify Americans of different backgrounds. We really want to talk about the threat to social cohesion that helps characterize this presidency, but also just this era, the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, said. One thing we could do that would change that would make it, if not legally obligatory, but certainly a social norm, that anybody after they're 18 spends a year in national service. The 2020 contender is not the first to make this proposal. Service advocates, military veterans, and political commentators have argued that a large-scale national service program would either encourage or mandate that young Americans spend time in a military or civilian service and could help unite the country. The idea gained traction as a solution to decline in civic participation, and especially after 9/11 in the fall of 2017, amid the nation's widening political rift, search interest for mandatory national service was at a 5-year high, though it has since dipped, according to Google Trends. The Universal National Service Act, which would require people living in the U.S., quote, between the ages of 18 and 25 to perform a 2-year period of national service unless exempted, either through military service or through civilian service, was sponsored by Representative Charles Ronell, a Democrat from New York. In 2013, it did not make it to a floor vote, and they've since retired. Let's see. Skeptical it would get much traction in the current political climate under President Donald Trump, even though he's saying that he's proposing it. He's proposing that same type of program. He's saying conservatives are in favor of stuff like this, even though he kind of just admitted that Democrats are actually the ones that fight against the most draconian measures like the draft, but whatever. If you want this, if she knew more about this, she could be like, if you really believe in that, then your boy is Pete Buttigieg because he wants a program like that.
You have to
not Donald Trump, not Republicans, not MAGA.
Service, and then everyone bitched about it and it became nothing. I'm saying like, nah, basic training. And that's I think it's fun. I think for a month you go to a summer camp basically and you crawl through the mud and you climb stuff and you do push-ups.
Yeah, that would solve our birth rate issue.
How so? What do you mean?
If you do basic training that's co-ed, everyone's going to fuck like crazy. Of course, this is obviously true.
Well, in the military, they let women do whatever they want. The basic training for women is nonsensical.
Well, I would obviously oppose that, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty pragmatic.
Well,
wait, what? I'm pretty pragmatic. Okay.
Training that's co-ed, everyone's going to fuck like crazy. Of course, this is obviously true.
Well, in the military, they let women do whatever they want. The basic training for women is nonsensical.
Well, I would obviously oppose that, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty pragmatic.
Well, the issue.
Do you think Tim Pool knows fuck all about what basic training is like?
Is like in the U.S. military, because like this is the thing about we tried having this blank slate government of civil rights, and then people are like, yeah, everybody's actually different, and creating these.
We tried having civil rights. Tim Pool's about to explain to you why that's stupid, apparently.
universal policies didn't actually work. Like, men and women are different. That's the easy thing. The race thing doesn't really make sense. Racial discrimination makes literally no sense because a black guy from Somalia is going to be 5'5" and a black guy from Haiti is going to be 6'3". You can't just be like black people because that doesn't mean anything. But men and women largely does mean something. So what ends up happening is the military says women get potty breaks because they have to have them for hygiene reasons. If women cry, best not deal with it. We'll get sued. Send them home. Men, shut up and do push-ups.
This all sounds like bullshit.
So like clearly something doesn't make sense in any of this stuff.
Right. Well,
I mean, what are your position on conscription? I mean, I guess both of you. I mean, I think it would probably
I'm pro-conscription.
Yeah.
Can you keep your beanie in the military?
Yeah, me too. I mean, I think at least a year or so. I mean,
He would just, at that point, he would go bald. He would shave what little he has left completely off. He'd be forced to fire it before it finally fucking quit.
right out of high school, you go do something.
Like mandated, like the government's forcing you into it, like Israel.
I think, yeah.
I think that in the time of invasion of the homeland, conscription is a good thing.
Yeah, I think Israel should do it.
Otherwise,
I think
no.
America should.
The United States should conscript any and all able-bodied individuals for any and all jobs they...
If at time of invasion, then you're for the draft. You are for the draft. How else are you supposed to forcibly conscript people? You need the draft to forcibly conscript people. You just said the draft is unconstitutional and you don't like it and Democrats actually want to get rid of it. But now you've made the argument for why sometimes there should be a draft.
They need in the event that the United States is invaded.
Yes, I agree.
But I just feel like it would help pull some of this culture a little bit together as well too. Like and people who are having to go and,
the left would
and go into the military. That's what I mean.
I don't think the left
I think a lot of that idea.
like
I think a lot of that fantasy like ideology.
No, it wouldn't.
utopia
The left would be me. Like this idea that like the left.
Even people who care about the military realized a long time ago that it's more effective if soldiers volunteer. Yep, because then there's low morale. Like when you look at the Vietnam, there were instances where you had different platoons that were literally intentionally fragging their commanding officers because they didn't respect them and they're fighting this fucking war they didn't want to be fighting in the first place. The other thing that she should have brought up, and if she knew more about this, she could have, is that the United States is at an all-time low as far as military participation, and they have literally started relaxing the standards to get more men in. How have they relaxed this? And women, but how have they relaxed the standards? They have made it so obese people and fat people have an easier time getting in. They've lowered the health requirements to accommodate the fact that the average median guy is a lot more heavy than he was like 20 years ago, and they need more warm bodies. So that's what they're doing. She could also bring up the fact that George W. Bush resorted to allowing people that had swastika tattoos and Nazi symbols and white supremacists into the fucking U.S. military so they could go fight in Iraq and Afghanistan, but she doesn't know that either.
Does just weaken
because that's how much they needed people.
Sort of stuff. It's like it depends on what you mean. If you mean left as far as principles, there are lots of us that are left that are principled, that are not cowardly, that understand that violence sometimes has to happen and it's a tragedy when it does, and we are pragmatic in our solutions to making a better world. This left does exist. It has been stomped on over and over again from both sides, by the way. The worst part about my position is that all of you are nasty to me. I get doxed and swatted from all of you guys. And so there's this issue where it's like, if you want a good left, which in a two-party system, you want a good left.
Did he just go, wow? He could not give less of a fuck about what she just said.
From all of you guys. And so there's this issue where it's like, if you want a good left, which in a two-party system.
He just said like no or something.
System, you want a good left, just like we want a good right. Then what you need to do is engage and treat the good left as though that they are doing that.
The disaffected liberals aren't doxing you and attacking you.
The leftists are, yes.
The disaffected
leftists,
yeah. No, the far right is.
Yeah, well, we don't like them either.
Sure. The issue is that the issue that I'm saying is in this conversation, I've had to spend 80% of the conversation pointing at leftists and being like, yeah, I think that is crazy and not good, but that doesn't mean that I'm not left.
Because those are the people that are the general.
Then work with me to help make a better world. And
well,
stop
I mean, that's part of, but that's part of it. Is calling it out.
If trans stuff is less than 1%, just let us have some trans stuff. Just let us.
What does that mean?
Like,
you want to cut kids' balls off?
No, passports and allowing them to transition if their insurance wants to cover it.
Well, I'm not.
This is like Democrats with gun laws. I'm like,
he just said nah.
Come on, guys.
But wait, what was the argument that preceded it to let it
not left?
Because those are the people that are the general.
Then work with me to help make a better world. And
well, I mean, that's part of, but that's part of it. Is calling it out.
If trans stuff is less than 1%, just let us have some trans stuff. Just let us.
What does that mean?
Like the argument should never be based on like this low probability. Like this thing is low probability, so just let us have it or whatever. You could make the same argument. I'm like not trying to be bad faith or whatever. I just like see it as a weak way to construct an argument. Like imagine if you were like, we should eliminate all penalties for sexual assault and like rape because it's a very low probability event to begin with, or it's like low that people actually exercise their legal rights when it comes to holding the rapist accountable. So let's just get rid of it because it's like barely being used.
Like,
let's just get rid of laws against arson. There's not very many arsonists in this world.
Kids' balls off?
No, passports and allowing them to
Like it shouldn't correspond to like how common something is or isn't.
transition if their insurance wants to cover it.
Well, I'm not.
This is like Democrats with gun laws. I'm like, come on, guys, just like
Murder is uncommon. Just let us have it. You could make the same case. Yeah.
work reasonably with Republicans.
It's
And they're
not
like,
reasonable to
but
put
guns are scary. And it's like, yeah, I get it. Trans people are really, 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 really scary.
No, that's bullshit. And you know it's bullshit. Come on.
Not my humor.
You made a reason why you said people are scared of trans people. No,
I'm of course being hyperbolic.
Yeah, we're not going to change government documents because some people's fifis are hurt. Sorry.
That's not at all what I'm talking about, right?
There's literally no.
Could easily see that logic being used by the right, saying, "Let us do just like a little bit of CCOT, just a bit." I mean, yeah, they could. You could argue we're just suspending habeas corpus for not for Americans, just for legal residents and illegals.
A functional reason to have the wrong sex on your ID.
There's no functional reason.
Why we did not need to drag it back to this. I don't know why she did.
Necessarily to have sex on the passport, you could easily just have gender. You could easily do that.
There is a functional reason, actually.
As long as you're
identify you.
No, yeah, sure. Just have criteria for gender. If you want to identify as a woman, you have to have a whole number of things that include with you, and your sex has to be on some other form of ID.
There is.
There's no argument for the passport. You can have other IDs that force sex. Like, you can just do this. I'm not opposed to having sex identification.
There is limited reason at all for listing biological sex on identification. However, there is reason to do it when it makes sense, and there is none to change it. That is, medical purposes make sense. And
Did he just admit there's really no reason to have it in the first place?
Have other IDs that force sex. Like, you can just do this. I'm not opposed to having sex identification.
There is limited reason at all for listing biological sex on identification.
If there's limited reason at all, why does it matter at all? What? How is this not under my, like, Kyla, please call it out. Please call it out. Please call it out.
However, there is reason to do it when it makes sense, and there is none to change it.
That was entirely contradictory. Please call it out. That made no sense.
Is medical purposes make sense, and in issues of where the law pertains make sense.
And how is the passport relevant to medical issues?
If you are a man, you have different organs than if you are a woman.
How does a passport have
it's
to
an
do?
ID.
Most people are just carrying around their passport. Well,
yes.
Okay, so what does a passport have to do with medical issues? People don't designate what disabilities that they have on their passport, do they?
Isn't it mostly driver's ID that people
No, actually, a lot of people carry passports instead of IDs.
in America?
Yes, they do. And
there is no way that is true.
And
Somebody has their government ID or driver's license?
I would say a good portion of the people who work here don't have IDs; they have passports.
Okay,
that is not true. There's no way.
Driver's license.
A good portion, 3 or 4 maybe.
My driver's license from Alberta has basically all of my medical declarations. In Canada, we put all of our medical declarations on our driver's license because that's the thing people actually care about. Because the passport, if you lose it, is a nightmare of a situation. So
exactly. No one carries around their passport like that because, like she said, if you lose it, it's a pain in the ass to fucking replace it, and it's expensive, and it takes forever. It takes weeks. Even if you pay to expedite it, it still cuts it down from like 12 weeks to only like 6 weeks. You can get a driver's license in like a matter of hours. It just depends on when you show up to your fucking local DPS.
I lose my driver's ID. It's not a big
I put
deal.
the wrong age on my ID?
No, but you can. There's absolutely space on the ID in Canada for gender and sex.
No, but here's a question.
So you identify both.
Do you know how old I am?
I would guess in like your mid-30s to 40s.
How old do you think I am? 40s? Oh my God.
Mid-30s to 40s.
Like, give me a number.
36.
Ooh, I'm 39.
Okay.
Do I look 36?
Why does she think, oh my God, this is such a stupid argument, but I don't know if she's going to be able to call it out. Why do you think age is relevant, but not really? You already said sex is not really relevant. Like, it doesn't need to be relevant. It's not relevant. You already conceded that, but you're just pretending like you didn't, or that you need it for a passport or whatever. But even if I don't, what do you think the importance is of having age versus having sex designated on your passport?
Who knows?
That was the guess you made because you...
Yeah, you perform older. You've got a lot of accrued wealth. I'm assuming you're not in your 20s, and you have like some
Can I put that on my ID?
wrinkles. You can put your age on your...
Can I put 36 instead of 39?
No.
Why not?
For date of birth, typically.
Yeah, but what if, like, some countries have
verification.
Some countries have laws about, certain people of certain ages aren't allowed to do certain things.
Yeah.
And what if I want to go to those
That's why
countries?
date of birth verification is super important. Like, you can't lie about your date of birth.
Why not?
Wild, he isn't in his 40s. He's 39. He's close.
For date of birth verification.
But what does that functionally do?
I'm not asking people to lie about their sex. I'm asking passports to not have sex on it. I'm saying it should probably have gender so that
Why-
friends
Yes.
aren't outed when they go international.
Why does it matter if age is on it?
That is like amazing framing. Yes. Or like pushback. I'm not saying people need to lie about their sex. I'm saying it doesn't need to be there, period.
Asking passports to not have sex on it. I'm saying it should probably have gender so that
Why-
trans
why
women
is
aren't
my age
outed
on
when
it?
they go
Why
international.
does it matter if age is on it?
Your date of birth.
But what does that matter?
It's tied to your sin.
Your sin?
Oh, sorry, you guys have SSN. Yeah, sin in Canada is the SSN.
I was like, what?
It applies to what you carry, the cross you have on your back.
What's the functional difference between age and sex?
Typically your performance, like people don't tie nearly as much
No,
to age.
don't get into what the fuck the difference is between age and gender and sex or whatever. You should say the question is not what's the difference between these two things. The question is why could age be more important than sex on a passport?
Tie a lot socially script wise to your gender.
Well, what if you're 40 but you feel 25? Like Brian Johnson.
I think, say for example,
and he got surgeries and stuff to be younger, and medically they found his heart is in his 30s.
Yeah.
Should he be allowed to put that on his ID?
No, because I think...
Why not?
I'll tell you what, if there's a whole bunch of Brian Johnsons that emerge and we identify that there seems to be a collective sequelae of behavior patterns that keep occurring all the time, that the DSM recognizes as occurring all the time.
What is this in sequelae thing she keeps saying?
What?
I'll tell you what, if there's a whole bunch of Brian Johnsons that emerge and we identify that there seems to be a collective sequelae of behavior patterns that keep occurring all the time, that the DSM recognizes as occurring all the time, because I'm pro criteria for trans and for gender.
That's another thing, is that there are literally billions of men and billions of women, and there are several times where people have the same name. And then you move on to what's the next discriminating factor that you could introduce because they have the same sex to understand the difference between Brian Thompson 1, Brian Thompson 2, Brian Thompson 3, Brian Thompson 4. It's going to come down to their date of birth. That's another reason why age and birth date is far more relevant than your sex on a passport as far as being able to help with identification.
It does exist. It's called the midlife crisis.
Occurring a collective sequelae of behavior patterns that
is in his 30s.
Yeah.
Should he be allowed to put that on his ID? What if you're 40 but you feel 25? Like Brian Johnson.
I think, say for example,
and he got surgeries and stuff to be younger, and medically they found his heart is in his 30s.
Yeah.
Should he be allowed to put that on his ID?
No, because I think...
Why not?
I'll tell you what, if there's a whole bunch of Brian Johnsons that emerge and we...
She needs to stop engaging with these big questions and just point out it's not analogous and it's completely dissimilar, and chasing him down this rabbit hole will lead nowhere. It's only to try to demonstrate how superfluous, how frivolous she is on both these issues.
To be a collective sequelae of behavior patterns that keep occurring all the time, that the DSM recognizes as occurring all the time, because I'm pro criteria for trans and for gender.
This does exist. It's called the midlife crisis.
Sure, but it's not something that
it's true though.
Treated.
40.
So, for example, if we showed that this group was suiciding at an astronomical rate, higher than schizophrenia, by the way, and it shows that if you put
again, the idea that you should obligate people to put medical disabilities and personal medical information that conflicts with the understanding that you have a right to privacy from the government intruding and asking you about those things. It should be information that you voluntarily disclose to the government, not information that you're compelled to disclose to the government.
25 on their ID, it might reduce their suicidality by 70%. I might even be open to that argument. I just think it doesn't exist. So we don't have to have it.
Every day on Fox and Friends, and it's probably just targeting me because I'm 39, it's the most annoying commercial ever. I hate this product. I hate these people. It's the guy.
I would point out, so you watch Fox News every single day?
Guy who goes, most men over 40 look in the mirror and see this. And then it shows a guy with liver spots. And it's and then he says it again, most men over 40 look in the mirror and see this. And it shows a guy with his teeth falling out or something. I'm exaggerating. And then he's like, buy this special cream that tightens your skin to make you young. And I can't stand it. I'm like, dude, just be old. My beard's turning white. And people when I first started getting white in my beard.
I don't even know why we're on this random tangent about a fucking ad he saw on Fox. But this is making the case for why age is a more relevant factor than sex, because that is something that's more fixed. But age actually tells authorities about who you are right now. And age can be, people's appearances can be deceptive. It's possible to be 50 but look 40. It's also possible to be 20 but look 30.
I kept getting comments where they're like, Tim, you got something on your face. Because they didn't realize it was just 3 white hairs. They thought it was a piece of fuzz. And I did not do anything about it. So the fact is, there are a lot of men who are going through an identity crisis where they're...
That would be so funny. If we need medical info on passports, I wonder if Tim would like aggressive male pattern baldness on his passport.
Buying just for men. They're doing ridiculous things like putting particle cream on their face or wearing beanies to cover up their male pattern baldness. Things like that because they're having an identity crisis and they should be allowed to change their passports to say they're...
Oh, look at him. Okay. Self-deprecating joke. He's self-aware.
Young.
Nope. What I said is that they shouldn't be allowed to change their date of birth because their date of birth is tied to their SSN, and that's fundamental.
So is your gender.
Your sex is.
That was good timing.
So we shouldn't be allowed to change your sex because it's tied to your SSN.
Of course not. I've never said that.
So on your passport, it should say your biological sex.
I said you should probably do gender if there's good reason that trans people are worried.
I feel like it's It's one of those things that it's not. It takes a second to recognize like what is the best case to illustrate how age is a far more relevant factor when it pertains to identification and will tell you more about a person than their gender or sex.
About that, yeah, you should be able to have a.
So then you're not. So then the issue is not that Trump said keep your passports correct. Just Trump should be adding gender. So it should say sex M,
Trump wouldn't do it.
gender W.
The Democrats should have never tried to force the way through by using sex in the first place. They should have always been sticking to gender.
Are Democrats the ones? Probably not, but let's fucking fact check. Were Democrats the political party that mandated or legislated that there be a sex designation on passports? Maybe this is true. Is this even true? Okay. So down here where it says like where is it? What is the history of transgender and intersex people and accurate passports? In 1971, before passports even listed a sex designation, so there's now a historical precedent argument to say this wasn't even always relevant information that was collected or on your passport. The State Department adopted a policy noting that name changes indicating a change of sex were allowed and that the photograph could reflect a sex different than that listed on citizenship documentation if the applicant provided. So it was the State Department. I guess the closest that you could get is like who is the president in 71? The American president 1970. Was this LBJ? Nixon. So this was Nixon. Because Nixon was in office from 71 to 73. We're allowed, and then, wow, Nixon says trans rights. And that the photograph could reflect a sex different than that listed on citizenship documentation if the applicant provided, quote, a physician's statement that a medical change of sex had been undergone. International standards later recommended adding sex field to passports, and the U.S. did so in 1977. The policy of allowing transgender people to obtain a passport with a sex designation different from their citizenship documentation remained in place, so there was never a time in U.S. history in which a transgender person with proof of surgery could not obtain a passport that reflected a corrected sex. Damn. And then in 92, a policy was issued to clarify and make more uniform the requirements for changing a sex designation. Applicants had to provide proof of surgery, and that 1 year limited validity passports could be issued to the corrected sex who were traveling abroad for surgery. Then in 2010, they eliminated the surgery requirement in favor of a cert from a doctor that the applicant had undergone appropriate clinical treatment for gender transition. Then in 2021, the State Department announced that it was eliminating the requirement to even provide medical documentation in favor of self-certification of gender, and was adding the option for X designations. The first X designation passport was issued to Dana Zim, who had brought forth a lawsuit challenging the State Department's refusal to issue X designations to intersex people. That's amazing. And then on January 21st, 2025, the State Department deleted the page selecting your gender marker, and on February 11, 2025, added a page for sex marker in passports. The new policy is unprecedented in the history of U.S. passports and represents the first time that the State Department has denied all corrections to transgender people. Damn. Worse than Nixon on this issue.
And they should have been consistent about that.
So you agree that Trump was right to keep it aligned with your SSM?
I disagree with his change now because it was only petty and jabby, like changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
But functionally, it's the right
shit.
Right, so he's a petty asshole, but functionally, it's the right thing to be doing.
Age can be a more reliable and consistent identifier than gender, and in some contexts, because it's a numerical value that changes predictably over time, whereas gender can be more fluid and subject to individual and societal interpretations. I mean, there's I really just don't even see the reason to even have it in the first place. And clearly, the United States also did not feel that it was necessary. It only changed because of international standards.
No.
Aligned with your SSM?
I disagree with his change now because it was only petty and jabby, like changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
But functionally,
it's the right shit.
MAGA is just white Taliban.
It's the right thing to be doing.
That's funny.
No, I think if he wanted to do the functional thing, he would probably abolish sex from there and change it to gender.
But I'm saying, you were saying
or remove sex and gender altogether.
Just remove it altogether, or just allow people to self-identify
Biological
I don't know if
sex.
it's that important.
Your biological sex and date of birth should be what they are because it aligns with your SSN, and functionally, that's the right thing to do.
Correct. Yes.
Right. So your real issue
identification. So your sex should never be changed legally in any way, shape, or form. I'm opposed to that. Right. Which is why I opposed the idea.
She is more conservative on this. I'm realizing because she's saying it regardless of if you've actually undergone like SRS, which is sex reassignment surgery, which even past administrations in the United States that were easily far more transphobic than even they permitted it with proof of medicalization, which I don't even think a barrier should be there in the first place. But she's now arguing for a position that's even more conservative than that. This is crazy. This is crazy to me.
Passports, doing sex changes for trans people. I always think that the conversation should have been functionally either, I don't know enough about all of the details of passports, but can gender just be removed? Because I don't know if it's actually important for passports. You've got
I guess her argument to that would also just be like, well, just because you get a sex assigned at birth, that doesn't mean that you've actually changed your chromosomes. But then you're getting into the whole, has sex always corresponded with chromosomes? No, it probably more accurate. It was through visual identification of genitals, but like lost in the sauce at that point.
Passport number, date of birth, location. There's so much identifying information that is sex actually.
What if there's like a big fat woman with like stubble? You kind of can't tell if she's a man or a woman, but
doesn't matter. She knows the name, the date of birth, and she matches.
She does identify as a woman, and she is a female. And then she goes and someone calls her sir, and then she's like, I am a woman.
What about that?
Should she? Her ID should say woman.
Is that what you think I'm arguing?
So her gender.
Engage with me or engage not with me.
Her gender is coded male, but she doesn't identify that way, and she doesn't want the passport to say.
She's got like polycystic ovarian.
No, she's a fat woman with stubble or something.
Women don't grow stubble typically, right? Like
they do, yeah, sometimes.
What? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. This is very common, and you don't even have to have polycystic ovarian syndrome. Has she like never met a middle-aged woman?
Polycystic, right?
No, sometimes
sometimes they just give up. They just.
You guys know what? It's not even. You don't even have to have that. Like polycystic ovarian syndrome to have like hormone imbalances that lead to you having hair there, or some women of different ethnicities have thicker hair and more like visible peach fuzz on their face.
Polycystic ovarian syndrome.
Yes, PCOS.
Yeah. So typically when women are growing beards, they have that.
I'm not saying she has a beard. I'm saying some women they'll get older and they'll get stubble.
Okay, they're just like growing extra facial hair.
Yes. How does she not know this? This is true.
This happens.
This is very common.
Hold on. What do you think I'm advocating for? Rather than creating these straw man funny versions of what I'm saying.
I'm saying you said the passport should be gender coded, right?
Gender or maybe gender removed. I'm open to a lot of options, to be clear.
What if a woman is very masculine and manly and appears like a guy?
Sure, maybe that's a good argument for why we should abolish gender or sex from passports and have it exclusively on driver's license.
But it's still an identifying, like paperwork. And if you don't have your license on you, you get in a car accident or something, all you have on you is your passport. It should have your sex. So emergency services can help you.
We've got to perform an emergency history.
I'm pretty sure EMS doesn't first look at a patient's fucking ID to determine what type of treatment they need. You look at the patient and you help them. How is she not going to call that out? He's such a fucking moron.
Directing me on this man.
So I've already said I'm open to a lot of strategies on the passport. This idea that it has to be my.
I don't know if it's that she's too concerned with like being agreeable, but how does she not? What
idea?
How does she not push back on this more?
Caring about trans people being able to safely travel internationally actually does matter, and we should be able to have a pragmatic conversation about.
Yo, I'm gonna keep it real. I didn't know that either, because most women, if they get like chin hairs and stubble and stuff like that, they like wax or pluck it out. That's probably why you don't know.
Ways to solve this rather than turning it. I'm sorry. If we don't solve for like the vulnerable population,
most people going to work really care about.
You gotta let me finish talking. If you say that you care about vulnerable populations,
well, he just said that they don't, but it's like, well, if you don't care, then just let it go.
Then
you care enough to go, like the Trump administration clearly cared enough to go out of their way to deregulate, to not deregulate, but actually introduce additional regulation to make it more difficult for what? Just to be cruel.
The reality is that these are the niche things that you have to make policy on, and you have to be pragmatic about it. And I think the left wasn't pragmatic about it. Which
why not point out to the fact that this Trump change is unprecedented, and the fact that it was only instituted now shows that the previous system was clearly not in chaos and ran perfectly fine. Because how do you explain how people had passports without these types of this like strict scrutiny standard for the designation of how you determine what people should put, like whether they should be allowed to put M or F on their passport? Like, this is relatively new. Clearly, it was a non-issue that they brought to that they decided to make an issue.
Bad, but the right is also not being pragmatic. You're being angry.
Well, actually,
that's not a good solution.
I understand.
It's indifferent.
I understand your worldview. Like, you think we should intervene in Ukraine?
Like soldiers on the ground?
No. Just in some capacity.
Support Ukraine.
We should be involved in
She should be like, I don't. I disagree with JD Vance, and I don't think we should be doing that.
some way.
Yeah, sure. Like sending missiles and stuff.
Right. And so when you're talking about the trans issue with being able to travel to other countries, there's a kind of like, American exceptionalist view that you have.
I believe the government should protect its...
Wait, what?
Involved in some way.
Yeah, sure. Like sending missiles and stuff.
Right. And so when you're talking about the trans issue with being able to travel to other countries, there's a kind of like, American exceptionalist view that you have.
How?
Believe the government should protect its citizens and do its best to find pragmatic solutions to protect them.
Does he think that there are only trans people in America?
Citizens in all sorts of ways.
Right. And so my view is other countries have supreme sovereignty over their borders and land in determining what they allow or don't allow.
I understand your argument.
Right. And so that's why I don't think we should be in Ukraine. And the point I'm making is you think there should be some degree of involvement in Ukraine because of the issue of sovereignty. And your view is we in the West have the authority, nay, the liberty.
Wait, I don't think you know what my Ukrainian position is based on what you said.
You said we should be involved in some capacity to support the Ukrainians.
Yeah, so when I say sovereignty, what do you think I mean by that?
Ukraine sovereignty.
To?
Their land.
Where's their land? And who?
Ukraine.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Gotcha. Okay.
U.S. involvement in that country is a form of American exceptionalism.
How?
The U.S. having the right to intervene in a foreign war 8,000 miles away? Why did the U.S. have the right to go into Ukraine?
It's not about the U.S. having the right to do it in the sense that that is ensconced in law, that they have the explicit enumerated right under international law. It's that there's nothing preventing countries from aiding different parties in different conflicts for the most part.
We're across an ocean on the other side of the planet.
Didn't you just say that you're pro-Cold War?
Soft power.
Soft power is this.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
If
you don't deal with the
special
sovereignty,
forces are on the ground.
If you don't deal with the Russian sovereignty breach in Ukraine, you are moving towards hot war between high powers. That is
it already
reality.
is hot war. U.S. special forces are on the ground. Yeah.
No, I think she's arguing that you're talking about an escalation that goes beyond just Ukraine and Russia, like World War III or something.
U.S. special forces are in Ukraine right now.
Are they frontline?
Yes. And they're...
Wait, in combat roles? I think what he's talking about, yes, there's U.S. personnel there, but that's different than them actually being involved in combat. Are there any U.S. troops committed to Ukraine in a combat capacity? My understanding is that number is 0. Yeah, U.S. troops are not committed to Ukraine in a combat capacity. The United States has deployed troops to neighboring countries in support of Ukraine, but these troops are not engaged in direct combat with the country itself. U.S. military personnel are primarily involved in providing training, advising, and mentoring to the Ukrainian armed forces. Additionally, the U.S. has focused on supplying military aid to Ukraine, including weapons and equipment. She should point out that his argument is literally arguing against the concept of like strategic, not NATO specifically, but any strategic military alliances between two countries to oppose and defeat an adversarial country. Like, you could argue that the United States and the Soviet Union had no right to have a military pact to help defeat Nazi Germany, because why are you getting involved in a war that's in a war against a belligerent when you're not directly involved in it? This is so stupid.
They're providing intelligence and military assets, and it was the U.S. that sank the flagship.
I mean, he admitted it there that it's not. He's being sneaky, and I feel like he's relying on her not picking up on like the specificity of the terms that he's using, because to the layman it sounds like, oh, we have troops there in combat roles, not just military personnel. U.S. wants plausible deniability because they don't want war with Russia. They're like proxies. Yeah, this is 100. It is a proxy war.
Ukraine right now on the ground.
I mean, what she argued, like, oh, we have to get involved to oppose like a greater threat or whatever. It's like, yeah, you outlined a proxy war. Why do you think Iran and Qatar fund different terrorist orgs instead of directly engaging with Israel themselves? Proxy, because it's easier to use proxies.
In Ukraine, you are moving towards hot war between high powers. That is
it already is hot war. U.S. special forces are on the ground. Yeah. U.S. special forces are in Ukraine right now.
Are they frontline?
Yes. And they're providing intelligence and military assets. And it was the...
How does she not know this? Like,
U.S. that sank the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet of Russia. We are not talking about, what's her face, Victoria Nuland, aiding through USAID protest groups in Ukraine to be pro-EU. Soft power I'm okay with. We do that to avoid hot kinetic war. When Russia invaded, that's a point where we're like, they've gone to a hot conflict and we do not escalate beyond where we are. Instead, U.S. sent in special forces. U.S.
When did we send them? I'm not super familiar with this.
Probably 2022. Intercept reported it.
Okay.
U.S. special forces.
Wait, hold on.
And we do not escalate beyond where we are. Instead, U.S. sent in special forces. U.S. sent in.
When did we send them? I'm not super familiar with this.
Probably 2022. Intercept reported it.
Okay.
U.S. special forces.
What do you want to bet? He's misrepresenting this Intercept article.
The game that the West is playing is the American troops that are on the ground.
Actually, maybe not. I actually wouldn't be surprised if the Intercept is more not. I don't want to say like agnostic, but like their perspective on that is not just going to be like woo to the proxy war.
Volunteers. The special forces just providing
intel. Do you mind? Because I know you're saying that like people often say that they don't.
This is so fucking wrong. It's baffling.
Understand? And I know that I don't know this, so I don't want to put the burden on you to always search these things.
Oh man.
Well, she used your phone. They didn't take her phone.
Let's see here. One former special, I think it was Delta Force. Was it Delta?
The U.S. has spies literally everywhere. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that that's not unique to that region.
Wrong.
And you said frontline, right?
Yes.
Like, I don't even think the Pentagon has a straight number on how many bases we have internationally.
Okay. So now let's clarify. They are not pulling the trigger. And that's the point I was making. The game that they're playing is the U.S. individuals that are trained by the military.
Now he's doing the Western exceptionalism, though, because the United States did not invent the concept of a proxy war.
And former military that are shooting at Russians are volunteers. And the special forces that work for the United States that are there are providing intelligence. But if a U.S. special forces looks at a Ukrainian guy and says, if you press that button, it'll launch a U.S. rocket and blow up a Russian vessel. You cannot.
He's already softening the claim. I know. I wish she'd point out that he's backtracked a lot off the original claim, because he was definitely trying to give the impression that we have committed troops to combat roles in Ukraine to defeat Russia.
A claim that Russia is doing it, the U.S. is not doing it. This is hot war.
Sure. The issue is that like now we're having.
This is the same guy who says we're in the middle of like 6th and 7th generational warfare or whatever.
Now we're having like these loophole issues of Americans who believe in the Ukrainian war, want to support it, and are militarily trained. I looked it up, right? It's important to know that individual American volunteers have joined Ukrainian forces independently. For instance, U.S. and Iraq war veterans. John A. Peebley.
I mean, I don't like, you have to do it fast, but like I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't want to use the AI summary for this type of stuff.
Was killed in Ukraine while serving the Ukrainian. These individuals act on their own accord and are not sent.
You went from, yes, they're on the front lines, to, well, they're just not pulling the triggers. Yeah, exactly.
By official U.S. military deployment, the U.S. has not sent troops to Ukraine.
Instead, we're too busy chasing another rabbit down a rabbit hole and verifying like a different claim entirely instead of drawing attention to that.
Engage in combat whatsoever, and there are no current plans to do so, right? And so it's like, I understand that you're saying Americans are going there and they're volunteers, and it's like, probably to some extent they are, and to some extent they probably have some level of blessing, but also Americans have the liberty to do that, right? Americans can.
He used to say Ukrainians were U.S. enemies somehow. I mean, his convoluted argument for that might have been like, the United States is encouraging men to go over there and that's not good for them, but Ukraine is the one hyping them up or something. I have no clue.
And choose to do that. Just like is Israel Americans, often, a lot of them.
I mean, people are saying that Tim lied. What is it? Tim lied. LOL. Bullshit. Tim just farting out opinion. Okay, it's mixed on this one.
To Israel on October 7th to join up on the IDF.
There you go. 2023. It was reported earlier in several months prior by The Intercept that Western special forces were on the ground directing the combat operations for Ukraine. And what they've done is there's U.S. personnel actively pulling the trigger and shooting, but they're former military. Former. Not under the command of. So here's the game. I love this. U.S. special forces and U.S. intelligence direct the Ukrainians who direct their volunteers who are American. This is a hot conflict. It's a hot war.
Oh my God. How is that his conclusion? He was this confident on trigonometry when he had all of like, anytime you actually press on it, it would start to like fall apart, but yet he would double down even harder to the first narrative.
Is involved, and we've got U.S. military in Poland training people for this conflict.
If this is a hot conflict, then like most of our like proxy wars were hot conflicts directly between Russia and U.S. And it's just
he just debunked himself,
right? I understand that you're looking at this and being like, this is a loophole, which I might even grant.
Vietnam was a proxy war with the communists, but we were actively fighting the Viet Cong. The U.S. was in Vietnam aiding. What's the name of the?
When I'm saying proxy wars, I think most people. I'm at least referencing Middle East, right? That's typically the areas that we mean when we say Cold War proxy.
The reason why this is not a proxy war is that U.S. individuals under the guidance of Ukraine, under the guidance of U.S. special forces and U.S. intel, are shooting at Russians directly. We're not a proxy with Russia. We have U.S. citizens shooting Russians. In the former proxy wars of the Cold War, like
okay, now he's back to saying that we have U.S. citizens shooting Russians, even though that's not like he already acknowledged that they're volunteers. They're not officially affiliated with the United States. Of that he's just back. Yeah, they're not under the directive of the State Department.
in North Korea and in Vietnam, U.S. troops were aiding the forces there to fight the other forces there. That's a proxy
Are U.S.
war.
troops not allowed to volunteer?
Right.
They're not U.S. troops. They're former veterans and contractors who volunteer.
Yeah, okay, they're still the wait. Why told
volunteer?
They're not U.S. troops. They're former veterans and contractors who volunteer.
Yeah, they're not troops. They're just troops.
Are U.S. citizens not allowed to volunteer with foreign militaries?
They're allowed to volunteer wherever they want.
Okay. Are they being funded directly by the American military? Like, is the American military paying these people to go?
You want to play? We can play a game of semantics.
It's not a game of semantics.
It's not semantics. Yes.
Hold on.
Level, right?
We can play a game of semantics and say they are not directly funded.
How is she? Is she about to finally like really pin him down on something that should be his fucking bread and butter, considering that the Russians were the one greasing the wheels of this fucking operation to the tune of $400,000 a month?
By the American, this is what you're going to get from like the defense secretary. He's going to say no U.S. dollars are being spent to send these people to Ukraine. They are there of their own volition. And then what the truth is, but we do give the money to Ukraine and tell them to pay these guys.
So the volunteers who join the Ukraine,
this is like I don't even want to say it's conspiracy. This is a stupid like way that he's trying to like connect the dots.
Foreign like army or whatever.
Like there's too many degrees of separation for it to be what he's hinting at.
Like
they call it the volunteer coalition, but the private military contractors get paid.
Sure,
like he would be better off making like a fucking. If they're volunteers, aren't they not getting paid? That's the thing. Like by definition, they're not getting paid. But he's saying that they are still benefit. Like he's not wrong that if you go as a volunteer and join that army, you may end up using armaments or be trained by someone that was directly influenced by. U.S. troops, U.S. forces, U.S. personnel, U.S. money, etc. But then again, that's like so indirect at that point. It's like we're starting to introduce degrees of separations that he is trying to muddy, even though it's objectively true that like, yeah, they're volunteers.
There, and they probably get some money from the Ukrainian government for what they're doing.
Which is American money funneled through the Ukraine.
But that's not specific to the U.S. Anybody could go and join that and fight, join that army and fight that war.
Not just American money, though, right? It's the Ukrainian.
He's insinuating that the U.S. is giving a wink and a nod to Ukraine to accept our volunteers. Yeah, but it's so stupid because I'm sure it's an incredibly low number to begin with. It would not be the difference between Ukraine resisting the Russian invasion or not. That's going to come down to like weapons and diplomacy.
Money and probably EU money and British money.
Mostly.
There are more Colombians in Ukraine at this point. It's so crazy and clearly conjecture. Yeah.
The U.S.
money. Yeah, probably NATO money, I think would be the like most comfortable way to say it.
Which is the U.S.
The issue is that are you saying that basically the U.S. should ban those American citizens from going?
No. I'm saying U.S. should not have special forces on the ground like the BBC reported.
Why wouldn't that lead to you saying that they should be banned if you're effectively saying that any volunteers that go of their own volition are still effectively in cahoots with the United States government based on your like weird like connect the dots type argument?
In 2023.
So they should ban them from going.
U.S. Special Forces were ordered to go.
If you're an ex-Marine.
No. U.S. Special Forces are active duty personnel ordered to go to Ukraine.
It's all complex, though. Like, it's money paid to U.S. citizens who are volunteering to work as mercenaries and get paid with money given to Ukraine by the U.S. Yeah, and, like, he could make this argument, or you could even make, like, a manufacturing consent type argument that the United States population is more predisposed to have people that are willingly volunteering for a war that is seen like understood to be a righteous war, good, or like covered positively. So that influences people. So you can't really make the argument that people volunteering are doing it absent any sort of propaganda effort or something like that. But he's not making that argument. He's like making a much stupider argument.
Should not have happened. If you were former,
and he's like going back and forth on claims. He's like that he was wrong on, and then trying to insinuate more, and then pulling it back.
And you want to go to Uzbekistan? I don't care. If you want to go fight,
they were fighting front line.
You on the ground. Call it what you want.
Well, what does that mean?
It means they're in control of the operations that are happening, and they're giving direction to the Ukrainians.
First of all, okay, you need to have evidence to support all these claims.
Is the BBC okay? You know, the BBC
Western Special Forces on the ground. They're on the ground. They're controlling the Ukrainian military operations.
Yep.
That's a pretty big leap.
That's what's happening.
No, it's not. She has you.
You need evidence for that. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
To be fair, like I said, in the philosophy of truth,
because they've been taught Russia bad, it's all complex. You could argue that, but he's not. Yeah, exactly. There actually is a way to make this argument, but he started off way too hot. He's pulling shit out of his ass, and he's trying to connect things that don't exist, even though you could make better connections with things that do exist.
Largely believe.
Like, yeah, in the United States, the default is obviously going to be Russia bad, Ukraine good.
Things based on the reports that we get from the corporate press, who lie quite a bit.
So this is your evidence that not only they're on the
This is
ground,
just
but
one
they're
article I pulled up,
controlling the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian military, sorry.
You know the challenge is, to be honest,
I'm just saying you need extraordinary evidence for that claim. You could be right.
I can sit here.
You could be right. You have to find not just one or two articles saying somebody hearsay said this. You need to find
Tim casually getting destroyed because Erin used Google. The second she was able to actually access and like introduce a fact check, he started floundering.
Dollars moved. You need to show that the U.S. is actively supporting this, even if it's under tongue in cheek, right? You need to show evidence that Ukrainian soldiers are being controlled by these.
Yeah, he needs to demonstrate a more sophisticated level of coordination than just these abstract things that he's mentioned, and is kind of trying to signal they're connected without actually demonstrating how they're meaningfully connected.
Individuals, and that they're high up in the Ukrainian military government. If they're in charge of a platoon, that's not really what we're talking about here, right? We're stretching the definitions of these things at this point.
My point is that U.S. Special Forces, active duty, are in Ukraine. They are doing what's called operational coordination. Here's the simple and way of describing it. The U.S. says, here's where their ships are, and here's some missiles. If you press that button, it'll blow it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's U.S. involvement in a war with Russia.
Okay.
Like
So then why hasn't Russia claimed that they've violated?
Russia has been claiming since the beginning of the war they're at war with the U.S. and NATO and not Ukraine.
So why aren't they striking U.S. or NATO?
Because that would expand the war beyond the borders of Ukraine, and Russia's not prepared to do that.
Right.
So, and because
wait, hold on.
Hasn't Russia claimed that they've violated?
Russia has been claiming since the beginning of the war they're at war with the U.S. and NATO and not Ukraine.
So why aren't they striking U.S. or NATO?
Because that would expand the war beyond the borders.
Okay, but who cares that Russia says that they're not at war with Ukraine? Because then you're just arguing that they're doing a proxy war in return. And that's just objectively not true. They're actively invading and seizing Ukrainian territory.
Of Ukraine. The war, they're at war with the U.S. and NATO and not Ukraine.
So why aren't they striking U.S. or NATO?
Because that would expand the war beyond the borders of Ukraine, and Russia's not prepared to do that.
Russia says a lot of things, LOL. I know, it's just like, I know he's being just like casual with it, but then that's where she should introduce like, okay, so because the the Kremlin State Department says a thing, you believe that thing. Right. Or like what about when Putin went on Fox News with Tucker Carlson and was saying that it was for different reasons? I don't believe he didn't mention anything to do with NATO in the Tucker Carlson thing. It's almost like you can't take these people at their word exclusively, and we really have to contextualize it against their actions and previous statements to see if it's consistent.
And because Russia won.
Won which?
Russia has largely won the war as of right now. And I largely just think Trump's getting really pissed because Putin isn't willing to stop.
The U.S. had approximately 14 special forces personnel in Ukraine stationed at the U.S. embassy. Their roles included providing security for VIPs and assisting with oversight of U.S. equipment and supplies being sent to Ukraine. That's your evidence that they're controlling the Ukrainian.
No, that's one. You're gonna have to find more evidence than that. That's one article you pulled up, and not just hearsay.
Hold on. I'm agnostic.
He is so fucked up because again, there is a way to construct this argument, but he is stupid, and he went and he was just way too hyperbolic with the claims that he made.
You have to find the evidence.
Yeah.
I'm asking you for it. I don't have to find it. The only evidence I has weakens a lot of what you're saying because they're at the embassy, which they're allowed to be at, and they're providing security for.
Oh, he's so arrogant. It drives me fucking crazy.
VIPs.
And that's one article. That's your own logic being used right back at you. You understand that, right?
No, I'm agnostic to this. You have the affirmative claim. You must prove.
Indeed. And then you found one article that you thought asserted a truth and used that to make your point.
He is stupid, LOL. Yeah, well, all you have to do is say stupid things very, very confidently, and you too can have this many fucking subscribers and fans.
No,
my argument is the same argument you made.
Because that is effectively replacing his argument here.
If you're going to make a claim that special forces are only at the embassy, you need more proof than just that article.
If I'm going to be good faith, just ask your questions and read out what I find. That doesn't mean that you can go, see, that proves that they were controlling the Ukraine military. No, it doesn't. All it proves is that they were security for VIPs. And
all it proves is like U.S. interests and like ways that they're like soft power tipping the scales and influencing this. But he was saying things like control and direct involvement, and there are U.S. troops actually shooting Russians when he knows that's not true.
Facilitate the arms into Ukraine. That doesn't show anything that you're claiming.
Because you said
he has said that. That's the other thing is that we're now on a Ukraine debate on this, and even I forgot. Like lost in the sauce. Like he always reverts back to this when they're getting into the weeds and he's struggling and he's like, see, this is why. And then we're pivoting. She has to point out, why are you pivoting? Let's stay on this.
If you can engage in like good things. So one of like the most
let me make my point.
Good think. Why does she keep saying good think?
My point. I've been covering the Ukraine war since it started.
This is why the men are leaving the left. This is why out of everything, it's the fucking get out of jail free card here.
I can tell you about, I was physically in Ukraine when the conflict started. I was there twice, and I got to witness the collapse of the statue. I got to go to the Statue of London after it was toppled, and people were stealing things from it. And in covering this, I have tracked numerous stories from the beginning of the Euromaidan protest movement, which I was physically present, to the Burisma scandal, to physically being present in Kiev during the separatist conflicts in 2017. Mm-hmm. And in all of this research, we have found
him being there has absolutely no influence in how much he actually understands it. Just because you're geographically, physically in a location does not correspond or correlate to how much you're going to know about a thing as complicated as that. It's so fucking stupid.
There are U.S. volunteers, which is it's called a volunteer coalition. These are paid private military contractors, former U.S. military personnel, and there is operational coordination from U.S. special forces on the ground in various capacities. In saying all of that, you asked me for proof.
Okay, but one of those various capacities that you outlined was that U.S. troops are being directed and at the front lines of the fucking Ukrainian military or embedded within them and killing Russians, which isn't true.
To be fair, what I was going to say is it's very difficult in the span of 20 minutes to pull up 10 years.
Can't stand the people concerned trolling the left. We need a leftist to go on there and be like, if men want to leave, fuck them. We will build with women then. Yeah, exactly. Like, we've already got young women. How are you? You guys are not even thinking about how you're going to get young women, and they seem to be more civically active anyway. So fuck you.
Years of research. But if I were to start digging through those articles, which I would be happy to do, we're already 20 minutes past time, and it's going to be very difficult. You then
see, we don't have enough time, you guys. We'd love to get into the weeds, but time does not permit, unfortunately.
You can't pull up one article.
That's not what I said.
You said you're going to need extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Correct. And if you're going to pull up this article that's a he said, she said, it's not enough. And then you literally pulled up an article of a he said, she said to make a counterclaim. This is the sophistry of which I'm referring.
Hold on. Sorry.
Also here, Russia won. Here's the proof.
Okay, so
this Ukraine battle map, Russia owns.
Russia has not won this war.
So let's just like break down. I don't love meta-litigating the conversation, right? But what I said, so a really common thinking way to think, a way to purify and ensure that you're not thinking poorly about things is called extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
We're familiar.
Okay. So what I'm saying...
Why did she do that?
Is that article you cited, I found exactly what they were talking about. Mm-hmm. The special forces that were on the ground, and I showed you this is what they were doing. They were at the embassy, right? Securing VIPs, giving them security, and helping facilitate missiles.
To which your previous point was a single...
I mean, the other thing is that she should say, like, you're not providing me with anything other than a narrative, and the onus is on you. So can you pull up articles or sources right now that back up your claims and refute mine? Because she should say, like, just grant that, like, fine, you won't accept it as a total refutation of your argument, but you should at least acknowledge that it is undermining the claims that you initially made. So what's a source that you have that would back you up?
Single article is not enough to prove or disprove anything.
Correct. So
citing the single article.
Okay, he'll say that, but he literally pulled up a Snopes article to refute that he didn't read all the way through. To refute Adam Conover not knowing that Trump said very fine people on both sides, except the white supremacists. I disavow them. But then he doesn't acknowledge that obviously that there was nothing but those types on that side. But whatever.
Does not prove or disprove anything.
Right. The issue that you have is you're in the affirmative position.
Yes. Yeah. She's trying to explain that. He needs the extraordinary evidence. She doesn't need the extraordinary evidence to reject an unsubstantiated claim, which is what it is.
I'm agnostic. You just have to have a burden of evidence to convince me that this is the case.
The onus is on him.
Which is not going to happen in half an hour with 10 years of research.
I would argue that if you have 10 years of research...
Dude, 10 years of research? If you have 10 years of research, you should be able to fucking do this easily and in a very, very, like, simple manner.
You could probably succinctly list out a fair bit of really strong evidence of at least dollars moving, and that front line, these embassy workers, for example, being front line, killing Russian soldiers, anything like that.
You want me to do a 40-minute treatise on the history of the Ukraine conflict? Because I'll do it. I love this subject. What's the Cut-to-Turkey pipeline? My favorite launching point.
I don't know.
So in 2012, The Guardian reported that the U.S. had been working on a project to build a gas...
Okay, now this is literally just like a fucking conspiracy 101 crash course that we're doing. Buckle up.
Syria, Turkey into Europe to offset the Russian Gazprom gas monopoly. Russia controls about a quarter of natural gas into Europe through Ukraine, which...
Okay, he's reading something. Am I the only one seeing this?
The U.S. had been working on a project to build a natural gas pipeline from Qatar through Syria, Turkey into Europe to offset the Russian Gazprom gas monopoly. Russia controls about a quarter of natural gas into Europe through Ukraine, which...
I don't think he's just looking down. I think he is reading something.
Leads to high gas prices in Europe. They've tried offsetting this in numerous ways, but Russia basically controls it. So the U.S. went to Syria, the Assad regime, and said, we're going to build this pipeline. It's going to provide Europe with cheaper energy. And it's going to lower the cost across the board. Syria then conferred with Russia, their ally, who has a military base in
What do you want to bet this is like learning about the Holocaust from Nick Fuentes?
And Syria came back to the U.S. and said, we're not going to let you do it because it would be damaging to the economics of Russia.
Sure.
So the U.S. Was upset, obviously, but it got really bad when Russia, Syria, and Iran plotted to then build a rival pipeline from the exact same oil field through Iraq into Syria, Turkey, into Europe to strengthen their monopoly on energy. The U.S. got pissed. It's around this time that they said the Bashar al-Assad regime needs to go and they're terrorists. And that's when we got Operation Timber. What was that one? Let me pull this one up. See, it's like, Timber Sycamore. Operation Timber Sycamore is when the U.S. started providing weapons and CIA training to various rival...
This 10 years of research, I suspect, is going to be as useless as his other random tangents. He doesn't even have 10 years of research, but correct.
Let me just pull it up. Factions in Syria, ultimately, which ended up joining al-Nusra and ISIS. And that's how we ended up seeing U.S. weapons and training in the hands of ISIS expanding in the region, because the U.S. wanted to topple the Assad regime so we can build a pipeline. So, where are we today? Well, the U.S. has other...
Something tells me it was not as simple as that, but whatever.
...means of trying to get the prices down and control natural gas in Ukraine. That is through Burisma, an energy company in Ukraine for which the founder was a man named Mykola Zlochevsky. Mm-hmm. The U.S. had a former CIA director of terrorism on the board, as well as the son of the sitting vice president, Hunter Biden, which seemed to make no sense.
Hunter Biden.
It was a U.S.-aligned foreign influence operation to control the government of Ukraine, to put pressure on the land leases for which they could cause problems for Gazprom, which is Russia's ability to supply energy to Europe. So then we get the Burisma scandal. Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor in Ukraine, was currently investigating Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, for corruption. Joe Biden got an email. He got contacted by Devon Archer and Hunter Biden over their involvement in Burisma and the fact they're being investigated by a state prosecutor. Viktor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit that the only reason he was terminated was because Biden personally flew in and threatened to illegally withhold congressionally approved loan guarantees unless he was fired, and it had to do with Hunter Biden being on the board, who was getting $83,000 a month, potentially more. He was then fired from his position. Now, the fascinating thing is Mykola Zlochevsky, while he was under investigation for corruption, fled Ukraine. I believe he went to Monaco. At this time is around when Devon Archer, Hunter Biden are making contact with the State Department saying, we need help on this. Within a few days, Joe Biden flies out completely illegally, tells the president of Ukraine, fire your state prosecutor, you're not getting the money. To which this person replied, I believe it was Poroshenko, you don't have the authority to do that, you can't do that. And he says, call the president, see what he says. Son of a bitch. He got fired. And they put in someone good, is the quote that Joe Biden said. However, this guy they put in drops the investigation.
A single quote from Joe Biden.
Were frozen by London under corruption investigations, who then immediately returned to Ukraine. So this whole period, they're saying none of it's happening, it's never happening. And in fact, once the investigations were dropped because of Joe Biden's involvement, the guy who was accused of corruption returned back to his operations in this country. Where we currently are is following the failures of Western soft power to secure this in this energy conflict, of which there's a bit more. Russia wanted to build.
Dude, you should be like staring him down for just like saying this shit. Just going off on this, but I mean, this is immediately boring, but it's good to have him like on record, like doing this schizo shit. It would be amazing if somebody could just clip this part out and debunk it, because I don't know enough about this fucking conflict.
And they had a free trade agreement with Ukraine. Ukraine was also being offered up Schengen zone access and EU access if they chose to go with NATO in the West instead. A large portion of Ukraine split largely on the east to west, the Donbass, largely leaning towards Russia, wanted to join the EU because it would give access to Ukrainian citizens to Europe. And what did we see with Poland? When they entered the Schengen zone, Polish people immediately started moving to the UK and to other...
What do you want to bet when he was searching up on ChatGPT, it was not actually for a source that backed him up or to refute what she was saying? He was literally asking it, please give me like a 5,000 word essay summarizing like what the start of this is in a very casual like format, so I can and then started reading it out.
Other countries where they can get higher standards of living. Same thing happened with Greece, which caused economic instability. So the West told Ukraine, we're not going to let you into the EU unless you reach a certain standard. So you end up getting Victoria Nuland. She flies down. She's heavily engaged in the politics of Ukraine, trying to convince people to be in Ukraine to support Western expansion and not the Russian Trade Federation. Vladimir Putin said at the time to Ukraine, if you open up a trade agreement with Europe and a free trade agreement with us, it's going to mean cheap European products are going to flood into Russia and damage our economy. We can't allow that. What ends up happening? The Euromaidan movement ousts Viktor Yanukovych, stripping all Russian interests Russian-aligned interests from the country and puts in power an administration that was more pro-West. And Vladimir Putin says, I'm not going to lose this soft power battle, even if I have to invade. The first thing they did was dispatch their troops from Sevastopol to claim Crimea got a referendum. And they had their referendum, which I think is largely fake bullshit. They just walked outside and said, hey, look, everybody's Russian now. Crimea, however, had in the past voted for independence and were blocked illegally, I would argue, by the Ukrainian government in the 90s. This ends up with a separatist movement emerging in the East. Outraged, the president, who was duly elected, was removed in what people who are pro-Russia would call a coup, but at the time they were saying an illicit removal of the president of Ukraine. Russia began supplying weapons and training to the Eastern separatist movements, which largely did not expand in any meaningful way. However, after Donald Trump lost in 2020 and Joe Biden came in, Western interests were reignited in Ukraine. And this pause was largely due to the fact that Donald Trump was uninterested in this direct involvement in Ukraine, much the way the Democratic administrations had been under Obama and with Hillary Clinton at the State Department. Once Joe Biden got in and started to re-up U.S. interests in the region, largely over getting cheap energy into Europe, Russia then decided to do a hard invasion. I think
he's saying all of this stupid shit and they're still commenting on her. She drawn peens. She's so lost. See, this is why men are living. She is crazy. She wanted this. Okay, maybe they're annoyed as well. This is why Tim has the show and she doesn't. You have to know what you're talking about, lady. These people rule.
They were wrong to do. I think they'd lost the soft power battle. I think soft power is an appropriate means of force in winning conflict. But I admit that soft power can often lead to hard conflict, but I'm not so stupid and naive to think that wars don't happen. Russia crossed the line militaristically. However, the U.S. then immediately intervened and started supplying, NATO in the West, started supplying Ukraine with weapons, which kind of shocked the Russians who thought they were going to win this relatively quickly, though they never said 3 days. That was actually, I think, someone on the BBC who said that. Russia has been now flooding the zone, and they've seized the entirety of the eastern region, for which their principal purpose in starting this war is not about seizing Ukraine. It is about controlling Sevastopol, where they have a $300 million or multi-billion-dollar military naval.
Haven't they literally said? And again, he took the Russian government at their word, not just early, like a few minutes earlier. Haven't they literally said, yes, we want to control parts of Ukraine? Am I wrong?
Infrastructure, the home of the Black Sea Fleet, which is their access to the Mediterranean through the Bosphorus, and then ultimately into the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden and the Arabian Sea, where what the United States derisively calls Russia a cold gas station. Russia needs access to the Black Sea to be able to sell oil and natural gas and other resources along the Mediterranean, and if they get cut off from the Black Sea, it's going to be massively damaging their economy. That's why they seized Crimea. Now, the important thing to understand is they didn't invade Crimea. They were already there in Sevastopol, where they have a naval base. They simply released the troops from this area to have a referendum. But the invasion of the eastern regions, which is Donetsk, Luhansk, Mariupol, Zaporizhia, etc. This is about securing a land bridge access to Crimea so they don't get cut off from their naval base. Now, some people have argued, yeah, but they could build a naval base anywhere else they have access in, what do they have? Hold on. Sochi, I think, is the name of the city. They have access to, Sochi. They could build a base there. Russia's not going to give up a military base to the West, to the EU. That's not going to happen. So they're going to do what they have to do to secure this region of the country. Now, we can look at a few other instances where I would argue that our involvement in Ukraine has been bad for us. That was Germany accused a Ukrainian national of bombing Nord Stream 2. And Ukraine is accused of engaging in actions like this to create public support for U.S. and Western involvement in this country. So, all in all, the U.S. should not be meddling in the foreign affairs of the Middle East and Eastern European nations for the purpose of securing cheaper gas and energy for NATO. The tangential reason, what they argue on the surface, is that there is a concern among the Western economic bloc that China is expanding too rapidly, and that in order to make sure that NATO can grow commensurately with China so they'll become the dominant unipolar force, Europe is going to need access to cheaper energy and a larger labor force, which is why they've had the mass immigration movement, largely from sub-Saharan Africa, and it's why they want to get cheaper energy into Ukraine. If the argument is, as people have made, the U.S. should be involved in Ukraine because Russia is a nation who's violating the sovereignty of countries. That's fake, and that only works on people who've not done any research.
What is she writing down?
And my final thought on this is,
how is he so going?
This is massively limited compared to actual people doing intelligence and working in the region, but it is over.
Probably should have started with that. What you know is extremely fucking limited.
Actually actively being involved to a certain degree journalistically, as I have friends who've personally gone to Syria over the civil war, tracking this and many other stories related to the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, and have personally been to Ukraine at the start of the conflict, watching it happen, and interviewing people in Ukraine on the ground, and even going to pro-Yanukovych rallies to learn what they were talking about. This does not mean in any way that what I'm saying is absolute truth. I don't know, but I certainly have more experience in the matter than most people who are pushing bullshit platitudes about the sovereignty of Ukraine.
Sure. Okay. So I want to make sure I summarize you so that you tell me that I've heard.
So he concludes all of that fucking nonsense with, I don't know. Then why did you open your mouth? Why were you saying, I have 10 years of fucking reporting and research experience. I have, how much time do you have for me to explain it? Only to end with, IDK, I'm just one guy. I don't know.
you correctly. And obviously it won't be as long. So just tell me if my summary is reasonable and good faith. Basically, there was a major soft power struggle that started happening over natural gas energy, right? And Ukraine is a important nexus for this struggle. And essentially NATO wants to support Ukraine in keeping it NATO. And they want to make sure that they get pipelines through that area that goes to EU so that they have energy access. And
pipelines are there. They want governmental authority to control the prices that Russia is setting when they transport its energy.
Yeah, they want right, because I went through our friends there. Yeah, exactly.
Compete with the Russian monopoly.
This is not competition.
His girlfriend goes to a Russian school.
Well, wouldn't Ukraine and Syria be owning it versus...
So the Qatar-Turkey pipeline is defunct. It's not going to happen.
Okay.
So the alternate method that the West has is, if we can't offset the monopoly...
I would not even have followed him down this. Again, I just would have been like, I have no way to know or verify, but now you're telling me that you didn't have time to provide more substantial evidence for the claims that you were making, but you did have time to launch into this diatribe to explain this to me. Why didn't you just do that?
We can control their access. That means we're going to militaristically, or I should say through subterfuge and soft power, restrict their ability to have access to this market.
Gotcha. Okay, so they are restricting the Russian monopoly on energy?
Attempting to.
Okay, through soft power.
Right, and then you also, and through kinetic force. Ukraine was accused by Germany, a Ukrainian national, at the behest of the government, of bombing the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to shut down Russia's delivering of natural gas into Europe.
Right, okay.
So that is the Ukrainians using a military force against NATO.
Right, so if that's true, allegedly, yeah, so if that's true, then the Ukraine is also potentially using kinetic force to try to interfere
against NATO.
On the power situation.
Or call him a compound asset. Dude, it would have been the biggest mic drop to ignore everything he was saying, just stare him down. And be like, is this the kind of shit that that attracted that Russian billionaire to give you a licensing agreement for $400,000? I'm really impressed.
So essentially, you've got two big powers fighting over energy, which Russia has the monopoly on, and America is doing everything it can to weaken it and to reduce the control that Russia has over that power system. Is that correct? Does that feel like an accurate summation?
I would say Russia is seeking to maintain its ability to trade in energy, as it is largely an energy exporter that's maintaining its economy. Mm-hmm. The U.S. is trying to control the prices they sell to Europe. Ukraine, in an effort to protect its sovereignty in the matter, has engaged in hostility.
Ukraine is a sovereign country. It's not a bullshit platitude. I know the way that didn't get challenged. I thought the same fucking thing when he was like, see, I live beyond platitudes or whatever. People saying it's fucking free Ukraine, or he wasn't even saying free Ukraine. We're talking about, again, sovereign territory in a sovereign country. It's unhinged. The U.S. talking shit about the wrongs of invasion, though. 100%. 100%.
Against NATO.
Gotcha. And so the Nord Stream...
But she's not going to make that because according to her, the U.S. is the greatest force the world has ever known.
According to CBS News.
Yeah, Ukrainian.
Biggest exporter of democracy or whatever.
Allegedly.
Gotcha. Okay. So it's not...
So we don't know for sure.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm not going to ding you super hard over that. So if I'm understanding...
It could be untrue.
Ding him hard for all of this. There was no point... then you just look like you're... Again, you're there to disagree and argue with him and lecture him and fucking debate him, and just sitting there being respectful and listening and nodding and being agreeable when you know it's all bullshit. There's no way she wasn't sitting there thinking the whole time, this fucking bullshit. Why didn't she just say, this seems like bullshit to me? I feel like you don't know what you're talking about, especially if you're ending a 10-minute rant with IDK, I don't really know, go ask other people. Why should I trust you then?
True.
But it's a soft power fight that happens, and basically Russia loses, right? They get stripped, and Russia goes, fuck that shit, and then they turn into a hard power fight.
Tim really cared about foreign nation sovereignty when it came to fucking an X on a passport.
Right? They don't just roll in, but they have lots of people in Crimea. They release the soldiers, they release the hounds, and they make a
civility politics in a nutshell. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is the product of her wanting to engage in civility politics. I don't know if this is pick-me shit. I don't know if this is a genuine reflection of how she feels, but it doesn't come off as intellectual curiosity. It just comes off as yeah, sit down and fucking listen to my parasocial daddy who's schooling your ass right now. He's nice enough to give you a fucking Ukraine Russia 101 lecture for free. That's all that leads to. It's yeah, good, stupid woman shutting up and finally listening. That's it.
For Kiev, probably because if you control the capital, you control the country, you can have
you do not get rewarded for listening to that bullshit.
And what's going on? I'm assuming. I don't know what your reasoning is for Kiev, but essentially,
no, I don't think they.
Why'd they push for Kiev?
This is to be completely honest, conflict opinion. I don't think they pushed for Kiev. I think that...
Is he still reading? Who is he reading?
He saw the invasion from Belarus to the north as a pincer attack so they could split the military forces of the Western powers.
Maybe this is some schizo shit he wrote down at one point. Maybe he's reading himself, but whatever he wrote himself is a copy-paste from opinions other people have had.
And then seize the Donbass. Because the military force they applied to the eastern land bridge into Crimea was substantially greater than they applied through Belarus in the north.
Sure. Okay. So essentially, soft power fight goes on, Russia loses, turns into a hard power fight, which you say Russia's wrong for doing that hard power piece. Okay. So
they crossed the line into the, I don't think criminal is the right word because we're dealing with international conflict and crisis, but they aggressed.
Right. So I would fully grant that U.S. has used lots of soft power in Ukraine based on what you're saying. Like, fight goes on, Russia loses, turns into a hard power fight, which you say Russia's wrong for doing that hard power piece. Okay. So
they crossed the line into the, I don't think criminal is the right word because we're dealing with international conflict and crisis, but they aggressed.
Right. So I would fully grant that U.S. has used lots of soft power in Ukraine based on what you're saying. Like, yes. I'm not opposing that. What I was asking for is evidence that right now there is U.S. sanctioned soldiers that are operating frontline, fighting, killing Russian soldiers, and controlling the...
Why would she grant that? I don't know. I don't know why she has granted like 99% of what she has granted in this conversation. No point.
Ukrainian military system.
It either wasn't true or it didn't actually get anything.
We're in basically like a pseudo hard war.
Right. What I offered up was a treatise on the history of the Ukraine conflict. I didn't say I could have spent the last 20 minutes Google searching articles.
You did? It's just that's what I asked evidence for. So like I'm granting you all.
Sorry, I said I have no clue why she would grant any of this stuff. There's like no benefit to it.
Of this history. The issue is that doesn't necessarily prove the extraordinary claim, which is that U.S. is controlling the military of Ukraine and telling it what to do and has all this stuff. I'm sure that it's important for training.
He'll still disagree with her and say, yeah, I did. I just proved it. You weren't listening.
I'm sure that it's important for facilitating in ammunitions. And I'm sure that it is motivated to have Ukraine not lose to Russian control. But that isn't the same thing as what you're claiming.
Was this the guy who was we did go over and we do have to wrap soon, but let me see if this is the guy. Joseph Cofer Black.
Nacho's still there, not saying a fucking word.
When the CIA installs, when CIA directors are installed as executive board members of foreign energy companies, we tend to ask ourselves, what is the CIA doing in Ukraine? And
Tim kind of just seems to be redefining Russian victory and goals as whatever the present situation happens to be, which is probably exactly the type of internal propaganda Russia uses on their own population so as not to let the regime look weak. 100%. Like he's all over the place with fucking contradictory claims in this.
I have the son of the vice president on the board alongside a CIA director. And, going back to the history of this and U.S. involvement.
Wait, don't we know why the CIA would be involved in Ukraine? There's a soft power struggle for control, right?
Which, to my point, is right now, first, let me say, I'm not going to pull up every article on what's called operational coordination in Ukraine. We can go back. There's also something to consider in that.
Like the CIA is probably...
But that's a very like broad claim. Like, oh yeah, well, it's kind of like definitionally true that every time the CIA is present in other countries, it's for soft power reasons, but there's specific reasons in this instance.
In tons and tons of countries, right? Like not just Ukraine. The CIA is probably in Israel and most of our allies, right?
Israel.
Yeah, well, for sure in Israel. And it's probably also in a whole bunch of other countries that we're like allied with or like wanting to be allied with because it's important to have embassies and like locus of control, like military outposts in various locations because geography matters in war.
Wow, look at this. In the wake of the Hunter Biden email controversy, the Wall Street Journal reported blacks role at the firm, Burisma, with a group of well-connected operatives in Washington to help persuade Ukrainian prosecutors to drop criminal cases against it. My point is, there is this game they're playing where Ukrainians and their international volunteer coalition, they call it, are the ones engaged in the hostilities. These are not active duty U.S. personnel. Special forces are providing what's called operational coordination.
Why are conservatives so horny about Burisma? I have no clue. I saw that Pisco and challenged him on Twitter to a debate over his framing of all of that crap and the extent to which like Joe and Hunter Biden are even involved.
Nation for the actions they take. The U.S. is providing the weapons. The intelligence and the weapons that were used to sink the flagship of Russia's Black Sea Fleet was the United States.
Yeah, we're sharing intelligence with them.
But having a U.S. military personnel look to a Ukrainian and say, if you press that button, my missile will be fired that will blow up a Russian vessel. It's
okay, but you don't actually have proof that that sort of direct coordination has occurred.
To argue Black Sea Fleet was the United States.
Yeah, we're sharing intelligence with them.
But having a U.S. military personnel look to a Ukrainian and say, if you press that button, my missile will be fired that will blow up a Russian vessel. It's silly to argue that's the Ukrainians who did it.
Also, that whole like my missile thing, he's talking about old weaponry that we have transferred to Ukraine.
The issue is that if all of the Ukrainians...
And it's not a matter of like them directing what strikes. They train them on what to do or whatever, and then they probably still have autonomy over it.
And so rallying behind
maybe
it,
that's me being wrong.
To like lose the certain lands like the Donbass and Crimea, and they're like have large tremendous support for what's going on. I'm sure that
I think one of the largest mass migrations in human history is the Ukrainian exodus.
I'm sure people are fleeing the war, but that doesn't mean that Ukrainians aren't also supporting the war, right? Like lots of times civilians flee war torn. Like lots of Afghanis left as well. That doesn't.
They're not having elections either.
Wait, hold on.
Exodus.
I'm sure people are, I've seen.
One of the largest mass migrations in human history is the Ukrainian exodus.
I'm sure people are fleeing the war, but that doesn't mean that Ukrainians aren't also supporting the war.
What I was about to say, he's making it sound like people fleeing a war-torn country is the same as them not supporting the cause, which isn't true.
Right? Like lots of times civilians flee war-torn. Like lots of Afghanis left as well. That doesn't.
They're not having elections either. The president.
Because their martial law has been declared because they're in the middle of war.
They're in, aren't they in martial law right now?
Yeah.
You don't typically do elections during
Lincoln
that.
did.
Sure, but
okay, it's better like yeah, but he has a Lincoln had a constitutional right to do that because the Constitution says you can suspend whatever. There's no point in going whatever.
Like did Churchill even do that? Typically
not having elections either. The president.
They're in aren't they in martial law right now? You don't typically do elections during
Lincoln
that.
did.
During a rebellion.
Sure, but did Churchill even do that?
I don't know if I don't know about
I think elections ceased during World War II for most of the democracies involved, right? It's like super standard that democracies stop doing elections because if you're all of your well, hold on, let me finish this argument, right? If all of your money and your energy is invested towards fighting off what you view as an invading enemy, you don't have time to coordinate very expensive elections to go to the polls. This is why martial law got instated after Lincoln because
Lincoln instated martial law, suspended habeas corpus, arrested politicians, and still had an election.
So do you think that Winston Churchill was stupid for not having an election?
Is it true that he didn't have an election?
I'm not sure, but if he didn't, would that be stupid?
It could go either way depending on the circumstances. I don't know. You're talking about hypotheticals. You don't even know the.
Okay, well, he's not about to be this fucking arrogant after he's been so wrong this whole fucking conversation. But
sure, the hypothetical is that
the whole point is that it's a hypothetical.
Most democracies, when they have martial law, don't have elections, which I believe is true.
Except us.
Huh?
Except us.
You guys have also suspended elections during war.
Which ones?
I'm not sure.
You literally just said that fucking Abraham Lincoln did this. Now he's saying except us.
Understanding is that you guys have. You look it up.
Maybe. We have gone way over, so we do gotta go.
Awkward.
But I don't know if we have. Abraham Lincoln famously held an election despite arresting a bunch of state legislators in Maryland, threatening to arrest. The U.S. has never suspended or canceled an election due to war, even during Civil War, World War I, and World War II.
Is that because they ended before the next election?
No, Lincoln had an election in the Civil War. They just excluded the rebelling states.
Sure.
So the argument from the Ukrainians is we can't hold elections in the occupied region, so we can't have an election. It's like, what? The U.S. did. They're not
okay, so you just disproved yourself on that then. And she's not calling it out, but whatever.
I'm just saying, let's just say this. Let's just say the U.S. has no boots on the ground at all. For the purpose of argument, the U.S. should not be involved in Ukraine in this conflict.
I just disagree with that.
Is that really an election? I mean, they excluded the rebellion faction, so not really, but still was. I don't know.
So to what degree do you think the U.S. should be involved?
I think that it should be sending support, arms, helping the Ukrainians fight off the invasion.
And my final thought is, once again, why young men don't want to be on the left or associated with Democrats.
Is not because of the Ukrainian war.
I'm saying a component is largely 70, like I mentioned, 70% of millennial women voting in favor of war policies, advocating for escalating a conflict to which could result in World War III, to which Russia recently threatened to Donald Trump after Trump called Putin crazy. And you got a bunch of young guys who are in Gen Z who are first in line to be sent.
I got to tell you, there's not a single exit poll where young men cite the draft anywhere near the top of the reasons why they switched.
No, I'm just saying it's a grain of sand making a heap.
The issue is that I'm really interested in the heap, which is what we came to talk about, right?
Which is and there's a few grains that are related to the fact that young men have to fight.
Okay, but she just said it's not a top priority, and he's like, well, he immediately backs off and is just saying well, it has a non-zero chance that it's contributing, right? Okay.
Dying wars and
that's your own. You walked it back to that being your standard.
It's not even by women in this case.
No, I'm saying you specifically.
War of Ukraine.
Wait, what?
Talk about right?
Which is and there's a few grains that are related to the fact that young men have to fight and die in wars and don't want to be involved in it, and they're being told they should by women who don't.
It's not even by women in this case. Do
I even need to say he already contradicted himself on this?
No, I'm saying you specifically.
War of Ukraine. Well, first of all, I'm for women being drafted, so I'm a woman saying.
She should say, I'm a single woman. I have no power. But
my point is
equal. And second of all, I'm also saying this isn't women. In the case of war hawking, it's men and women. It's governments, right?
Except the issue right now is that
by women. We live in a matriarchy. Women actually control everything in the United States, don't you know?
Women are 2-1 Democrat, and Gen Z women are 3-2.
Why? Is it the draft?
I think social.
Exactly. If we have the young women in the Democratic Party and on the lib left side more broadly, your side, conservatives, Republicans, fucking don't. So I'm really not going to fucking worry about young men.
Order. Why are women pro-war Ukraine? It doesn't make any sense.
Most women probably don't have too many thoughts about Ukraine. By and large.
But you can all
That's not going to correspond to gender as much as he's saying. But whatever.
members in Congress waving Ukraine flags and inviting their president to our country and offering him money, and then you go to like we're in a rather mixed area, but if you go to like the Gap, it's the city they call the Gap. There's like Trump signs and then Ukraine flags, and I'm like, what the fuck are these people flying Ukraine flags for? Who are these people? And
to show solidarity with Ukraine, he cannot. This has to be like performative.
Them are Ukrainians.
And Democrats are skewing female in the younger generations.
Sure, but it's again,
they're not Ukrainians, man.
It's not about the draft though. This idea that like the left,
They don't necessarily have to be Ukrainians. Like the point of the flag's obviously to show solidarity.
Left is like
it's like him being as dumb. He would never say this as like, why are Americans flying the Israel flag, or why are they flying the Palestinian flag?
And obsessed with Ukraine is just like super not true at all. In fact, the Ukrainian war stopped being interesting to most average left people like probably 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks.
Democrats are pro-Ukraine.
Yeah,
and my point,
I think Republicans are too.
Half.
Yeah.
There's that horseshoe theory. It shows the maps of
right. Like Trump is being like, no, like Putin's doing a lot of bad stuff. He needs to stop doing what he's doing.
Okay, we do got to wrap it up.
You don't think that Trump would be opposed to Russia having like a monopoly on energy? Energy is the greatest bottleneck of all GDP and all growth in all countries in the entire world. It's the most important thing.
Because he wanted to go in there and say, Putin, knock it off, and Putin told him the fuck off, and he was like, what? So I don't think Trump cares about Ukraine. I think he's personally slighted. But we've gone way over.
This is an unfalsifiable worldview now.
That Trump is egotistical?
No, that essentially it's like, well, Republicans are anti-war except for when they're upset, and then when they're upset, it's justified, and then Trump is justifiably. It's just like it's all.
See, that's the sophistry I've been talking about.
Sorry, you're the one like engaging in this circle.
He's the one being incredibly vague, in which he tries to pin him down to specifics. He's calling it sophistry.
You made a point about Trump in Russia, and I said Trump's got an ego, and now he's pissed off.
I mean, she should be more aggressive and be like, you don't know what sophistry means.
Russia. What does that have to do with like
Republicans supporting Ukrainians?
Yeah, they half maybe.
Okay, yeah. So Republicans, at least half of them support Ukraine.
The principle.
There's still majority consensus between the two parties on this.
MAGA coalition.
All I'm saying here is that people don't care that much about Ukraine on either side of the party. Young men are not voting right because of Ukraine or the draft. They're just not.
Okay,
it's housing, economy, and probably ideology.
Indeed, which is why I said it's a grain of sand in the heap. I didn't say literally the only reason anybody wants to go to the right is because they're angry about Ukraine's about.
No, but a grain of sand in the heap is like nothing.
U.S. involvement in Ukraine.
Well,
never said it.
Sure, but then you also like flatten things to like, see, this is the reason why men are.
I think the Hanania thing was canceled because people were concerned about his past. LOL, it's fair. They may not want to talk to a right winger anyway. Oh, I mean, like, I don't like Richard Hanania, but I'm not even gonna get to it because I'm gonna end stream at the end of this.
Leaving the left because of the draft, and it's like
so everything else in my title I'm gonna cover tomorrow. Heads up, heads up.
It's women wanting to send men.
You
to
said
war.
that, but when I say this,
no, you were referring to me.
Yes, the sophistry.
No, you were saying that I believe that men should go to war. I'm a woman who votes left, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that I'm the reason that men are going to the right, and I'm saying,
let's just try this.
This is not it.
Philosophically, the point I'm making is there's a dude sitting back watching this right now who doesn't know much about Ukraine at all nor cares, and he's like, why is this lady so hell bent on like us being involved in this war? That's my point.
Because sovereignty matters. It's important that Russia doesn't push borders, which it is.
He's like putting way too much emphasis on that. And like, I thought men were fucking rational. If they're basing their worldview off of a single fucking debate, you're a moron.
Always done. You can talk to Belarus and Poland because Russia has
on a single Tim Cast debate, no less.
This historical history of being highly tyrannical and consumptive. China is like that, but not really.
What do you mean? They've been sinking ships in the South China Sea. They've been killing Vietnamese fishermen.
Yeah, China is expansionary, but they're expansionary around the 9 dotted line, which is very different than Russia's expansionary.
This is painfully bad faith. There's no, on YouTube, all due respect. It's painfully bad faith. Yet now he's just galloping.
They're flying sorties over Taiwan.
I just don't know why we're comparing these two countries. China does lots of bad stuff too. I'm not really pro-China. Yes, we live in a society.
Should we send military aid to like India and Pakistan, depending on which one we want? I think we're going to side with India, probably.
I think we have better trade relations with India, so we'd probably side with India.
Should we right now with the Kashmir conflict?
I think
China's got involvement in that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, and when you look into the history of it, it is.
What about the Uyghur Muslims?
Well, hold on, it's a classic Sykes-Picot. Like,
why are we doing this random whataboutism? Yeah, he's just dancing around the
fuckery. So I don't know. Like when you want to go like
bringing up like random shit, dropping it as soon as he feels convenient, so it's not relevant. You have to ask, what does this have to do with anything?
I'm not really sure because every single boundary line that was drawn was complicated.
Why Russia then?
Why should we oppose Russia?
Why is Russia more important than literally any other border conflict in the world?
Because they're the greatest superpower opposing America.
Russia is.
Yes.
Not China.
No, it's China.
China's probably competing now because Russia's like blown a lot of its money on the war.
How many people live in Russia?
I don't know, more live in China.
Billions?
That they're not educated, right? I think
How much money is spent to influence?
Wait, what's the literacy rate between Chinese and Russians? I'm going to guess Russians are more literate than Chinese. So their workforce.
I don't think so, actually.
Really?
Like he makes it like now it's like population density is what determines a global superpower, not like the nuclear arsenal.
I don't know, but I
their
argue that a
GDP.
communist system is going to have higher rates, either lying about it or forcing it. You know what I mean?
Very, very unlikely.
I guess if they keep excluding like ethnic minorities and things like that, then they're gonna have a high literacy rate, though.
Yeah, like China is like a new threat to the global order for sure, and I think it would be better if we try to find a way to have peace with them. Absolutely.
A new threat? How? What is she defining as new?
I'm for peace by and large. What I really want in the world is that we have trade negotiations and relationships with everyone so that there's economic benefit for everyone to work together. I think we should use the systems of capitalism that is good at turning human greed and power consumption to good ends, which is things like having trade negotiations with countries that we have tensions with. This is the Israel model for making peace with like Bahrain and the UAE. And I think it's a good model. It's what
let's look to the fucking Israel model, you guys, to decide how to figure out peace in a region. Good God.
Think about Burma.
I don't know anything
Why
about
not?
Burma. Why don't I know anything about
Why
Burma?
not?
Because I can't know all infinite things.
So I'll frame it this way then. There seems to be a social order to the interest in Russia that doesn't exist for other nations.
Probably, yeah.
And so when it comes down to, once again, a guy sitting back drinking a Coke or something or a Spindrift.
Let Tim end the show. I love how they're putting that on her. Like he's not the one desperately trying to get the final word in every single time, and he keeps extending the conversation so it doesn't end on her like asking a question and him being like IDK and ending it.
And watching a show like this, or Liquid Death, he's like, I don't know why I should care about Russia over literally any other conflict in the world.
You shouldn't. You should care about housing, economics, and the fact that like you feel that you have no purpose.
And we do, but then I also
like you shouldn't and you don't. Like most Americans don't anyway. This is why it was like a fruitless conversation to talk about how like the Ukraine war is like making young men leave the Democratic Party or what.
I have children. You know what I mean? I'm the guy. And I also have children, and I don't feel like raising my son to potentially be drafted for some hot war.
I mean,
because we're getting more and more involved in this.
Nobody wants to go.
But you can say it's easy to say that without skin in the game.
Well, no, no, because if I have sons, I also don't want them to go to war, and I have a husband, and I also don't want him.
There's just like a war. The United States is like constantly involved in conflicts, constantly involved in launching wars of our own. It's like you have you have Afghanistan, you have Iraq, you have Vietnam, World War II, the Korean War, World War I. Like there's just no shortage of like conflicts that the United States. If you don't want that, you really should not like live here.
Go to war.
But you'll sit and vehemently advocate for this stuff.
Well, hold on. I've advocated for peace and
wait. She never advocated for war. She has no She has no control over whether or not the war occurs. The only thing that you can advocate for is that should the U.S. be involved in this in that war? Was like that's not even up to her. But I guess he's saying like you support it or whatever. But okay, fine. So she supports it, but she didn't start the war, and just frustrating.
War is always
such a stupid way of looking at it.
The soft war was won in Ukraine. Russia shouldn't have invaded. That was bad.
But what do you think would happen if the U.S. had zero involvement in any capacity, or NATO, in Ukraine?
Ukraine would have been consumed by Russia.
And what does that look like afterwards?
For Ukrainians?
Yes.
Wait,
probably.
Did he just? We're now having to look into a parallel universe where NATO was like dismantled.
That was bad.
But what do you think would happen if the U.S. had zero involvement in any capacity, or NATO, in Ukraine?
Just in Ukraine or whatever. But like we weren't. Ukraine's not part of NATO. Whatever.
Been consumed by Russia.
And what does that look like afterwards?
For Ukrainians?
Yes.
Probably not very good.
Why?
Because the entire history of Russia consuming, particularly Ukraine, who seem very, very rebellious and resistant to being consumed, is fractious. Holodomor, not good. Lots of really awful things happen every time Russia has control of Ukraine. Holodomor is just the first one. The Red Scare, right? The Bolsheviks hated Ukrainians, and then the Leninites hated Ukrainians, and then the Stalinites hated Ukrainians, and then we had like 4 years with Gorbachev that was like kind of based because he was like, let's just work with all of the global powers, and then he fell, and now
you think more or less people would be dead?
In Ukraine?
Yeah.
Probably less people.
So more Ukrainians would be alive.
There's things that you value more than your life.
Should the U.S. be involved in someone else's ideological battle is the question, I suppose.
We involve ourselves in other people's ideological...
Wait, what?
Less people.
So more Ukrainians would be alive.
There's things...
It's like, yeah, they'd be alive, but there would be like a cultural genocide, so... Which would be the start... it's just a dumb argument also.
Should the U.S. be involved in someone else's ideological battle is the question, I suppose.
That's like arguing against like defeating the Nazis, because it's like, what? You could just appease them and then live under German Nazi rule, and then everybody gets to live. And it's like, yeah, but you're going to live. It's going to be fundamentally different.
ourselves in other people's ideological battles all the time.
And that's another grain of sand in the heap of why young men are moving to the right.
I don't know how. I guess I would tell young men. I would tell young men, I'm sorry, you need to look at foreign systems and how they work. If you don't want America involved in like other countries, then isolationist policy.
Yeah, we're not talking about
isolation.
See, that's sophistry right there.
It's not sophistry. It's not
isolation.
What's the alternative?
Saying we don't want U.S. military.
We never fight ideological battles. I mean, only material interest and I get what you mean.
Involvement in a foreign country's war is not isolationism.
This is the Bush. I was like, I get what you mean. I get
era issue that I think pushes a lot of disaffected liberals to the right.
This is not just Bush era.
In the Bush era,
with Reagan.
When we said things like, why are we at war with Iraq and Afghanistan? The answer from the neocons was isolationism doesn't work. And when I was talking to Sebastian Gorka recently, he said something similar to that. But he did concede, we don't want regime change intervention in the Trump administration. Agreed. But he said the Houthis, we can't just remove ourselves completely. So we're going to do surgical strikes.
Why not?
But we did.
In this view.
In Yemen, why can't we remove ourselves entirely from being violent to the...
The U.S. view is that the Houthis are obstructing a major trade route with the Sinai Peninsula and the Arab, what is it?
We have like no interest in like the Red Sea or whatever, except for Israel.
Sea and the Gulf of, not Oman, is it? Aden. And so with the Houthis striking trade vessels, the Trump administration's view on this is we have to stop them from shutting down global trade. The problem for us in America is, why should I care? Our trade doesn't go through there. Why are we the world police? And there's a lot of people who've been asking this question for 20 years, and we've repeatedly gotten responses from warmongers of both parties. We have to do it because no one else can. There's never been
American bonds, right?
I mean, there are more like she could point to Bernie. Bernie's the only one proposing that we actually reduce a bloated like military budget. Or like I should not. He's not the only one. But he's like the largest voice, and these are the fringe voices. These are the ones that he says are crazy, even though they're advocating for the policies that he wants.
Like, we're not gold backed. We're basically fiat.
Fucker is incoherent.
The argument is...
So, seriously...
Forcing the petrodollar.
U.S. bonds. What would happen to U.S. bonds if we just pulled out, had no
I don't know about
policing?
Directly U.S. bonds, but the petrodollar is probably a better way to describe this.
U.S. bonds is probably more important for understanding the global reaction to how people view a country as stable or not, right?
Indeed, but the petrodollar matters more because we don't produce things.
I mean, you could, again, take this back to the Afghanistan withdrawal or whatever, where he's like, why can't we just, fucking instantly de-escalate overnight? And it's like, well... I am positive that he criticized Biden for how we handled the withdrawal. So it's almost like it's not that simple. And once we've ingratiated ourselves in these regions, it like the removal can become just as equally as chaotic and create power vacuums. And then we bear responsibility for those power vacuums existing. So trying to get ourselves out of these forever wars is far more complex than why don't we just leave? I've had.
The United States is largely a service economy because what we produce is global policing. And
when you say matters more, what do you mean by that? Sorry. Not to interrupt. I just want to make sure I understand what you mean.
The petrodollar, you're familiar with the system of the petrodollar. Yeah. We don't export anything. Like we do, but functionally we don't.
We export finalized products. So we need gas to move the products back and forth.
The U.S. is not an exporting nation. We do export things like movies we make money off of.
I was about to say we have like cultural exports, but we're like mostly a service-based economy. And weapons.
But the main reason the U.S. has wealth is not because we are an exporter, which you typically need to be increasing the wealth of a nation. We are a petrodollar nation that points cannons and artillery at countries who defy the petrodollar. So if you say, I want to trade oil on something else, we say, that's great, we'll kill you. And then what happens? The U.S. launches no-fly zones, blows up world leaders, kidnaps and kills them, or stages coups and things like this. So it's like typically what the CIA does with USAID and things like that. So the purpose for U.S. involvement with, say, the Houthis or Ukraine is largely...
I mean, he's not wrong that it had like all but been acknowledged that USAID is like a CIA front, but I doubt that he could actually explain that.
About maintaining a global, what we refer to as the liberal...
Or like if he would refuse to acknowledge that, like, yeah, they also render aid in different countries.
Economic system of maintaining control of the international monetary system through the IMF, through the World Bank, through SWIFT payment systems, functionally advancement on the petrodollar. Now, I think that's all stupid bullshit from a bygone era that has failed us and is currently on the verge of collapse. The U.S. should be focusing its resources on securing its border, fixing its roads, getting kids in school, increasing literacy, maybe working on better means of energy generation, and restoring manufacturing to the United States. When you then look at Ukraine and you're wondering why we're exerting so much of our influence and resources over that country, once again, it's because Russia is trying to secure access to its energy. They want to start trading with China and the Saudis outside of the U.S. The U.S. just lost their 50-year contract with the Saudis, who are now start trading oil outside of the petrodollar, and we're at...
Not a bad summary, TBH, LOL, from him on this. Like, is this like broken clock theory?
Risk of World War III because of this. However, we're now over. I do have to go. Sorry. Thank you for coming.
No, I'm sorry. Thank you.
This was fun. And Nacho, it was great having you as well.
Sorry for not talking about men and talking about Ukraine for 2 hours. I came prepped about men and should have prepped for Ukraine, apparently. Although I'm not the expert on Ukraine. You should, you can have
We got a nice lecture, though.
I don't even consider my...
Okay, why say that? You make it sound like he's the fucking expert. He's not an expert. He doesn't know anything.
myself to be an expert, but I certainly think that I know...
Lessons learned. Women bad, left bad, Trump good, trans bad, Canadians bad, dudes rock.
More having just experienced a bit of it. But I'll leave it at that. My friends, this was fun. And thank you for going extra on everything. There's food downstairs. We are going to be back tonight at 8 p.m. for youtube.com. So I'm sorry, rumble.com/TimCastile, excuse me. And 8 p.m. we will see you there. It'll be fun.
Oh my God. You guys kill me. Kill me. We did that for like 6 hours. Kill me. Oh yeah. Okay, if you guys are still watching, if you decided to watch this through me instead of Irrelevant or Pisco or any number of other creators that were covering this, thank you very much. And if you want to support me, you can go ahead and follow the donation link that is pinned in my Twitch chat, or you can head over to my YouTube description where you can find my Streamlabs tip link and my Ko-fi link. You can buy me a coffee for $3 if you want to support me putting myself through this crap, which I do enjoy. It's fun in like a very frustrating way. And if you want to follow me, I'm at straightraid or straightraid_ on absolutely everything. And if you like the content that I am producing in general, you should follow me. But you should especially subscribe to me on YouTube, where I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers so I can get access to memberships, super chats, and just generally build my channel. So yeah, I think tomorrow, I'm going to call it here. Tomorrow, I'm going to do every single other thing that's in my title and anything else that pops up. But in the meantime, let's see, where am I sending you guys? Who is live? First time viewer, really enjoyed your commentary. Looking forward to your success. Thank you, Chez Chic. Let's see. Is Kid live? Kid not kin? Kid Not Kin is live. Let's head over there. Being upset about politics. So, from... if you want to get even more angry, I'm sure watching his stream will help you do that. All right, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.